This is Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Aurora!
Let the grand finals begin!
This is the dawn of a new era. For the first time since Season 9, the grand finalists and M-Series representatives are not blacklisted against AP Bren or Team Liquid Philippines. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. One of these players, one of these teams are coming out today with a big trophy for Season 14.
The perfect way to introduce the new era. The reminder that world champions fall in the home of champions. Fnatic, Onyx Philippines, and Aurora will be the standard bearers. But before we take on the world, we have to determine who the strongest team in the home of champions is.
And this just proves that the home of champions does belong to this region. Because looking at the history, finally, two different teams are going to face off in the grand finals, and two different teams will be representing the Philippines.
This is a completely unprecedented. Relatively newer teams here are now on the precipice of becoming the champions, and again, one of the most competitive MLBB regions in the whole world. And they have done it in style.
We've gone through an era of the agents, the orcas, the bees, and the cavalry in a storming debut for when Team Liquid finally made their home here in MPL Philippines. But now it's Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Aurora, a new team themselves filled with veterans, and one of them will be joining a stellar cast of champions.
The light just shines. The light just keeps getting brighter and brighter for the Northern Lions, as well as the thunder and lightning of the
That's
Sonics.
And now we are about to witness a pretty epic battle. I know everyone, every single one of you watching have already thrown down your predictions for this one. Honestly, very dominant start here for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They went through the regular season with just guns a-blazing. They went in the playoffs with a lot of doubts from other people, but you know what? They have proven them all wrong.
Wow, these two are really, who would have thought that we'd actually be getting Fnatic
entering
Onyx
this
Philippines,
season, we were
making
talking
it
about
this
Falcons
far,
and Team
being
Liquid
the team to
Philippines,
set
kaya
the
sobrang
newest,
laking
longest
bagay
win
na
streak
ngayon,
record
iba
in
yung
MPL
dalawang
Philippines
kupon ng
history,
makikita
almost
natin
going
pagpasok
undefeated,
ng
going up
grand
against a team that
finals.
had a lot of
Talagang
questions,
doon
that had the
nato
super
ng
team name
panibagong
branded
era
on
ng
them, but it
MPL
took a
Philippines.
while for them to be able to live up nearly to it. Here they are now in the grand finals.
Despite all that, you know, Aurora, we've been saying that chemistry is always key to victory. That consistency is always key. But Aurora just keeps on showing that no matter if they're just a debuting team, they can take on the Giants, the Titans. And they did make TLPH and Falcons AP Bren bleed in the playoffs.
That's right. Welcome here to the Infinix Game Tambayan, and brought to you by the Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. And now we are about to enter the battlefield. By the way, Rockhart, Renmar, and Ingan here to bring you all the action live and alive right here at Green Sun Hotel in Makati City. And now, I can't imagine a better setup here. I can't imagine a bigger story. We have so many stories that are happening right here, right now. Of course, we do also have Leo and Naisu there on the caster desk. They will be giving you the action when it unfolds later on. We're about to get into game one soon.
Hello.
We can talk to them. That's cool.
You just can't see us very well, but hi.
I can't wait. This is gonna be, for sure, I think England would know this is a 7-game series.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be a 7-game series. The last time that they met, it was a sweep. But I think I'm confident enough that if this doesn't go to Game 7, Renmar will cut his hair.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
I can
can't do
actually
that.
do that.
Yeah,
I'll do it. I'll
very
show you.
possible
If this
do
doesn't
that.
go to 7 games, I'll shave my head right at the end of the season
Right there.
to show you how it's done, young buck.
Can I go?
No, man, we still have a
So-
best of 7.
We got all bets are off, all gloves are off, and we are getting into the nitty-gritty of these storylines. And again, Leo and Naisu are ready there. They're just roaring as well. I saw them getting like so hyped up for this matchup.
Yep.
And right now,
Hah?
this is
Apa?
Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Once more, the deadliest of the bunch. Probably
Makan apa tadi
achieving the
malam?
unthinkable here
tak ada
coming this
makan.
season.
Yep.
And
Kirk,
of course,
Mas tak makan.
Kirk and Brusco had to join Super Friends, King Kong, and Kelra already determined and were able to form their chemistry last season, and they injected that super family vibes into them, and they meshed really well. Aurora MLBB with you, Edward and Renegade with getting experience already in the world stage in Blacklist International. Demon Kai comes in with his veterancy, an MSC champion, long-time player for RSG, and Domeng. They were somehow able to mesh it all together as well.
And looking at the stats, it's obviously dominated by Fnatic Onyx Philippines, again going undefeated in the regular season, only one series defeat against Omega, and going to the playoffs dominating. But again, we can't disregard or discredit what Aurora has gone through to the playoffs. Again, beating TOPH, beating Falcons AP Bren, and potentially beating the Sonics.
here's a head-to-head here for our competitors. Definitely have some of their own strengths and weaknesses here coming into this one. And I feel like the KDA of Kirk just can't really be beat that much. So consistent right now. And again, he is up against Mr. Consistency himself. So that's actually saying something.
Yep. M3, M4, M5, now going to be in M6 is Edward. So that's what Kirk has to face. But the most impressive thing about Kirk is he's been playing like he's been in multiple international championships. This is the first season that Kirk really stood out. And now I'm so excited to see his matchup up against Edward, how well they fare in terms of affecting the rest of the map.
Yes, and King Kong, of course, for Demon Kite as well. You're going to have to really find out who's the sharpest blade. Because right now, King Kong with that 8.13 KDA does not tell us.
Yeah, the Beast, of course, the regular season MVP. One of those junglers that do have a lot of maniacs coming into the season. Who could forget the Lings, the Fannies that King Kong has been using. And on the other hand, Demon Kite, one of the glue guys of Aurora, making sure that the stability of this team is intact.
And of course, in the mid lane, no doubt about it, it does feel like Super Prince has become the quiet and very much core / glue of Onyx Philippines, keeping it together even in times where Onyx does feel like they could lose.
This is the center point of the draft that I'm gonna be looking for. What is the mid lane
Nanti
matchup?
buat benda lain-lain.
You guys, it's an understatement
gitu.
for how much
Tak
Super Friends
makan.
will affect their lineup. But these
kalau
two,
aku,
who will get
benda-benda
the
lain dah lah
Choke,
mahal.
who will get the Tigreal,
Yang
or
tu
maybe
je lah
who will
murah.
show up with a more unique and
Makan je
crazier
lah.
roam pick. The wild cards of both of these teams, the Bruiser and the Hitman.
And if you're gonna look at the similar heroes, every single time the graphics change, it's the same.
Those two.
And if you're gonna recall a lot of highlights from the regular season, it's always coming from these two, the Tigreals, the Chos, and of course,
That's right.
the gold standard Kelra going up against the next standard Domeng.
Again, we're talking about swords earlier. Get your guns ready as well. Kelra and Domeng. Beatrix is their basically trump card. If all else fails, Harith doesn't get picked up, Moskov doesn't get picked up, so watch out for that as well.
Who will get the Beatrix? And I'm glad that you also mentioned the Harith and the Moskov. As we look for the last time this season, the Infinix keys to victory for both of these two teams. It's simple, but there's so many layers to it. Unleash the hero within.
And this is not just the actual heroes in MLBB. They are all heroes in their own respect, their own rights, and of course in their own fields. Obviously, everyone else is just roaring and gunning for that trophy. But then again, they have different approaches to it as well.
Yeah, of course, they know their specific rules, even down to their monikers. I mean, the Hitman making sure to get those catches, the Bruiser soaking up the damage, and who could forget King Kong, the Beast. Are we settling with the Beast or the Beast incarnate?
Let's go with the Beast.
The Beast, King Kong.
That's right. We are live here in Green Sun. It's packed all the way to the brim here. And of course, we have watch parties happening all over the Philippines as well, and the world. Big shout out to all of our restreamers that are live right now on different platforms. We got people on TikTok, we got people on Facebook, we got people on YouTube, and everywhere in between, waiting patiently for the finals champion.
Whoa!
We have a selection for our game here. Blue side is going to be picked up by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We talk about whenever they pick blue side, 85% of the time, they get it done.
One thing I'm going to be looking out here for is if they're going to decide to pick up their EXP roam flexes early. There's one pick shared between these two that is just so powerful. For Kirk and for Edward, are they actually going to be racing for the Edith?
The Edith actually was highlighted as well earlier when they were making an entry. And a lot of people online also kind of point towards Edith. Right now, such a winning hero for Kirk. I think about 10 out of 13 times he does get it done, as well as Edward, very close by with that stat line. So we're going into it, guys. It is game 1 draft here between Aurora, MLBB, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Let's get into the nitty-gritty.
No, gentlemen, I have to admit, going into this, I had a killer headache, but then I realized it's because I was running draft simulations in my head, and going through all of the possibilities, my head hurt like crazy. FNOP, you have the power picks available for you. Suyo is wide open for King Kong to take.
That's right. Suyo obviously is the big question here, whether or not Suyo can is gonna get countered out. So far, no one has actually answered that yet. No, there's no straight up answer for the Suyo, more of the soft picks.
Yeah, I think if ever Fnatic decides to go for the Suyo, Master of the Basics of the squad of Aurora can go for that patented Mathilda Alpha that they've been using to get out. Oh, but the Mathilda has been banned out. Okay.
Yeah, I believe this could be a Harith Edith if they're gonna rush their side laners already. But usually the tendency of Aurora is that they'll... Actually, no, they go for the roamers a little bit later, but I would understand if they want to take away the Cho or the Tigreal already away from Brusco. But I think high consideration for the Edith or the Fulvius to be prioritized here.
Yeah, the Edith obviously is not going to do anything bad here for Aurora. The Leophobius? No! They go for Eve right away. Yue coming in here with a pick that... I don't know, it's so hard to actually quantify for Yue here, Renmar.
Yeah, Rush, they have to respect the mid of Super Prince, or the Yue, or the Yue of Super Prince, the Eve, rather, of Super Prince, excuse me, that has had a stellar record so far, undefeated this season. So, of course, Brusco, with it open, he goes ahead and picks up the Cho. So, Kelra, are you going to pick up the Harith here to fight under the real-world manipulation?
It does feel like a bit of a different scenario if you... It feels different that Yue is holding the Eve overall, right? So I wonder what they're thinking here. Ian.
Oh! Okay, so they go for the Valentina, one of the usual heroes that can go head-to-head with the Eve in the hands of Super Prince. So right now they're not focusing on the gold lane because again the availability of the Harith is still there, but for Master of the Basics and the squad of Aurora, what do you go with right now?
They actually turned off the Tigreal for Renegade, but Renegade has a wide hero pool that they can go for. It's not that they cannot go for it, they can just delay it, or they think twice about it because the Valentina can steal away the ultimate of the take. So Aurora will fall into their alpha that they've been playing a lot, which means that this opens up the possibility of us seeing the heal man options later on. You'll still have to consider the Rafaela as a great pickup for Aurora, and maybe they might even surprise us and go with an Angela.
And sir, in my draft simulations in my brain, it's very, very likely as well. I feel like the Rafaela is a bit underrated, especially in scenarios where you have a death box.
Yeah.
You want to kind of initialize with your teammates, and the rest of... You want also the follow-up with the Alpha, right?
Yeah.
So that deadly combo can chase people down very hard.
Yeah, gentlemen, one thing to add here, the Rafaela and Angela for Renegade this season is actually both undefeated. He's 2-0 for both of those heroes.
Undefeated.
That's right.
And that's considering that he went up against Falcon's AP Bren using the Rafaela, so
Yeah.
you know it. He means business.
The opponents of those two heroes right now are definitely champions in their own rights, right? So who knows? But right now, in terms of frontline, I feel like Aurora has a pretty good two at least for now for the Alpha and the Edith. But their damage department is mostly the OT. I don't see any burst here yet for Aurora.
Yeah, the closest thing they have to a burst is if ever Demon Cat can actually get a nice early game going on for him. if that Alpha doesn't get the early game that he wants or doesn't have a Rafaela or most importantly an Angela that can supplement a good power spike, then yeah, they're lacking the damage right now. So Burst, I think, might be the key for their gold laner pick later on.
And they also need that to take out Suyo, because if you don't burst down Suyo early on, if you just DOT Suyo, he can dash out so easily. He has iframes as well to dodge out these skills.
Yeah, and apart from that, imagine if King Kong just dominates the early game with the kits that Suyo has. For sure, he's gonna get the neutral objectives, first 2 turtles, and we all know when you get the first 2 turtles, it's almost an easy snowball game for the respective team that secures the neutral objectives.
Harith or Moskov available for Domeng in terms of his usual go-to pickups here. So he goes for the Harith. Kelra, will it be the Beatrix or the Moskov as his pick? What are the chances, though, that maybe if Fnatic Onyx Philippines are comfortable with it, they might actually attack a gold lane Alice? However, there's going to be a gold lane Alice lacking the supplement that it needs. I'm thinking about the Angela combo that we usually see with the Alice.
I really like the range here that you can get from Moskov or Beatrix, because you don't want to play up close and personal with the real world, right? You want to play around it. And if your range is limited, you might encounter problems, especially in the big team fights.
Needs to be a strong tanky EXP laner for Fnatic Onyx Philippines here. If ever they want to go offensive, there's actually a CC option for Kirk, but this might fall into a Terizla. Oh, Lunox! Okay. Yeah, they fall into the classic matchup. And that's an Arlot for Kirk.
All right, they go for the spicier options.
Yeah, very spicy.
We were talking about like the safe ones. Onyx says, no, we want to fight now.
Man, this is scary. I mean, the potential catch that Fnatic Onyx just has right now, even the first skill of Suyo can be enough to, you know, isolate Domeng during clashes, make him go out of his Zaman Force, even play out of the box of you as real-world manipulation. So right now, they're just lacking a potential roamer that Renegade has.
They can go heal man here, actually, if they want to. Is it?
Rafaela? No.
Ruby. Okay. So the Ruby for the Kurt and for the Arlot and the Cho. However, giving the ultimate of the Ruby to the Valentina is quite concerning.
It's not the most prolific hero for Renegade, but you know what? I'm not gonna knock it. We've been given surprises yesterday. We've been given surprises on day 3, even all the way to day 1.
This is his 18th unique hero. Renegade hasn't played Ruby at all this season. This is his first Ruby game. Surprisingly enough.
We'll have to find out if that does work out. What are you thinking?
I mean, based on yesterday, the index draft doesn't tell the whole story. It's been broken by Aurora despite Falcon's AB Brent's draft. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Over and over again, time will tell who gets game 1. The momentum is crucial. Leo and Naisu are in the field.
Things are about to get elemental as deafening thunder and blinding lights usher in a new age of Filipino MOBB. Welcome to Game 1.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Let's go.
Joseph, how you reckon that draft go?
Oh, man, you know what? There's a lot of, I guess, now we've been 4 days through the playoffs. This is looking familiar, right, for a lot of the cases here, and I love how the panel kind of broke things down because there's a lot of contingencies with both the lineups and how they play out the early game, I would say. But I think a big part of this, too, again, is how Brusco utilizes the Cho here early on.
The Bruiser, as he's dubbed, unable to be killed, yet still just running through opponents' formations. I'm surprised that Renegade has 17 heroes now.
17?
I did not expect for him to not have played the Ruby.
Man, I remember when he had, in the regular season, he had like, what, 11, I think he had? And everybody was like, yeah, and everyone's like, whoa, talk about a hero pool. And right now, yeah, he brings out the Ruby in the roam here. So this could actually play a really good role in playing around the real-world manipulation of UA.
Something else to note, while the action is rather mum in the land of Dawn, check out Super Prince's talent. That is indeed
Brave
a
Smite.
Brave Smite on a Valentina, which again, all throughout the regular season, you all know the story. Valentina, eat it Valentina. I think this is just him telegraphing that, hey, I'm gonna steal some ults and turn into different heroes that might need me to use the Brave Smite.
I could see that working. I don't know, have we actually seen this ever? Like before? Like, is this a new thing?
It's pretty new to me.
I was gonna say it's new to me, but yeah, it makes sense too because it might be enough to extend the fight. Renegade taking quite a few hits here. has to flicker out. They're gonna jump in. Edward goes in with a flicker himself, and now the breakout of the fight. Edward in trouble as King Kong gets the first blood. Still looking for more as well in the mid lane. Kirk goes down, but there's the clap back from Yue. But here's Super Prince. Does Yue get away? There's the flicker in. Not able to cap it out because of the shield through.
That is disrespect. Did you see how Super Prince got his real manipulation before you did?
Yeah.
And all throughout, the Beast just coming in, getting the job done, taking the turtle for Fnatic Onyx. I'm still not over it. I'm like, wait, why isn't you? Oh, it's because he's still at level 3.
Still at level 3. And that's honestly, anytime there's a Valentina, that's always the I guess it's the way of like showing the flex in a way, because usually you get that level 4 early on.
Oh,
Bruce gonna go ahead and go with a defensive kick. But
oh no! What? Wait,
flickers out,
no,
but he might be able to escape. Does he actually pull this off? Even after the blunder, he still survives, Leo.
The Bruiser walks. The Bruiser walks. 9 out of 10 times you fail a flicker like that,
You're done.
you're done.
Not today for the Bruiser.
You put your phone down.
Yeah, man. Good thing he did that time, but good that he gets out with his life. So things are still pretty calm and even here. Again, equal across the board, really.
3 minutes in, macro-wise, Aurora keeping up with Fnatic Onyx aggression. It's costing the Sonics, though. Given how deep in
Yeah.
Brusco is going with very little returns as far as anything on the map is concerned. Just 500 gold is what Fnatic Onyx claim from that, especially since they did score the first turtle. Let's talk about this gold lane matchup. Lunox versus Harith, the gold standard versus the next standard. At what point do you think the Harith is going to be, you know what, I don't care.
I don't care.
You jump in. Because look, Kelra is on a flicker. So he's the more aggressive one.
Yeah.
When is Doming gonna say, no, you can't do this to me, Kelra?
You know what? I think after what we've seen Domeng do throughout the playoffs, he's almost willing to go toe-to-toe with Kelra.
Immediately.
Yeah, flicker or not, or lead or not, or wherever he's at, I think Domeng has really gained a form of like confidence, if you will, throughout the playoffs. And he's just got so much better over the season. There's a toss-up through, real world manipulation, and Kirk out of the picture so quickly. Turtle still for the taking here, started up by Aurora with member down. Looks like FNOP just gonna call it off.
Oh, actually, FNOP is going to call for Grand Theft Purple as King Kong takes away DK's purple buff. And now Brusco gets the kick.
Whoa. Brusco kicks again. He's been struggling, you know, this is the thing. He does survive most of the time, but now look at the top side. Kelro might be in trouble here. Drop it down, hold on through. Still gonna be surviving though. UA doesn't have the real world inflation. So that looks like all they get here.
Well, I'll be damned, Joseph. You were right. As early as it takes, the next standard, Doming, Chandel Mundo, going into his first grand finals and his first world championship later on this year, is ready to step toe-to-toe with Kelra.
Man, between those two gold laners, you know, between the entire team, there's so many good points here of history, so many good stories leading into even now for the grand final, and then later on for M6.
And look at that gold lead now that Doming has got for himself. 600 up on Kelra. Demon Guy catches King Kong.
Oh, he's not going to catch up with the Spear of Alpha, though, but King Kong could be in trouble now. So Sever not going to be enough as he goes down again. Brusco going in with a kick. Mid lane, still the focus here. Super Prince holding on to the real world manipulation. Doming, where's he going for Kirk? There's the real world manipulation from Super Prince on the defense, so they're able to disengage.
The hunter becomes the hunted. Suddenly, Fnatic Onyx doing evasive maneuvers. Kelra in trouble, working on that tier 1 up top. Not gonna get stopped. Super Prince in the flank.
The Prince is there. They're gonna go for Renegade. Renegade quite low. Already getting that brilliance out too. Domeng might give this one a go. Trying to find Kelra, Edward, and Yue joining the fight as well. But they don't have enough push on in. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Demon Kite. King Kong gets payback as he picks up a kill on Demon Kite, and they'll pick up the tier 1 on the top side for Aurora.
Cross map feint by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. It does cost them a tier 1 up top, but a kill on Demon Kite, that's gotta mean something. Fnatic Onyx, so far, they don't look as dominant as they did all season long. It looks like now Aurora have their number. It seems like Aurora have figured out how to get into position first before Fnatic Onyx make a play for anything.
That's the thing, you cannot deny the amount of improvement that Aurora has had as a team, the way they've adjusted just in the playoffs alone, right? I mean, let's be honest, people were doubting them in the regular season, and now they're going toe-to-toe with the team that had the best record for the regular season. They're holding it together. Looks like they're gonna go for the turtle. There it is. King Kong, though, he'll clean up the turtle, but the fight's gonna break out. King Kong gets taken out. The spear of Demon Kite will be able to find a Super Prince, and they're still looking for more as Kirk in trouble. But they go in trying to turn the tide of the fight. They toss him over. Kelra's out too. It's a wipeout for Aurora.
At the cost of just the turtle, Aurora walk away with quite the bargain. I haven't seen Fnatic on it get wiped out like that in quite a while.
It's been a while. It's been a country minute, man, at this point.
I'd reckon longer. An Infinix instant replay here. Once again, started off strong. And I think just by the principle of being in position first and dropping your key spells before Fnatic on it can even respond. King Kong, dare I say, let loose. He got too focused on taking the turtle that the long term of that team fight, the outcome, the follow through, became an afterthought. And that's very rare in Fnatic on it.
Yeah, he went for that turtle, and this is going back to the question earlier here. Domeng's online, man. He's so confident. He's so ready to fight in these battles. But whether that's around UA's box, and even UA himself, I mean, talk about his performance throughout the playoffs and what he did even yesterday. He's doing the same thing here in Game 1.
He's just not online, Joseph. He's on lock.
He's unlocked.
He is cold, and he is a machine.
He's locked in.
2,000 gold now, Aurora. I'd reckon 2,000 times on Domeng. Alone.
It's gotta be at this point. And between him and UA, probably.
Well, he's #1 gold earned. Look at it. It's him and DK. So DK's been getting beat up, right?
Yes.
But still, that doesn't stop him from farming up. The fact is he's taking his side of the farm while King Kong is taking his time. Look, King Kong is about to take an orange buff and a small camp. Look at Aurora's map. Nothing.
Nothing to take right now, and this Lord being up here, Leo, they're in a good position.
Ush.
Whoa!
Jauh
RJ
tu
goes in with a pull! Utilizing the flicker, they're gonna go
slash.
back with a final slash.
Ooh,
Fighting through the
manipulation.
manipulation. Everybody getting knocked up
Anjir.
into the air, though.
No.
Demon Kite
Blah,
already
blah,
down. They're gonna jump back on. King Kong gets a double.
Dear God.
Possibly looking for more.
No.
The fight was started by Renegade. They want him to get away. King Kong will start up the Lord after a big win for that fight.
And in just a flash, a 3-2 trade. Fnatic Onyx Philippines saying
Boom.
not so
What, Ubi?
fast. Suddenly a conversion into a Lord, and now King Kong's gonna start stealing buffs. The beast has been unleashed. Here's the Infinix instant replay. How did that happen?
Renegade started that fight. He pulls him on in,
Blasted Brusco.
and then look at that final slash from Kirk. Really able, and then they
I
get
see it.
rid of the RWM.
That, Aurora gets knocked up, everyone tastes a fistful of Sever,
Yeah.
and that's an HP-based damage, ladies and gentlemen. The more you lose out of that, the more it hits you. That's why King Kong suddenly got a double, triple out of nowhere.
It's a cone too, so everybody all stacked up like that. That's just easy pickings for any Suyo.
Was that the hold or the I'd reckon it was the hold.
Had to be again. That type of fight, Fnatic Honor Philippines is gonna feel good about it.
And because of that, King Kong now 1,500 up on Demon Kite. Next up on the to-do list for Fnatic Onyx, fix that whole Kelra Dominant situation.
Yeah. At that point, though, I think they're happy enough with this slight swing. I mean, this Lord's gonna be cleared up. You know, Rora will hold on to the base turrets, the shields, and everything else, but it shows that even when they were down, Fnatic Honor Philippines is willing to go that fight.
Forgive me, my king, for speaking ill of you. It was not that you did not see through to the follow-up. It's just you were planning way ahead than my puny mind could consider. But, all right, forgive me if I can't let go of the situation. Renegade started the fight, right?
He did.
3 dudes died.
He did.
He didn't.
He did. Yeah. The Hitman got away. But yeah, he called that. And you know, you can't even, when you look at that fight and it started up by Renegade like that, that's a good move. But unfortunately, a big part of the damage was lost when UA's real-world manipulation was no more.
Well, 4 out of 5 times, it's the best move.
Yeah.
It just so happened that the 1 out of 5, Yua died, Dominic wasn't ready to dance, and they got knocked up by the Lord.
Yeah.
And that was all for Fnatic Onyx to just take from. You were right, Joseph. It was all Yua, it was all Doming, and you take those 2 out of the equation, Aurora can't step toe to toe. At least with Fnatic Onyx, who is now in control. Up almost 2,000 gold, approaching the 12-minute mark. The next Lord spawning in the lower quarter, about 40 seconds from now, is enhanced. I reckon if Fnatic gets this, they're inside the base.
Yeah, they're going to be knocking on the base turrets for sure. You can kind of see too, you know, getting a glimpse of the player cams, that Aurora also probably kind of trying to reset after that. You know, trying to get mentally prepared for this next objective in about 20 seconds here. Looking at the items though, there's a Divine Glaive picked up now by UA as well.
That, and the gap is closed between Doming and Kelra. So suddenly, this is just net gain for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah.
It's just 1,500 across the board.
Across the board right now too. You saw even for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they were able to pick up some key items. Prolific Roar here on King Kong, so if he gets another shot and a Soul Sever like that, or even the Queller, like it's going to do enough poke damage towards Aurora. You can see some of the pushing that King Kong's doing across the map right now, so the Lord up for grabs.
Quick tap on the Surge allows him to rotate faster than you can say Surge into the mid lane, clear that up, and get in position for the dance. Over the course of the past week, we've evolved from just shuffling into straight on dancing.
I was going to say, we're back to the dance, right?
And you don't even need like a hero like Rafaela or Lolita or Estes to make this last. Like, teams are just getting better at controlling Lord's damage output.
It's definitely an evolution, I would say. You know, like, it's not the same old Lord dance anymore. It's a new tune.
It's a new era
It is a new era.
of MLBB, and these two teams right here putting on a showcase, a clinic for MLBB esports that are not playing. Here we go.
Press it. Brusco goes in with a kick. King Kong will get the Lord, but they look like they still want to fight. Brusco could be in trouble, just sacrificing his body. But Renegade will go for the pull on King Kong. They're still trying to hold him at bay. He's able to escape for now. Kirk goes with a final slash to disengage. A good usage of the final slash from Kirk.
The young buck coming in clutch, saving what's left of his team, as Fnatic Onyx still secures the Lord, but just by the skin of their teeth. Almost look perfect if you ask me for Brusco's kick, but Aurora's so fast on the punish, and you think Fnatic Onyx can do better to like get back on track and say, you know what, maybe we have to choose our targets. Maybe whoever Brusco kicks, Kirk you hit with a final slash. A -1 here in the situation would be best. Look at this. Look at the collapse. King Kong. Ooh.
He's going all the way around, looking to cut off.
They don't know. They don't know.
Domeng or someone. Final slash going to be used. King Kong waiting patiently. Domeng goes into the bush. Might be in trouble. King Kong will get away. Salmon Force going to be used already. Edward goes down. Trying to disengage here for Aurora. Renegade still has an immortality. Takes a shot from the Queller from King Kong. Kelra goes down though. Setups from Demon Kite comes forward. Brusco able to get away for now. Domeng might be on the hunt looking for more. The trade, the 1 for 2. Again, King Kong with the Queller shot to keep Domeng at bay.
Final slash deterrent on cue by Kirk, the young buck, pushing back Aurora, giving Fnatic Onyx still a small victory. Again, 2 for the price of 1, but if it's the gold standard here, I'd still be a little skittish about that. I'm not too happy, but the map is blue, and that means the Sonics are still in control.
They're in control right now, holding on to a very small lead at that point. The items too, I mean, even for Kelra, you know, he's getting to where he needs to be. It's just, eventually these fights are going to break out into that push and pull, and we're already seeing a glimpse of it. The one thing that really stands out to me, though, for Fnatic on the Philippines lineup is how much options they have to either start the fight or disengage it. Like, they have so many things they can do where they can just stop Aurora from being overly aggressive and moving forward.
And that's what's explaining why that fight lasted the way it did. It was about a minute of push and pull and back, and I think as soon as Fnatic Onyx see that Doming dropped his Salmon Force, that's half of the solution. The other half is the real manipulation, which caused that kill on Kelra. So if Aurora are able to hide the fact that maybe these ults aren't ready yet, or maybe we pop one early and then force FNAP to react a certain way, then they can get back on track.
The old team fight dance. Brusco using Seal. It's going to be heard, going to be seen, so I don't think you get anything out of that.
10 seconds until another Lord spawns, lower quarter. Joseph, do you notice what old Super Prince takes?
Yeah, right now he's taking Renegades. He's got the offender, right?
Something tells me that might not be the best.
I think he just wants to... Does he still have it? Gotta get. Okay, he does still have it. He's got the I'm offended. He's going with that.
Maybe that's one way to force some ult from Aurora. But I'm guessing they needed something that has a little bit more finishing power, a little bit more oomph, some instant gratification. So maybe find a way to get Edwards, get Ewis.
He's going around the corner. There's the flicker in. They're going to be focusing on Kirk. Kirk's already out of the picture, and Brusco's going to be next. 2 down, but Super Prince on the backside already used it as well. Kalra popping out the damage on you and the Lord.
Whoosh.
It's going to go to King
Ah,
Kong. He's able to grab it and get killed. 4 down for Aurora and a big objective for FNOC.
It was the right ult all along. A 2 for 4. Fnatic Onyx frontliners take the fall for the bigger picture, the greater good. And now Fnatic Onyx knocking in through their doors, mid and bottom.
Reda J in trouble. Immortality, but there's the Queller from King Kong again. And that's going to be enough to cap out the game as Fnatic Onyx takes the first game in the series.
Never caught slacking. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, some way, somehow, always in control. Despite the odds, despite the difficult situations, despite the swings in net worth. What do they feed these athletes in their boot camp?
I don't know, man, but talk about the patience as well for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. This is why they have achieved what they have up to this point. Great showing here. This was a very close game for the most part.
Could have sworn Aurora had it. The early was theirs. I wonder what our analysts in the Infinix game combined think.
I was actually thinking the exact same thing. It looked really good for Aurora there for a minute. Even in the fight they were supposed to lose, Onyx just kept going.
Yeah, it looks like that was a statement from both of these two teams. Drafting-wise, Aurora was able to handle the Lunox up until they couldn't. Kelra was struggling to teamfight for a majority of the game, and they were stopping the rotations that Fnatic Onyx Philippines wanted to do, but then FNOC got to crawl back. This is going to be a more closely contested grand finals than a lot of people probably thought.
Yeah, and when it mattered most, you saw Keller just dominate, kill Doming in the right time when Aurora was focusing up on Kirk and Brusco.
Yeah.
And just the last clash, King Kong, man. King Kong, the regular season MVP, the beast.
Yeah, that's why he showed he's a regular season MVP. He just stood there, he waited, was able to deal damage. The retribution of Demon Kite was early, and King Kong got it.
Absolute genius. And again, it doesn't always need to be Onyx Philippines in the lead, right?
Yeah.
They play from a deficit even in the exact same way, shape and form, and they actually take the wins.
Yeah. And one thing we have to talk about when it comes to King Kong here is that he was actually the long lane manager. They were playing a 4-1 split for majority of the game.
He was cutting top.
He was cutting top. He was cutting bot. Wherever the Lord is, that's where he's not, because he's clearing the minion wave away from it, and then he'll come join in the Lord fight. That shows the trust and the chemistry of Fnatic Onyx Philippines to tell their jungler manage that wave, will manage the Lord.
Yeah, and it goes to show that the mobility of Suyo is just really unparalleled, unmatched. King Kong really doing a lot during this game, and even down to the third turtle, where in Aurora, you thought Aurora had the driver's seat there, they were in control. But during the first Lord dance like this, the kick coming in from Brusco and the counter attack coming in from Fnatic Onyx was too much. Luckily, the knockup was there from the Lord as well.
The
And
knockup of the Lord helped, and there, early retry by Demon Kite.
This is what I was going to talk about. In the first 30 seconds of the fight, it looked like Aurora has won. So,
Yeah.
okay, they look like they're going to win. But what happens in the later parts where it's just Fnatic Onyx taking these kills at the very least, at the very end?
One thing we have to discuss here is the Brave Smite on this Valentina. Remember, Brave Smite has that 5% heal with a skill hit happening every 5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But she also has her Primal Force passive, wherein if she hits someone that is lower level than her, she heals back 30% of the damage dealt. Usually, that's the EXP laner and the roamer. That's why Super Prince isn't afraid to poke in the front, because he knows that, hey, I have my Brave Smite, I have my passive, there's a good chance when I hit them with my skills, I'll be getting health back if I am brought down.
And I think he built the Blood Wings a bit earlier as well. Making sure that you were able to stay in the fight longer, help out, Primal Wrath when you need to, and send for your team.
Yeah, and this was considering the fact that in 12-minute mark, Yue was actually the highest damage dealt for the whole game.
Right.
So doing this up against that was amazing. So the play here for Fnatic Onyx was during those times, crucial clashes, it was really Kirk who stepped up, just making sure that the real world manipulation wasn't really utilized during those crucial moments.
Yeah. And we really have to give props here to Aurora because their draft looks like it was played with the idea that Keller will probably end up with the Lunox. The last pick into the Ruby, of course, picking that into the Lunox. I get it now. Every team fight, once that real world manipulation is dropped down, Keller is almost always inside of it. The one time he wasn't was the team fight that Fnatic Onyx Philippines won right there in the end, where he was able to flicker Brilliance and then Shadow Assault in.
We were talking about like Kelra earlier off cam. We're talking about how his kit might actually be problematic after the Brilliance felt like quite vulnerable, right? But you know what? It didn't rely so much on Kelra. The team fights actually revolved more around Kirk getting a good set and King Kong and Super Quick just giving the bomb.
And there was even a time when Fnatic Onyx got the Lord and there was a supposed to be counter-attack from Aurora, but Kirk with an amazing final slash flicker from Edward's Earth Shatter. That was so clutch.
Yeah, early on in the game, I could tell like Kirk was forcing a few decisions here and there, quite shaky. But then, I don't know, I think this is the chemistry of the super fan telling them, yo, young buck, chill out, relax, we got you. And then he was able to get that final slash to bring Fnatic Onyx Philippines in a little bit of a closer, more comfortable situation for themselves.
And again, it's always when Aurora just is about to get that win in the team fight that it happens. So throw it over to a special analyst we have here. Look who he is.
A surprise comeback performance coming out from the Super family as they take game number 1 against Aurora MLBB. Once again, welcome back to the Stand. But we're not done with surprises yet. As we introduce you, Coach Wolf from TNC. Coach Wolf, how are you doing?
Woo! Feels like home. Feels like home.
Do you miss it? Do you miss
I
it?
miss it a lot. And special thanks to everyone who welcomed me here as well. And to those who are howling today. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now we are going to be talking about what happened in game number 1, and I need your professional insights on this. We have prepared a lot of statistics for you. First of all, now we look at the goal graph here. Wolf, I know you've been fighting against Aurora and FNOP for in the past few weeks. Can you tell me what happened in this game?
So if you're gonna look at the composition that Aurora was that Aurora deployed, it was a box type strategy with the Alpha, the Hired, which usually spikes around the 8-minute mark. As you saw, third turtle, we saw their dominance. They won that box fight. However, because of maybe the positioning coming up from Fnatic, they were able to bring it back. They were able to find for lack of a better term, split pushes around the map, which didn't really look like an actual split, but more of like a a macro win that they got from the map.
Yeah, it was kind of working.
Macro win that they got from the map.
Yeah, it was kind of working in the mid game. Like if you look at the the power spike 8-minute mark, because up against Harith and Asuoyi, I don't think it's enough, especially coming to the late game.
Yeah, the thing with Harith as well as Alpha is you definitely need to get third turtle and then eventually the first lord for you to be able to control the game. But they lost the first lord, and I think that's where everything went badly for Aurora.
Yeah, it was very obvious as you see in the damage dealt comparison graph. Like FNOP in the first few minutes, they weren't dealing the same amount of damage that Aurora was outputting from their side. But after a few minutes, especially after the the second Lord, that's where their lineup composition went angry. They were like, it's their timing now, and they were dealing more damage over the side of Aurora MLBB.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is a bug, but nothing happened at 12-minute mark. But if you look back at the game, that's where you realize that Fnatic Onyx decided to avoid fights because they know that was the power spike of Aurora. You don't want to fight in Aurora's power spike. You have to just wait for your items. I think they were waiting for the fourth item or third item for Kelra. Yeah, for him to be able to burst it down like the Lunox bomb / Ruby DD combo. I think they waited for that power spike, then they fought afterwards.
Yeah, I mean it's very obvious. Like in the 9-minute and 11-minute mark, Fnatic Onyx were really avoiding Aurora MLBB here, and because of the fact that again timing is a big importance in this specific game, especially on the side of Aurora MLBB. When they picked up the War Axe at the port 10, the Alpha was able to move around the map. 721 was the Feather of Heaven and Harriet, so that was the the key moment for Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, look at that. 12 minutes 20 for both King Kong and Kelra. They will get their third important item, Lightning Torsion for Kelra, so that when he jumps with a Ruby DD combo, you really, technically speaking, one-hit anyone on the side of Aurora. And then if you combine the Malefic Roar for King Kong, that's a lot of burst in the team fights.
Yeah, late game was, very, very big for FNOP here with the Malefic Roars, even the defensive items like the Twilight Armor, the Athena Shield, and also the Immortalities. They just didn't have enough damage to deal. Aurora MLBB didn't have enough damage to deal with the lineup of FNOP, especially on the late game. It was an amazing game number 1 for sure, and we are going to be witnessing more games in this finals. Again, it's a best of 7 grand finals.
We want a best of 10.
We want a best of 10, but it's just best of 7. Before we head on to game number 2, let's throw you over to Mara Aquino.
Dito sa MPL Arena, we got the wildest fans! Kasama natin dito mula sa Cebu Pacific ang ating mga organizers at ang ating mga piloto. O, di ba? O, introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Jem, Gold Lane Shoutcaster.
Who's Shoutcaster?
Yeah, All Disciple Explanation.
Karn, Southcaster, Jungler.
Ian Snookmeister, mid laner and team leader ng Bumakers.
Guarded nga, so EXP leader ng Bubak.
Ralph Barbosa, Rover.
So we heard that Cebu Pacific held a tournament para sa kanilang mga employees. How did it go?
It was fun and enjoyable memories. No? Since September, 32 teams compete, but only one wins.
Only 32! Only 1-1, and that's them! Ito ang ating mga piloto na, okay, kamusta naman yung tournament? Kamusta siya?
It was fun and intense. Kasi kami sa rank game lang kami lagi naglalaro before. So at least nagkaroon ng tournament ng Cebu Pacific na share namin yung talent namin saka yung lakas namin maglaro.
Sige, lakas ng Pinas, lakas ng Cebu Pacific.
Back-to-back champ nga pala kami.
Yes!
Season 1, Season 2.
Best hero, ano yung hero?
Kami si Sushi.
Hero.
Bene, SB.
So lagi bang nag-hold ng tournament ng Cebu Pacific?
Yes po. Every year,
Ang galing naman sa pag lumilipat kayo, nag-ML din ba kayo?
Di ba? Bawal.
Bawal yun, bawal. Okay, ito naman, who are we rooting for here? Ang Fnatic Manic Philippines or Aurora MLBB? Sino ang gusto natin manalo?
Let's go on it!
Let's go! See, like they're gonna be representing the country for M6 World Championship sa Malaysia. Sige nga, bilang back-to-back champ, anong gusto mong sabihin sa ating mga representatives?
For both teams, let's do our best at patunayan natin na Pinas pa rin ang malakas.
Pinas lang, malakas! And now, pupunta na tayo sa ating MPL playground with Odin. So sabay-sabay natin sabihin pasok, alright? 3, 2, 1, Odin, pasok!
We're back at the MPL Playground. This is your very own Odin. At habang nagaganap dyan ang Grand Finals sa loob, naganap din ang Grand Finals ng Infinix Fancy Cluban. Kasama ko ngayon ang very first Grand Champion, the Cavalry! Hello guys! Ayan, before tayo papasok sa match ng inyong Grand Finals, ano yung mindset o nararamdaman nyo?
Masaya po, walang kakaba-kaba.
Coming from a sweep yesterday, na-sweep nyo ulit ang Smart Omega ngayon. So ano naman ang nararamdaman nyo ngayon? Anong overall experience nyo dito sa ating Infinix Fancy Cluban?
Masaya po na excited kasi kahit di kami masyado nakapag-practice, nakuha pa rin namin yung championship.
At ngayon, mag-uwi kayo ng medal, ng inyong trophy, meron din silang GT20 Pro. At ngayon, gusto ko naman kayo tanungin kung ano ang prediction nyo for today's Grand Finals ng MPLPA Season 14. Sinong mananalo at anong score?
Onyx po, 4-0 po sa akin. Fanatic Onyx po, 4-2. Fanatic Onyx po, 4-2 rin po. Fanatic Onyx, 4-0. FNOP po, 4-0.
Alam natin kung sino ang sinusuportahan ngayon ng The Cavalry dito sa MPL Playground. Kaya naman, tingnan na muna natin kung ano bang masasabi ng iba pa natin kasama dito. Ano po ang inyong pangalan?
Ako po si Brent. Ako si Barry.
Sino ang champion nyo for MPL Season 14?
Of course, Fanatic Onyx Philippines sa score na 4-2. FNOP, 4-3.
Sino ang mananalo ng championship sa MPL S14?
Aurora. Aurora. 4-3. Aurora.
4-0, Aurora.
Oh,
Sino ang champion sa MPL PH S14?
Onyx.
Aurora. Oh, magkaiba sila. Ano ang score prediction nyo?
4-1.
4-2? 4-1 in favor Onyx, 4-2 in favor Aurora. At narinig nyo na nga ang predictions ng ating mga kasama dito sa MPL Playground. Sa mga team bahay naman dyan, pwede pa kayong humabol dahil we have an Infinix Watch Party kasama ang paborito niyo talents na si Brigida at Burrito. Hatid sa inyo yan ng Infinix kaya pumunta na kayo sa Pop-Up Katipunan. At hindi na rin ako makapaghintay kung ano nga bang magiging resulta ng ating Grand Finals. Kaya naman balik na muna sa inyo guys.
There you go, our very own Odin, giving us the down low, downstairs in the MPL playground.
Yeah, happy for the Cavalry. Able to win a trophy, their community trophy with the first ever Infinix Fancy Club.
Yeah, and they also got phones each.
Yeah,
One
and
each.
5,000 diamonds.
And 5,000 diamonds. So yeah.
Sheesh.
If you've ever wanted an Infinix phone, maybe you should have played.
Why didn't we set up a 5-man?
Why didn't we set up a 5-man?
Yeah, there should be a 9th team there. MPL Philippines Talent.
They're the winningest right now. Those are really good phones. So right now, obviously, we're very happy that at least you guys also get a chance to watch. And of course, don't forget to also feel the power with every tap from the smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid, your postpaid accounts. You can buy promos, you can pay your bills, and all of that is now all in one app. You can use that, scan that QR code right there, and unlock the next level gaming with your smart app. And of course, if you've ever wanted to experience the World Championships live on site, we also got you covered. All you gotta do is gather a 5-man squad and watch out for the Road to M6 that's happening on Nationwide Tournament. And more information is gonna be available for that on the MPL Philippines Facebook page, YouTube, and TikTok. Check it out, and again, bring your friends, and you can get a chance to it's all expense paid. Your hotel paid, your hotel, your flight,
Food.
your accommodate, your food,
Everything.
everything. All you just gotta do is just be there.
Yeah.
And win.
In Malaysia, by the way.
Yeah. But you gotta win
But
first.
you gotta win first. So that's all you need to do. Just win. And again, if you're like Mythic Glory 1,000 points, you're probably good
You're
shape.
probably safe. You're probably at
Yeah.
least a grand final secured for that.
Probably
one.
take it,
Yeah.
right?
You know, it's cool. Like, I remember in MDL Philippines Season 4, like, the biggest team there was all about, like, regional prize from all
Yeah.
over the Philippines. Now it's like we're going to do that again, but this time with a big prize of flying out with your friends to experience the M6 World Championship.
That's cool. No biggie. Like, it's just free tickets. No free hotels.
Yeah.
But just kidding.
And you get to meet
Obviously,
your idols also.
Yeah.
yeah, if you want to register for that, go to the NPLPH socials, okay? Alright, so before we hit the next game, let's check out what's happening. We're also going to get a bit of a preview of one of the watch parties that are happening all around the Philippines and all around the world today. And that is, I think, at Infinix Watch Party in the pop-up in Katipunan. Renmar's favorite spot.
Before. That's his era,
his
bro.
era.
That's his era.
Okay, good point. So we have a bit of a video showing what's happening there right now.
Hello, MPL!
Hello!
Wala man kami ni Burrito dyan sa venue ay never kaming mapupomo.
Dahil kasama namin ang marami pang MPL fan dito sa Pop-Up Katipunan. MPL fans, magingay!
Damang-dama talaga namin ang suporta para sa ating mga kupunan. At kasama natin dito, ang mga Sonic!
Aba, syempre hindi magpapatalo ang mga Aurora!
Sobrang hype na namin dito, guys. Nakikita nyo naman. Kaya naman gusto namin pasalamatan ng MPL and its official tournament phone, Infinix GT20 Pro, for mounting this watch party para sa ating mga taga-North.
Mula Greenson hanggang Pop-Up at sa iba pang mga watch party sa buong Pilipinas, let's hashtag experience victory like never before.
Sabay-sabay tayo, guys! Hashtag!
Lakas ng Pinas!
You know what's really cool about that? I will
That's so
admit.
cool.
I love it because that's one of the places I go to if I want to watch like wrestling,
Right.
And there's a lot of crossover between wrestling communities and the MLBB esports community here in the Philippines. There are a few dudes I saw there like, I watched wrestling with those guys.
I know those
One
guys.
guy was acknowledging the OTC. So I love it. I love that this season especially we've been closer to the community ever than before.
That's true.
Even down to the grassroots. I mean, MDL, first off, finally has a regional qualifier. So we're just extending literally our reach to all around the country. So yeah,
And
it's cool.
And I personally love that all of those guys that you saw are both fans of Aurora and both fans of Honor.
Yeah, they're really not biased at all.
Zero bias whatsoever. We're heading into the drafting phase right now. We got blue side picked here by Aurora with a 64% win rate. I think that got bumped up a little bit since yesterday. And I gotta say, it does feel like they could do something about that. What about the first pick though?
Ooh, we all know Aurora though. Matilda's open, and they've been securing Matilda first pick for Renegade, so let's see.
Sorry, it's actually banned out by Why Not.
Yeah.
Second ban.
Oh, again.
So it's Suyo.
However, this sets up Fnatic Onyx Philippines for going for an early Harith. When you take out the Harith, it's a little bit better to fight. When you take out the Lo Yi, excuse me, it's a little bit better to fight as the Harith. And at the same time, if I'm FNOP, they can just go ahead and steal away the Valentina as well. But FNOP, one of their best picks has been this Gata Kaja, and Eve is making a fierce comeback to the meta.
Becoming the mage of choice here.
Yeah.
For both of our teams so far in the grand finals.
And remember, Super Friends 4-0 with this hero going into this grand finals.
So like right now, Aurora, they can actually secure one of the specialties of doming when it comes to the gold lane. Let's see. Because a while ago, he did pick... What did he pick again a while ago? He did pick a Harith. And this time, I think he could go for the Moscow.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously the hero pick earlier for Lunox did the job, but it wasn't like what I was expecting as well.
Yeah.
There's the Harif, obviously a lot easier for doming. And on the other side,
Ooh,
this is what we're talking about.
Yeah, early Rafa pickup. This means Fnatic Onyx Philippines might actually have to commit a ban onto the Alpha later on.
Yep.
But then one hero that actually still pairs well with a Rafaela, and we haven't seen this combination yet, it's the Bane, which we've already seen Aurora dish out. And Bane into the Eve means that, well, both teams just don't want to fight under two big ultimates. It sets up for the Harith. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines have to watch out for that.
But there's already a Suyo for Demon Kite.
They
yes,
can't
excuse
combo
me. Sorry, I
it.
got a little bit too excited about that.
Unless gold lane Suyo.
No.
Just kidding.
I think
Just kidding.
Leo's
You
the
know
one who
me.
got excited with the Bane
I like
idea.
the
Yeah,
joke
no,
around.
like I was playing ranked with Leo earlier, so you know. Okay, so they go for the Nolan here, strong burst pick. Usually with lineups like these, you will need one burst because you don't have the -1 crowd control. What you do get is the -1 burst delete. But Fnatic Onyx Philippines needs to layer their damage properly because if that burst doesn't get a kill, they'll just heal through it and then they lose the fracture of the Nolan already.
And again, if you have a Nolan trying to catch up, that's not a Nolan that you want to see, right? We saw a bit of that yesterday where the Nolan fractures were barely scratching the opposition. So you're gonna have to play upbeat here
There's
early
the
on.
Phoebus. Okay, they take out the Phoebus from Edward. I have a feeling, is this Rafaela really just like the response to the Eve and
Yes.
the Gata Kacha? It seems like it.
It feels like it, right?
Yeah, it's not really anymore just them setting up for, because I was thinking, are they setting up for something like an X-board, the
combo.
EXP lane?
Right.
Yeah, but that's not gonna do well. They're gonna need something like a Terizla, something really tanky in their EXP in the hands of Edward, with the Edith gone and the playmaking Arlot's gone, Phoebus is gone as well.
Yeah, Terizla looks like the prime pick in this specific scenario. High loss is not touched yet.
Oh, high loss would be okay. Actually, you just need another hero that can pack a little bit of healing. That's another idea that you can go for, which also means that the Benedetta Revitalize might actually be open here if they really want to cut through the formation of Fnatic Onyx Philippines with the real-world manipulation.
Ooh.
But however, again, that is risky because you're up against a Gata Kacha.
They were reading into it as well.
Yeah.
You know what? Benedetta. You talk about Benedetta. Who do we use to pair up with Benedetta before? Edward. Season 11. Season 12.
Season 7. That's
Way
that
back,
far back.
way back, far back.
Yeah, that's why we call them Edward Salon. So right now, they still take out the Tigreal, so they're not they're not quite sure if this Gatotkacha would go to the XP or the roam, because we've seen it yesterday being flexed to the XP.
Here
in the
it
hands of
is.
Flapteasy, and here it is.
We've been looking for this Beatrix since game 1.
Yeah.
Finally makes an appearance here for Kelra.
They're running out of EXP laners that they can pick to actually build a big enough dent to mess with the Bea, to mess with the Eve. This, weirdly enough, needs to be an EXP lane that can deal a respectable amount of damage while being tanky. Problem is, they're up against a Gatotkacha and potentially another formation-breaking set-up EXP laner that has a Fnatic on it. Philippines, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the hands of Legend Zero, Mr. Consistent Edward in this one.
You're gonna have to keep in mind that the Eve as well is crowd control immune. So
You go to Rizla.
heroes like Rizla actually don't affect the Eve that much, especially in the clutch.
Yeah.
But they have no choice, I think, at this point.
Yeah, they needed some tankiness. They get the Valentina for Yue. The EXP lane here, still flexible, is this Gatotkacha. They can go for Show EXP, something that Fnatic Onyx Philippines has done before, or the Ruby for Kirk. Let's see what they're gonna end up going for. You see them weighing their options right now, because I wouldn't want to go like Grok here. They can go Kaja Beatrix, actually. Since they already have the Gatotkacha, they could
And
put
it's,
the,
and it's a good counter for Suyu.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Lots of options.
So many options here, and again, that's why they're taking their sweet time with this one. Trying to weigh it out. See who might need more protection, and who might, if they might go for a full-on engage.
Ooh!
Oh, Franco!
Franco for
Nice.
Brusco.
Not what I expected.
Same idea with the Kaja.
Yeah, same idea with the Gaja.
Yeah, that's
the
suppressed.
Just harder.
That suppress is actually gonna be insta-locking onto the Suyo 100% of the time.
I think the idea with that is if they gave the Kaja would have had a chance to be able to still get away, dash away. The Franco, if ever Yue wants to get the ultimate of the Franco, he's stuck there. He will have to take damage.
Yeah, and I think at this point, just wait it up.
Yeah, the Beatrix Franco combination once again. I'm just excited how Fnatic Onyx gonna pull this off.
We are on game number 2, ladies and gents, and the match is getting even hotter. Throw it over to Leo and Nice.
The Bruiser bringing back an old favorite. There's the Franco. When was the last time you saw Franco?
Oh man, the last time. Honestly, I just think it's
Welcome
maybe an
to
international
Mobile
stage.
Legends.
I don't think we've seen him this season, have we?
This is another
Season
hero.
14? I think it's another hero added to the list here.
Still catching up though. That's just me missing the utility jungler meta. Welcome to game 2. It's the grand finals. Fnatic Onyx Philippines facing off against Aurora. Last game just lasted underneath 18 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was still a very manageable duration game. But now,
Whoosh.
with this new hero, I wonder if Aurora was ready for it.
I don't, you know, it's a good question because I don't think a lot of people probably were thinking about this. I would have loved to heard. I know, you guys got a glimpse of Wolf is here. He loves to do his predictions. I wonder if he even predicted this because I think he's over on the Filipino stream. But with that being said, yeah, you're gonna have this kind of play a part, and it's probably so where you didn't want to give too many of those options of mobility to Yue because of the fact that he's playing the Valentina here again, and he's got some options now. What he wants to take. It could even be an Avatar of the Guardian, but at some point in the game, it's mostly going to be the real world manipulation himself. But I think one of the things here that could play to the advantage of Fnatic Onyx Philippines is, yes, Kirk on the Gatotkacha. We know how good this hero has been, and the Revitalize. So that's always something that Aurora has to keep in mind, especially if they try to actually take out Kirk.
And it's going to be difficult to take out Kirk alone. If anything, it's Kirk who's going hunting, and Aurora who's constantly shifting their zone, shifting their box. That penalty zone, that Zaman force, it's going to constantly change, and luckily they have the tools. I'm loving the heel man. I'm loving the Rafaela on Renegade. It's a very different flavor compared to how he was looking for fights with the Ruby earlier. Here, he's controlling the flow of battle. He's saying, all right, we heal up here. They can't come close. We're going to Holy Baptism over here. And with his first turtle up, let's see how Edward can reach level 4 first. And then maybe, hold on.
There it is. There's the hook. Iron hook on Renegade. He flickers out defensively. Super Prince set up that box. Still the fight for the turtle. Yue's got his own real world manipulation. He's going to drop it down. Kirk taking a couple shots. Edward might still go. Try to get the kill. Has the passive, but there's Kirk. First blood in the hands of Yue, plus the objective to Aurora.
That box is too mighty and it's too large. Not only can they steal it with UA's IMU, but again, you have to consider the Zaman Force, you gotta consider Edward.
Yep.
And it came into play, literally. You saw how, as early as Super Friends locked in the real world elimination, King Kong had to think twice, like, I can't walk in there.
Yeah.
I don't have the damage just yet.
Not only that, but you saw how important the placement was for it. You know, where Super Prince set up, it was just a little bit out of reach, right, around that turtle pit.
Just a tip.
Just the tip, basically. You know, and UA, he had the right positioning.
Well, again, that is knowing where Prince put it, so he had better information. Now going to the gold lane again, this was a interesting interaction in game one. It was clearly dominating in the early, and then, oh wait.
King Kong, okay, he's gonna get out. Fracture gonna be used too, so able to escape that one. As you were saying about the gold lane.
Yeah, earlier it was clearly Doming who was in control from the first minute to about the 10th.
Yeah.
Up until Taylor was saying, I don't care. I'm a damage dealer and I'm a sponge.
I'm gonna go for it.
Take me. Right, but now, look at this. An old flame for Kelra. Some people would argue he's the Filipino savage, all right? Let's call him that. And this plus the Franco gives him so much control over the battlefield. Like, you can't even sim certain bushes once Kelra gets hot. Oh, no!
Oh, okay, they do flicker out, but good attempt, good try to catch there. That's not going to survive. But yeah, I think that's part of it. You know, as you mentioned, that combination between the Franco and the Beatrix. Like, remember, there was a time, too, when we saw the Franco a lot, it was what? The focusing mark? Back then, that was brought up a lot of times when Franco was picked up more.
And that's when Bea was big.
Yeah.
That was, I'd say, 2022. Malaysia, MSC 2022. Right?
Yeah.
That's when those
M4 as well,
were
maybe?
inseparable. A little bit of M4 as well. Check this out. The turtle trade for the orange. King Kong one step ahead. I think Fnatic Onyx are just letting this go, but making it hard for Aurora to secure it alone. It's a 4v2 situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of bodies down there on the bot too. Demon Kite will get that second turtle of the game. So they go through some trades. That's the plan for Fnatic Onyx Philippines right now. And if anything from the last game, you know, it shows that they're willing to play the patient game if they have to.
And I think that's what they gotta do, really. But step on the clutch when it's most important.
okay.
The hook coming in from the
Nice.
booster.
Hook with the flicker. Are they able to cap out the kill? Edward will flicker. King Kong, though, gonna jump in, gets the penalty zone, and it's 2 months as UA will clean up the kill. And Edward, with the body of Smith, able to survive.
Well, I'll be damned. US stole the fracture. US put it right underneath King Kong, if I'm not mistaken. The beast gets slain.
By his own.
Not by his own hand, but
By his own
tool.
tool, basically,
Dear
right?
Lord, and this is exactly what I'm saying. Aurora have to play it controlled, disciplined, but know when to switch it up. And boy, oh boy, did they switch it up well there. Was it not Brusco started with the hook?
It was, you know, and it was a good attempt because it doesn't get better. It doesn't get much better than that. You got the hook, you flicker to the turret,
and you killed the jungler.
Yeah, like, you know, so it was a good attempt from Fnatic on the Philippines, but Aurora definitely counterplayed it.
Just shows how in sync and how well accustomed and attuned their communications are. Being the newest kid on the block, Aurora, announced as the newest franchise in Season 14, are now in the Grand Finals playing like this, making the Thunder Gods sweat. 6 minutes and a half in, about 1,000 and change up ahead. Is it just me, or is Fnatic Onyx playing for Turtle?
This time around, they might want to get this one, unless they just keep trading objectives.
It's the last one.
Last one of the game. They don't want to... I wouldn't assume they want to give 3 for 3 to Aurora, but maybe they're also just saying, we don't care.
Yeah.
It looks like that's the case here.
They're going for the perp.
Yeah, it's going to be up. Oh, they get a call, though. They actually might try to make a play.
Whoa.
They're going to try to make their way. UA has the real 1 minute
Okay.
play. He's going to get hooked by the iron hook. Demon Kite will still get the turtle, though. Brusco in trouble. UA's going to go down. They traded out for Brusco. And FNOP keeping things together in the mid lane. The 1-for-1 trade mid for the roam. And I don't know if they're going to get more. Kirk not going to catch that Unbreakable.
That's a small side grade. And throughout that whole fight, it started off with Fnatic Onyx just catching up. That was King Kong pushing that top lane and then making a beeline for the turtle fight. I mean, I think 3 out of 3. Great start for Aurora. But Fnatic Onyx not exactly out of it just yet. It's small little trades, you know? For every big haymaker from Aurora,
Yeah.
Fnatic gets like a body shot.
And I think that's why you really have to kind of look at, once we get to these lore takes and everything else, the way that Fnatic will approach those might be differently than what they did for these 3 turtles, because, you know, the itemization as well is important to them. There's a Malefic Aurora now for King Kong. Going to be working to take out some of the tankier members, and so far that's been Edward on this Terizla. They got to be able to cap him out, and they know they have to work against that passive too that keeps them healthy, plus Heal Man. So that's a lot to deal with if you're
And
FNOF.
that, I think, is the fact of the matter. Something that we don't really mention much. The fact that Renegade is controlling exactly where Aurora can go and how much of them Fnatic Onyx gets their hands on. He's at the center of every single rotation.
Yep.
He's just a stone throw away from Domeng, a little bit from Yue, and then DK, the smiling demon. He's having a great time. Just, all right, I'm gonna rotate, I'm gonna clean up.
Oh, we might see some 1v1 here.
Uh-oh.
Now King Kong doesn't want to fight it off yet. He's still behind. You know, he's a couple levels behind here at this point. Itemization-wise too, he's probably just down maybe a half item or an item or so.
Which I think is accurate, because last time I checked, the Beast was down about 2K.
Ah,
That's tough.
that is tough. Tough place to be. Whoa!
Nice.
Again, the play coming out from Russo. Gets the
Nice.
hook with the
Renegade
flicker, and he
agad.
finds Renegade. Perfect
Sakit
target,
itu.
still going back. Yo,
Ah.
there's the jump. After the
no-
Guardian
no
won't be able to
kick
find anybody. But
Okay.
they're looking still for more. Edward. UA drops down the real world manipulation to keep Fnatic Onyx at bay. But this might be a window. They're going to start with the Lord here.
Small victory for Fnatic Onyx, picking off the Hitman. Now it's a 5v4. Domeng taking the top flank. I don't know if Fnatic knows. Lord down to a fifth of its health.
Kurt not going to be able to get the flicker. Oh, Domain goes in, forcing King Kong off the Lord. They're looking to take it, and Demon Kite will get it off the play. They're still really low. Kurt, though, looking for more as Domain falls, but Demon Kite picks up Super Fritz. Kurt next on the chopping block as it's a double for DK. They get the Lord and they get some kills now. Momentum for Aurora.
A kill on the next standard is definitely something to celebrate, but if it comes at the cost of Kirk and Super Friends, I don't know if that's just a fadeaway punch, a sucker punch in a retreat anyways. Here's an instant replay brought to us by Infinix. I think they gave too much to Demon Kai, man.
Yeah, that was a great forward positioning and idea from Domeng too. You know, coming up from that angle more on the top side, enough to just force King Kong off. The Lord allowing that small window for DK to come in and actually get it, that was a great play. And so they'll further themselves, like getting these turrets now, and give them that advantage to move around the map. Lord's gonna be worked on pretty quickly, but FNOP looks to hold on to as much as they can, and it looks like they might actually hold on even to the tier 1 and mid.
Fnatic Onyx so fundamentally sound. They understand the economics of the trade, these neutral objectives, these kills even, I'd consider they thought about. If we're willing to do this,
Yeah.
so that the Lord only marches up to here, I think that's sound math to me. If I give up 2 bodies to protect tier 2 and tier 1 in mid, by all means.
Especially if they can keep it together for the next Lord fight eventually when it comes up. And you know what we haven't seen so far?
What is it?
A big AOG yet. An Avatar of the Guardian landing on multiple members.
Kirk tried. Kirk tried. I think that's one of the things you really get when you invest in Rafaela.
Yeah.
And so far, Renegade, I'd say
That little speed boost is enough.
I'd say he's about 3.5 of the fifth's way to getting a full payoff. It's good, but really we haven't seen much of a flicker, holy baptism,
Yeah.
re-engage off of a holy healing. That's what you're looking for. That's the money with a Rafaela. Look at the damage dealt here by Super Prince, the monster mage. I think the only thing that's making this more of a deceptive stat is the fact that Yue's timing is off the charts.
Yeah.
Yue is straight up muted levels of reaction. He's waiting for the real manipulation. All right, 2 seconds later.
Yeah. Just like that. That's the sound. And you know, you gotta.
It's more epic than it sounds.
It is. But you also, what else is epic is the fact that Super Prince is undefeated on this Eve.
So he's
As
just
Rick
protecting a
mentioned.
record.
Yeah. He's playing for that record to keep it at 100% right now. Picked
Edward?
it up 4 times, I believe, throughout the playoffs. UA as well. Locking this in, wants that real world manipulation for this Lord to come up. You saw that too. So the Sea Halberd was picked up. They've got that available to them to kind of deal with the heal man here.
It's the gold standard that Fnatic Onyx are waiting on. I'd reckon King Kong understands the situation. King Kong is aware. The Beast has to choose his fights very carefully. Now the Lord Dance has begun. Lord now at 3/4 health. Upper quarter spawned. Kirk looking for a taunt.
Gonna go for the reset. Penalty zone gonna be used by Edward. They drop it in. A flicker already gonna be committed, and they disengage after seeing both those real world manipulations.
Oh!
Down, Religy will get taken out. And this might be the opportunity. Kirk doesn't have the Avatar of the Guardian, but they'll set up around the Lord.
Hitman gets hit with a double tap. Kelra plus Super Prince. Enough damage to pop the Rafael, and now it's another 4v5. Remember, the last time this happened, Aurora scored the Lord. I wonder if Fnatic Onyx can fix that now.
Edward gonna hold up the front. Kirk as well. Edward less than half health. He's gonna jump in with the penalty
Nice,
zone
Edward
again.
ada.
Edward goes down. And Demon Kite gets the Lord again. Keeping Rora their hope alive for now. They'll disengage from the fight after losing Edward.
Universal truth. Suyu with a severed
sakit, man.
retribution,
Kaya
already
raw niya
very
to.
difficult to contest regardless of who started the Lord Dance. Add on top the world-class talent of a Demon Kite, the Smiling Demon, the very first MPLI champion that the Philippines ever had back in 2023 in Jakarta, Indonesia. Come on!
Come on!
Come on! Even the Beast has to consider the fact that, given he is down a large amount, that's still that's a perfect combination. They were down a man, Joseph. They were down a man.
They were down a man.
Okay,
right
ini
now.
Demon
Demon
Kite.
Kite looking to hunt down the King of the Jungle, King Kong.
no.
DK versus King Kong. Looks like he's just gonna go ahead and wave off and be like, yeah, I'll clear this out. Let him do their thing here. So Lord's already taken care of. What does Aurora actually get off this Lord take?
Okay.
Oh, there's the pole again.
Nice, Domeng dah mati. Dah tak ada mati. Okay, boleh masuk. Penalty zone pun dah tak ada.
And they collapse down. Edward on the run has Renegade speed to help him out. Demon Kite will get away as well. So even with the Avatar of the Guardian hitting three members,
betul.
they
Kalau
only
aku
get
dah masuk
one.
dah.
I couldn't name a more perfect target. It's not like there was anything Dolmen could have done. He has a flicker. And I think it was a 3 or 4 seconds cooldown when he got hit by the bite and the hook by Brusco. So that was a random penny that they just played. Oh, look at this.
That's kind of how it is.
It's a
though,
lucky
right?
pickoff.
That's Franco though. Like think about all the times we've seen Franco in competitive play.
But it's not as simple.
It's that one hook.
It's the one hook factor. And the Fnatic Onyx, because of that kill onto Domeng and how well they've taken care of the map, have nullified Aurora's gold lead. They're up now by about 500 gold. See the massive difference between Kelra and Domeng. That's what I was telling you earlier.
Yep.
Despite what's happening between Demon Kite and King Kong, as long as Kelra hasn't died yet, and they keep feeding kills, sacrificing.
Yep.
Blood for the Blood God, for the gold standard.
For the gold standard.
He's gonna get there.
It's already there. I mean, look at the gold difference right now. And this is really what you're talking about is that, what, 2,000-ish? Almost 2,000?
And the question is, who's gonna find him? Who's gonna get him? Is it gonna take another Domeng flank? Is it gonna make Demon Kite show himself early so that he just bullies Kelra into a kill? It's difficult. There's a lot that a Rafaela can do.
The difficult part of it is Kelra's so protected with this lineup.
But not the dive Matrix like this.
Yeah.
Not the dive Kelra.
And now look at this. He gets the win of nature. So it's even more difficult because even if you get in range of your Aurora to get to Kelra, he's going to be able to move. I mean, we've seen a preview of his mechanics so far.
And that's to protect him from Demon Kite. One of the easier ways to get at him. But if he's just standing there, him versus Domeng, him versus Yue, it's another story. Yue and Domeng would have died from a Wesker shot.
Yeah. At this point.
Before anything happened.
I think they're going to play into the Iron Hook here once again. And it looks like Aurora wants to go ahead and just allow Fnatic Onyx Philippines to go ahead and play into this the way they want to.
The ultimate tempo breaker. The ultimate format of a formation breaker. Look at this. Brusco showing himself. Kelra also visible. But one thing Aurora have good is their bush control. They're controlling the river brush, making sure that the pixel brush is safe. But look at the pressure Fnatic Onyx is done. They're going coast to coast.
This is what we've seen King Kong do time and time again. They'll
jalan.
play the map at a macro
Bawah
level that
menang.
some junglers don't do. Is he going to get in time here for this Lord? RWM set up by Yue. A quarter of the health on the Lord
Okay,
here. King Kong
Abata.
on the fight. Kirk won't land the Avatar the Guardian.
Okay,
It's
you
the
mga
first
progression.
fire.
Aduh,
Doming
Doming
will
pula
get the
dapat.
Lord
Okay,
before
Doming
he's
mati.
taken out.
Edward
He's
mati.
down. Edward goes down next, and they're on the hunt. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they have to deal with the Lord again as two fall for Aurora.
And now, I think, for the first time in a while, this is a trade that Fnatic Onyx are happy to take. Whoa, King Kong versus
Whoa.
King Kong does it again. How many times have we seen
Damn.
him do this? He'll take that 1v1.
The beast devours the smiling demon. A
Dia
shutdown
dah tahu
kill
boleh apa
on
ini.
DK. And now, despite
Dah
having a
boleh
Lord,
1v1.
Aurora are up against the
Masuk je lah.
ropes.
4 members of FNOP in the base with
Best
Renegade and
sakit gila,
UA left to their own
Makan.
devices. They should be able to defend with the base turrets.
Okay, base turret
Will be
yang
worked
satu.
on. They hold on to one in the bottom lane. And Kirk gonna jump out defensively here. But man, what a swing for Fnatic Onyx.
It was a long time coming. I'd say it was a spring, just coiled up, up until it just gets released. And the fact that King Kong held out, King Kong was down about what, like 1,000, 2,000 for a while, and it was just the threat of Kelra keeping Aurora honest. And now suddenly, he's up 1,000.
Man, we saw this just in the previous games throughout the playoffs even. If you've just been watching King Kong alone, he loves to do that. He loves to play these side lanes and put pressure enough. And then
Kira
either
dengan
he'll
Doming
join those
dari
fights, the Lord takes, or he
apa
won't.
itu
And you have to respond to him.
He just makes you
200.
acknowledge him. And
Damn.
now Fnatic Onyx are forcing Aurora to acknowledge their threat of taking the Lord in about a minute and change. Upper quarter of the map.
Sabar
This
betul.
long lane has to be worked on again. We talked about how King Kong keeps doing this, how King Kong is so good at working the long lane. Now he has to find a way to get back around there and then force a response from Aurora. Ooh, by the way, right now he's going full on Ube. This
I was
is
gonna say, yeah.
Ube Aurora right now.
Playing around Renegade 100%. Looking at just the formation that they're rolling with too. And that's the thing, they have to kind of keep their head on the swivel. Even if they have this movement speed buff from Renegade here, Kirk was looking for the jump earlier on.
I think what makes that jump something that Kirk has to hold on to is the threat of Edward. Mr. Consistent.
Yeah.
In that last Lord fight, it seemed like he had it. But he got bursted down so quick by Kelra that he didn't even get the pop his ult.
Anjir. Renegade.
That's a huge
Wait.
iron hook. Edward, as we were speaking of him, will survive.
He spent his flicker.
He spent his flicker. That's good timing.
It's what you
That's
gotta
work.
do. It's what you gotta do.
That works
Impressive.
up.
Impressive how we got away. Unfortunate that he can't use it offensively.
Yeah. Good that he stays up, but now this Lord, and FNOP knows this. That's a minor advantage for them as they approach this fight. And we're getting in that territory now where these items, potions, and everything else will be picked up. We're going to go ahead and stand this off. They know Edward can't force that penalty zone the way he probably wants to in this fight.
It's an honest engage from Mr. Consistent, and that's why Aurora.
Oh, full on Ube.
Oh.
There's a Purify.
Purify dah tak
Flicker
ada.
out. It's a dash out. Is he gonna break out?
The
shout.
King Kong limit testing there. Queller shot. Kelra lines it up as
Okay,
well. He's going to find Renegade. Look at the backside though. You
Oh, UA. Damn.
He's going to go straight for the base.
Anjir.
King Kong
Menang.
doesn't care. Gets a kill and goes for
Baik
the
tu.
win. He'll do it himself as they take game 2.
The beast strikes straight out of Skull Island. King Kong single-handedly taking down the race to put Fnatic Onyx Philippines at 2-0.
Leo, did I not say this?
You did.
King Kong has been doing this all the time.
You did.
Man, he does it again. You got to keep an eye on it.
The question is, even if you do have an eye on it, what are you gonna do about it? Analysts, at the end of the fight, what's Aurora gonna do about it?
And that is a big question, isn't it? Wow. It just feels like King Kong has a different overview of the game that we are not seeing.
The difficult thing about the lineup of Aurora against the lineup of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, since the Beatrix was already in the power spike, they could not send anyone if that 5-man lineup from the objective to manage the split of King Kong. They just had to hope that Fnatic Onyx Philippines would slip and that they can get a pick so that they can get the objective. But Super Friends on 5, he's been hitting and finding the marks with the real world manipulation.
I mean, even during the down to the 12-minute mark, highest damage dealt at that point for Fnatic Onyx.
4-0 ke, clean
It's all
sweep.
about keeping Fnatic Onyx afloat.
Clean sweep.
Because there was a time that Aurora was really in control, securing 3 turtles, plus the first 2 lords, and this guy was one of the catalysts why Fnatic Onyx, specifically why King Kong, was able to extend the game and end the game that way.
If you have a lineup that loves to, your enemy rather, if your enemy has a lineup that loves to stick together, you know what? Go ahead, stick together. More targets for Kelvin to hit. More targets for, of course, this guy Super Prince to make Puck Life hard.
Yeah, the lineup of Aurora, going back to this play, right after this happened, I was questioning the positioning here of Aurora. Why is your gold laner there in one of the most hot areas that you are gonna check with your hook if you're a Franco? It's a hot hook. Aurora was able to readjust after that, but the King Kong really was just a menace. Again, harking back to why Selangor Red Giants was able to defeat Falcons AP Bread. The 4-1 split. This is a strong 5-man composition from Aurora. This is a great 4-man team fighting composition from our FNOP that you can send your Nolan to manage the long lane.
You know, I just like to commend Brusco because there was a certain time that Kelra was ahead 2K, 3K gold lead over Doming despite Aurora's early dominance. It was because Brusco was making sure that the Iron Hooks was connecting to Doming, giving him 3 deaths, landing 2 deaths first off early to mid game because of those hooks. So it really was a team effort for the whole squad of Fnatic on it.
You know what? If you hit someone with the Iron Hook here, they're gone. Because they don't have Purify. No one has Purify. Everyone has Flicker here.
Yeah, that was the difficult thing about the lineup that Aurora was facing. They couldn't pack up Purify for them because they had to get away with the real world manipulation. Starfield, forget I used that as a shortcut, and away from the avatar of Guardian. And to add to that, Aurora though, they were handling this Franco lineup really well because it's a little bit easier for them to frontline up until Kelra gets the key item. Remember, I was telling you guys, the moment I saw that Sea Halberd on Kelra, it's over. It's go time. It's going to be much harder for Aurora to team fight as 5 versus 4 until they find that Beatrix.
And we're seeing why this hero, right, specifically Beatrix, is so deadly in Kelra. He has a way around, like, playing and switching around the weapons that they need the most. You go for the Bennett. If you want to go for these turrets, you go for these really accurate Renner's Apathies that make the life of King Kong easier.
Yeah, and at one point he was even rocking the Western. If ever the team fight positioning looks like Demon Knight wants to get close in, Edward wants to get close in, or even Doming would be very aggressive just so that they can pick the Beatrix. But then suddenly they're like, wait, this guy has a shotgun? Where'd that come from?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Actually, we even saw a moment wherein the AOG plus the, what do you call the bazookas of Beatrix again, the ultimate
Bennett Ray.
But the fact that their lineup has a lot of get to re-engage despite the presence of Renege's Rafaela, you know, it was Fnatic Onyx game as long as they get the positions right. Even though the CCs, the AoEs don't connect.
That's right.
Yeah.
Even though Aurora was like ahead by like 2K for most part, I was thinking, nah, it doesn't feel like they're ahead, does it?
Yeah.
It feels like they need like 10K to really get on top of Fnatic Onyx here. But before that, maybe our analysts would think a different way. Let's find out.
Super Family is not allowing Aurora MLBB to get a point as they take the second game of this series. Once again, welcome back to the Understand. My name is Wolf, and I'm with Coach Wolf here, providing professional analysis as to what happened in that game. I would have to say, Wolf, I think you will agree with me on this. I think Fnatic Onyx understands making.
Yeah, they basically went to their win condition. They took the game to a point where they can win, which is essentially the latter portions where you know that the Beatrix can just one-shot people together with Eve, which we saw. And then the walking win condition of the Franco, where you just have to hook someone or bloody hunt someone, they're gonna win the fights. And obviously, the map split coming out from King Kong with this Nolan, nobody from the side of Aurora can actually catch him across the map because it's just so difficult to do. That's the strength of the Nolan.
Yeah, I just want to highlight, like, you know, Aurora MLBB, they took a lot of the neutral objectives, they took a lot of towers, but again, it's the same storyline as with game number 1. The gold lead doesn't really reflect how much they're stronger compared to Fnatic Onyx, and as you can also see on the other side, they keep finding trades from Onyx. They keep finding the towers, they just keep farming, and it came to a point where the Franco and the Beatrix was, able to find the targets that they
turns also made it difficult for the backup of Aurora to have a good position. For example, when Rene is trying to run away, it gets slowed down. Obviously, you have anti-slow because of the Rafaela, it's an extra thing you get from the Rafaela that you don't get slowed as much. However, with the poke damage coming out of Super Freeze, it makes it so difficult for Aurora to catch King Kong or Terra to the backlines or maybe across the map because they always are getting poked. And I think it's also because of the river control that you get from this composition coming out from Fnatic. It's essentially just clear the minion waves in the mid lane and then you can just roam around and poke people around.
Yeah, it just feels like Super Fritz is always, forcing the turns out of Aurora LVB, using the real-world manipulation to contest what Aurora wants to do in a team fight, and also like not allowing Aurora to find team fights on their own terms. Now, as we look into the item progression again, you would see the timings here for Fnatic Onyx. Once they've gotten themselves the damage items that they needed, specifically on the on King Kong, the Malefic Roar, the BOD Malefic Roar timing as well, on the Beatrix, it just came to a point where they have so much damage. Where Aurora LVB, if they want to start a fight, they have to concede at least one hero death. Because the hook is gonna come out, the Bloody Hunt is gonna come out, and again, so we mentioned earlier, Super Fritz always with their real-world manipulation, finding these forced fights against Aurora LVB. Now we are gonna be looking at that kill map here for both sides, which is really, really important. It's next to Wolf, as some online people would see. It is right next to Wolf. Again, Fnatic Onyx, they just constantly found these pickups against Aurora LVB, and these pickups are always around the objectives, the bushes that they have, the control that they have. It was always on a concern for Fnatic Onyx.
I believe that for Fnatic Onyx, they kind of toned down a little bit during the when they found that they can one-shot people. I think they waited for the Halberd as well as the glowing one and then the dominant size. To combine it all together, now you can see that Rafaela and the healing factor of Rafaela is a non-factor at that point. You can really burst down people with that combination.
Yeah, it was very obvious that Fnatic Onyx understood that it was their timing. They got control of the bushes, and now these Lord objectives, which is really important for them to secure this victory against Aurora LVB in game number 2. That's it for game number 2. But before we head on to game number 3, let's talk about the world. And let's talk about the M6 with the M6 news with Mara.
Welcome to the last episode of M News, where we bring you the latest in the competitive world of MLBB. The road to M6 World Championship continues, and here are the schedules for the region currently heading towards the playoffs. MPL Indonesia Season 14's playoffs will be happening on October 23 to October 27, and the top 2 teams will secure a spot at the M6 group stage. Then, MCC Season 4 will take place from October 26 to the 27th. The champion will head to the group stage, while the runner-up will fight in the wild card. Next, the M6 World Championship China qualifier.
China qualifier.
Their playoffs begin on October 26 to the 27th.
Damn.
And like the
MCC
MCC, the
sitting.
champion will head to the group stage, and the
Damn.
runner-up
Banyak
will
ni.
secure a wild card slot. For MPL Malaysia Season 14, expect their playoffs from October 31st to November 3rd. The top 2 teams will head straight to the M6 group stage. And finally, over at Cambodia, MPL Cambodia Season 7, we have a report from MNews correspondent, Vichy Basil.
Thank you, Mara. And hello, MPL Philippines. Li Xing here as the correspondent of MPL Cambodia. Let's talk about what happened in MPL KA Season 7 playoff, the first day. So, see you soon. Were able to surprise us with a 3-0 clean sweep on to Team Clash KA. And despite having an 80% of roster changing, they proved to us that they are the reigning champion of MPL KA Season 6. And it's no surprise that what they can do, even though they were struggling in the regular season. And for the second match of MPL KA playoff day 1, the Red Squad will be able to go toe-to-toe against Galaxy Legend despite losing to them 2-1 in the regular season with a complete full best-of-5-3 fight game. For the second day, in the MPL KA Season 7 playoff, we can see that the first match, CFU Gaming were dominating See You Soon 3-1 with a completely shutout on to See You Soon as well, even though they did lose to See You Soon in the last season 3-0. for the second match, Galaxy Legend be able to beat Pro Esports 3-1 as well, despite losing to Pro Esports 2-0 in the regular season. So Galaxy Legend really proved to us that they are the grand finalists of MPLK Season 6. For the last match of the day, CFU Gaming will be able to dominate Galaxy Legend in the full best of 5 game series, winning 3-2 over to Galaxy Legend Gaming and becoming the grand finalist early on. For the journey of CFU, I can say that it is not a very smooth, but they be able to pull it off by winning against CU 3-1 and also 3-2 against Galaxy Legend as well. So they already booked a ticket onto the grand final, beating CU Pro Esports and also Galaxy Legend in the process. So for the Saturday after playoff, Pro Esports be able to beat CU 3-2, claiming a victory and going ahead for the next round, meeting Galaxy Legend. So for this MPLK Season 7, there will be a currently new champion. And so for today, we have to wait and see whether
CFU Gaming wins MPL Season 7 after beating Galaxy Legends 4-2. CFU Gaming will be representing Cambodia in the upcoming M6 World Championship. And that's it for this season's M News. Thank you for tuning in for the latest on the world of competitive MLBB. Now let's head back to action. It's going to be Game 3 between Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Aurora MLBB. Kanino ka? Let's head back to the panel. Pasa.
There you go. So apparently we already have a representative for Cambodia locked and loaded already. Congratulations to CFU. We'll see you in Malaysia.
It has been a long journey for CFU. They've had close calls with the date with the rest of the world for many years now, but finally they are at the top of the kingdom.
Now they are rewarded by facing the best of the best in the upcoming M6.
Woo! That's gonna be fun. And that again, that's happening in Malaysia. So if you haven't booked your tickets, you better go ahead and book it now. And by the way, we are actually nominated for 7 awards at the Mobi. So vote for Mobile Legends Bang Bang as the Mobile Game of the Year, Strategy Game of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, and of course for Mudon as the Developer of the Year. The M5 World Championships is also voted as the Live Event of the Year, AD Brand as the Mobile Team of the Year, and LabTZ for Mobile Player of the Year. And of course, all that's happening until November 3. So go ahead and go to mobileawards.com/votes. So right now, again, mobileawards/vote. Make sure that you represent MLBB. Make sure you vote for MLBB. You know, we give you a great show. You know, we love having you here. So thank you so much for voting. To everyone who's already voted, we appreciate it. And catch up your vote. That's all happening in November.
Yeah, it's great that we also see recognition for Falcons and Red for the year that they've had leading up to their eventual, exit from their World Tour era.
That's right.
But then I think they deserve the recognition, of course, with the World Tour that they went on. I would be surprised if they don't win it.
Just a quick note, you know why there are 7 awards?
Why?
I mean, nominated for 7 awards?
Why?
Because we're going to 7 games today.
All right. Thank you so much for that insight, brother. Don't forget, we also have like our mega streamers happening right now. Chelsea Reyes on Facebook, Mingmong TV on YouTube, Facebook as well, and a few others on YouTube and TikTok. So thank you so much. We appreciate you guys. Everyone having watch parties, big or small. We got H2O as well, by the way, who's actually, I'm surprised. I was expecting him to maybe drop by today.
Yeah.
And Cho and Fuego Gaming and Sight on YouTube. Hi, guys. Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the finals right now, who seem to be getting hotter and hotter. And Onyx starting to get into it. By the way, don't forget to order your Maya card, by the way. Limited edition right there. Zilong, Layla, and Nana all get for $199. Start paying globally with your globally accepted Maya card now.
Can I just say, we're so conditioned as RG boys ourselves. With the moment you named those 3 heroes, Nana, Mia, Zilong, we just couldn't help but go.
That's right. By the way, look at this story that's unfolding in front of our eyes right now. The Uncrowned King's Retribution. Kelra is actually facing off a few players who eliminated him on his road to getting that MPL trophy.
Yeah. Even Kite, Edward, he felt in twice. Demon in MPL Philippines Season 7, and then Demon Kai felt him in MPL Philippines Season 9. They are the reasons why he's an uncrowned king. The gold standard is facing off against his demons.
Yeah, and I just love Kelra's mentality because when he was interviewed, when they were awarded as the first team to go for M6, his focus wasn't on the world stage.
Yep.
His focus was on this grand finals. Even though there's a bigger fish to catch, Keller just really wants to be in it, in his zone, in his gold standardness, and take down Aurora.
And he's showing why he's one of the most respected gold laners right now, especially if they do actually lock in that trophy, right? And maybe it's just about time that he gets it.
Yeah, a lot of people have been really saying and doubting Kelra. I mean, he himself expressed it. I do not see myself as the gold standard until I start racking up gold.
Right.
The last championship he won was Embassy 2021, a bygone era, a very long time ago. He's hungry to win, and yeah, I'm glad that you called back to that because it just shows like he himself was trying. You could see how hard he was stopping himself from being happy. Yeah, I want to be happy that we're going to Malaysia, we're going to M6, but there's still a championship game tomorrow. It's like, wow, Kelra.
That's right. And don't forget, we are on FNOP for blue side right now with an 85% side selection win rate. And it just looks better and better right now for the Super Fam. So right now, we're heading into the draft for game number 3. Wonder what's going to unfold here. I know FNOP is very comfortable there on the blue side, having a lot of very powerful picks on the first. You haven't even seen the Fanny show up yet.
Alright, so FNOP will take away. I gotta appreciate that these two teams are actually, or especially Fnatic Onyx Philippines has now banned the Jushin for 3 games in a row. Aurora play a very comfortable play style when UA has his hands on that hero. And at the same time, it turns out the idea that they're just going to get snowballed on. So Aurora finally respecting the Suyo pickup. So this could be a big adjustment for FNOP. Are they going to surprise and suddenly take away the Edith from Edward so that it can fall into the hands of Kurt? But here they are with a Fanny right out of the gate, despite the throw being open for Aurora.
My goodness. Quick check around more. How many times has this Fanny of King Kong lost? Is there any?
I need a bit of time to double check those stats.
But one thing for sure is I'm sure he has more maniacs than game lost with this Fanny specifically. But right now, Aurora answers right back with Edward's Edith that has been quite hot yesterday. Going up against Falcons AP Brennan, of course, Renegade this time will be rocking the Gatot Gacha.
That Fanny is actually only 2 for 3. There's a reason why teams don't want to give that Fanny to King Kong. As much as possible, they want to take it away from his hands.
It's deadly, right?
Very deadly.
He's had a game where it went 7-0 in the first few minutes of a game.
Yeah.
And teams barely recover from that.
Whoa!
And now, Kelra very happy to pick up that 1-1 as well.
These are very greedy picks from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We saw it yesterday against Falcons AP Bren when they pick up lineups where they show their main core damage dealers right away. Teams will be able to counter it. Let's see how it's going to fare though. This feels like a confidence pick coming from Kelra. Telling coach, you know what? Go ahead and give me the 1-1. There's no one in the lane right now that can mess me up.
So right now, you go for a Doming hero now because Doming's been playing Harriet 2 straight times. One of his most winningest heroes, the Moskov, is still available. Can go head to head when it comes to going up against the 1-1. In terms of macro, can also do the split pushes that Aurora is also known for. But again, the presence of the Fanny makes it hard to play a Moskov.
It might force you into some really interesting picks. Well, it's going to be hard for them to actually lock in those heroes that can stop the Fanny right now since Gatot isn't really targeted and the Edith is kind of hit or miss against it.
Yeah, honestly, Moskov into Fanny, Fanny into Moskov, it's an almost always sure thing right now. With how well Fanny pressures the side lane, the long lane away from the major objective, Moskov also does that. And usually you see Moskov's fearless in terms of just managing the side waves, and they can just hope for the best that they will survive through the Fanny onslaught, which we have seen. We've also seen Fannies be hesitant to go up against a Moskov who's just split pushing, and sometimes he'd rather just focus around the Lord and hoping that the Moskov doesn't hit his ultimate so that he can join in the team fight. So very classic pickup here for Aurora this season to get that Moskov right away after seeing the Fanny.
For Fnatic Onyx, do you take out one of the assassins that can go head to head with the Aurora?
Oh,
the Bane.
take away the pain.
Great foresight here, honestly. It feels like they're getting ready to just be a big death ball here with a Fanny on the side. It feels so deadly for FNOP right now.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid any heroes that will disrupt that death ball here.
Yeah. If you're Aurora, if you're trying to clean up the picks of Kirk, do you go for a kind of an Arlot ban? Or what else? A Terizla?
I think they might consider a Cho ban, honestly. Because they might park on EXP Cho up against that Edith, who does fare much better. So it's going to be difficult for Aurora if they end up with a losing matchup in terms of map presence in the EXP lane, because they need Edward to be present around. So they'd rather take out the focus instead. Cho later for Kirk is available, but then he can still go into the Terizla, and his, dare I say, very wide hero pool this season with 13 unique heroes already played in that position.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to ban out anyone from FNOP completely with the amount of heroes that they've already exhibited here in the regular season as well as the playoffs.
If the motto for Fnatic Onyx Philippines is greed is good, wink wink if you know what I'm talking about.
999.
999. Then Kirk might actually end up falling into the CC in the XP lane. So it could be a CC or CC Cho or CC Terizla.
Alright. So that's kind of, again, you're expecting maybe a wombo combo. Terizla is also viable here for FNOP. Again, very little answers available for Aurora if they go for that route.
Yeah, you still have the Hayabusa though for Demon Kite.
Yeah, Hayabusa Julian as his next best picks right now, the jungle.
I haven't seen the Hayabusa versus Fanny in a long time. I miss that interaction where the Hayabusa just rides on the Fanny.
Yeah. Yeah, with the shadow kill.
Right?
Locked in.
Let's see if they're gonna think about that. Right now, Hayabusa has fallen in favor in a lot of these players.
Ooh, okay.
Sana, alright.
Sana for the team fight could mess up the TIG. Yeah, they need something like a Cho here.
Interesting.
If I'm Fnatic Onyx Philippines, don't fight a slow front to back. Make your Tigreal be the frontliner, fighting slow front to back. Have an EXP laner that can break formations. That's why even high loss would be, I'll double think about the high loss. Again, I already mentioned the heroes I want to see for Kirk here. Cho, CC, Terizla. And then for the mid lane, they can just go ahead and Vexana into the Valentina.
Valentina, right.
Into the Edith.
I'll +1 on the high loss because I feel like the lineup of Aurora is already super slow anyway. You can slow them down even further.
Yeah.
Because the Vexana is gonna have to walk in. Same with the Moscow with the Edith and the Gatot. Gatot can jump in, but that's the only one they have for backline access.
Ooh, they go for Arlot instead.
Eve is correct, but yeah, Arlot's the choice here.
The Valentina. All right. Still, in terms of activeness in the map, the Arlot has a good chance against the Edith.
Yeah. So right now, Demon Kite, what do you go for? Do you go for your Nolan? Do you go for Hayabusa? Or if you want to go for utility, there's still the Alpha.
Yeah, they're thinking about like map presence, speed of rotation. I think they default into, if not the Julian, then the Nolan. But the Nolan up against the Tigreal.
Oh, that's good luck, right? You can't really take out the Tigreal. The Tigreal feels like it blocked out so many junglers.
Yeah, you see
for Demon Kite.
Yeah, exactly. You see Rora stumped right now. That Bane ban also kind of. It's just a decision.
Ling. For some reason, I didn't think about the Ling here.
Okay. All right. I get it.
It's a sword fight. It's a sword fight in the jungle.
So big sword fight. But knowing that they're up against the Arlot, that could be a lot of pressure into their jungle. There's a chance that Demon Kite might have a hard time hitting level 4 here, but they might need to play defensive early on.
Right now for Aurora, there's still a high chance of them dominating the early game again. Edward has been performing well with the Edith, and if they continue their early game pressure, especially towards the XP lane, and take control of the mid lane, which we all know if you have an Edith, it's easy for you to dominate the mid lane, then Aurora can actually score against Fnatic Onyx.
These are all default heroes for Aurora. Let's see if that's gonna fare, how that's gonna fare against a lineup that's very sharp and steady here for FNOP. Casters, let's go in the battlefield.
Here's the hoping. Aurora isn't out of tricks just yet. Game number 3 and still not on the board as Fnatic Onyx Philippines push on to match point. Possibly after this.
Possibly. They gotta get to that point. And you know what? So far, man, even for our viewers that might have missed the previous 2 games, King Kong's got to be controlled, and the fact that they went with this Fanny right away, that's a statement here.
more than just King Kong needs to be controlled. They gotta make sure that whatever King Kong is planning for the comeback is accounted for. Make sure that after the 10-minute, 12-minute mark, King Kong remains under control.
Because remember, they didn't even trade turtles the previous game. Like
Nope.
they were just
all in,
moving around the map the way they wanted to. And you know, looking at the emblems here, they're gonna want to do the same thing. Like this time too, that you see Super Francis running War Cry emblem here.
That's a tailored pick. Only few mages would actually want War Cry.
Yeah.
So here, telegraphing Super Prince, he wants to fight. He wants to deal a lot of damage very fast and get in that early game advantage. Spike up in the mid to late when he has items. Turn him into a right-clicking mage.
Yeah, Domeng, Kelra, this has been the story of the gold lane. You know, throughout the series, these two just kind of duking it out. Domeng, you know, already had to use that Purify early on, and that's just what they want to do. Both of them want to get the upper hand earlier if they can. You can see Brusco visiting up here top side. Demon Kite too. Kelra's pretty low. He's dead. Tempest Blades, goodbye Kelra. First blood in the hands of Demon Kite.
Smiling Demon starting hot early on. Not even 2 minutes. Turtle still preparing to spawn lower quarter. Let's talk about that XP lane matchup. Arlott versus Edith. This is Kirk's old flame, by the way.
Yep.
In his debut season with Minana in season 12.
Back when Arlott fit all roles.
Season
almost.
13.
Yeah.
This was the one here that made us all just stand in awe. It's like, wow, Kirk knows how to play Arlott.
And he showcased it. What was it, game 1, right? Game 1 he brought it down and made it work here. So still, he's pretty close to that level 4. Should have it by the time they actually commit to this turtle. Super Prince grabbing his own Primal Wrath.
Oh,
so they'll work through it.
The perfect ult to steal. Some would argue, yeah, maybe you should steal the Eternal Guard. No, Super Prince wants this. This is a perfect pickup for the ult.
Okay, na dapat merah.
Which is funny because remember before he ran Brave Smite.
Yep.
Right? So like,
well, the many different flavors of Super Princess Valentina. It's nuts.
Likes to kind of approach it that way, and it looks like, you know, for now, they'll just kind of ignore the turtle while they go ahead and look for something else. Part of this also is just, again, having those level 4s available. Demon Kite on the top. Oh, that implosion's not going to catch him.
From a different angle, Demon Kite forced to use Tempest Blades. From a different angle, an implosion would actually catch a Ling mid-air. You did this earlier today.
I did this earlier, yeah, when we were playing. It works pretty good, and I think that's why when we were in the draft, you saw the facial expression of Demon Kite, you know, as they were trying to work through it and figure out, like, yeah, what are they going to take? They know that Tigreal's over there, but you're more so just relying on that skill, that mechanics that Demon Kite has shown us before to have the upper hand.
The instincts. Because at this point, he knows that it's a cure. It's not even prevention. Like, he knows it's going to suck when he comes into the range of the Brusco's Tigreal. And that was one key situation wherein he was forced to use his ult defensively. Now the turtle started up once more, lower quarter. This is a delayed turtle, man.
This is probably about as delayed as it gets because both junglers, they want to just make sure they have their purple buffs. You know, and both of them right now, they just like, all right, let's ignore it.
Shades of Demon Kite's old team, RSG. A rotation that they made popular in 2022-2023, the delayed Lord Turtle take, where they made sure that the buffs were secured first. And now look at this, King Kong.
He's just staring at him.
Whoa!
That's enough damage to come through with the cutthroat as well. Might be looking for more on you. Under the turret, King Kong. Whoa! Oh, does he get away? No! Renegade will get him that one cable off, but still, that's 2 kills now for King Kong.
The beast is slain. But I think he's happy with what he got away with anyways. But I think he'd be happier if he survived. What was that? Did he miss the angle of one cable?
And that's what it looked like. But I think even then, I'm not sure if that would have, if he still would have escaped.
Yeah, he would have ended up underneath the turret anyways.
Yeah, and Renegade was right there. Probably would have been able to get the unbreakable taunt off, I'm assuming. But nonetheless, you know, it gives a double to King Kong, and there's still no turtle taken.
That's right. This might as well be the second turtle here.
At this point, yeah. He might start this one up. King Kong working on the orange buff. Meanwhile, Demon Kite rotating up top.
Mr. Consistent's first item, the antique cuirass.
Tak ada orang yang minta
It should help in
Fucking
stopping
udah
King Kong from
dua
doing his
tekan
thing.
kan?
Even Kirk, like Kirk hurts,
Yeah, he
right?
does.
If you're just clashing swords with him randomly, and then some way somehow King Kong joins the fray, like that should help Edward stay tougher. Super Frizz though picking up the. How often is you're a mid laner? How often does a Valentina pick up a Starlium site?
Super Fritz is on, so he's let him cook, right?
What?
Let's. Oh, hold on!
What?
Doming, it's trouble. King Kong again. Cable's gonna come through. Don't tell me, Doming. Wow, he actually survived. I don't know how that happened. King Kong not get the angle he's looking for, but here's the final slash. Eternal Guard as well. Finally, Eternal's gonna be taken. Demon Kite will get it. Now still looking for more. Kirk won't get away. King Kong jumping under the turret.
Okay,
Clears
dapat
that
mid.
tier 1 in the mid out. So they'll trade it. Finally, Eternal goes to Aurora, and they get a turret here in the hands of FNOP.
Make it 2, because Keller was also working on that top lane tier 1. So that puts FNOP slightly up, because again, I think turrets are more valuable than turtles in the grander scheme of things. 6.5 minutes in, Fnatic on it, constantly play the map. Aurora taking what fights come their way. Back to the man of the hour here, Super Prince. What was that? Game 1, it was a Brave Smite.
Yeah.
Game 3 now, it's a Warcry. He's building Starlium sides. What's he on his way to? I reckon that is a glowing wand.
Could be, yeah.
Dude, Super Prince, what he's up to with this Valentina is just pure anarchy.
It's gotta be
Kan kalau
a
kalau
combination
mid
of
prime
Prime
berat
right?
kan.
Oh,
Like that's what I'm
Itu
assuming.
kan
He's
apa ni
basically
macam nak
cosplaying as an Edith.
jadikan dia punya
Yes, that's the perfect way to
That's
put it.
him.
That's hey, the ultimate is called I Am You, so it works.
He is Edith.
He is Edith at this point. Final slap. Renegade gonna try to jump away. Will escape.
No avatar of
Utilizing
Guardian.
that Avatar of the Guardian. Meanwhile, purple buff work done by Demon Kite. And again, this is going to be a game where only one turtle gets to go to a team, as the Lord is coming up here in about 30 seconds.
Aurora
Okay,
scored
bawang
more
chow.
kills. Aurora took the first turtle, the only turtle in this game. And the rotation can actually, the line can actually rotate fast. They're capable of that.
Atas,
Given the
atas.
Ling, given the Thought, given the Moscow. But is this not such a far cry from their performance against Falcons AP Brand last night? They buried the defending world champions. Oh, King Kong in trouble. All right, fine. They buried the defending world champions. Oh, come on, King Kong, let me finish.
King Kong doesn't want to let you finish, but look at the response
This is
here.
why. This is
he
why.
bought enough time. Renegade goes
Ay!
unbreakable. He
Sige.
jumps on out. And that'll be enough time to allow also Domain to get to safety.
Damn.
Impressive work,
Jauh
Aurora.
betul.
High game sense. Fnatic on it, they tried.
Yeah.
Good setup.
Good
It's
rotation.
just, again, a mobile lineup. Aurora can control the map, but what is it? I don't. Did King Kong get in their heads?
Whoa!
Oi!
The damage
Oi!
That's what they have to watch out for from King Kong on the fanny.
Is it gonna come
Domeng.
down to Demon Guy babysitting Doming? Because there's nobody who can protect him.
And the panel
Domain
talked
dengan
about this in the
Carrera.
draft, that the Moscomp was the
Satu.
option, but you're almost a sitting duck against a fanny, and that's what happened there. So that's Lord secured as well for FNOP, and now this is where they put the pressure on the resources of Demon Kai here. Purple buff gonna be worked on.
King Kong didn't retreat.
They're gonna rely on it. Implosion's gonna be used. Spear destruction
Yeah,
as well.
but,
They're gonna break out in the fight. Kirk could be in trouble.
final
Final
slash.
slash. Demon Kite's gone, but they're clapping back here.
Ah!
King Kong will cable on out after he takes out Renegade. Watch
Kelra.
for
Okay,
two
Kelra.
strikes. Still in the
Balik,
mid.
balik.
Kelra taking the spear. Has to be careful. Backs off, and Super Prince as well.
Fnatic Onic looking for more. After that pickoff on Doming down bottom, looking to capitalize, gets clapped back on by Aurora, who have a respectable kit, mind you. They have great responses, and here in this fight, they got a solid AOG, a solid EG, but the fact is, there was just way too much CC in the paint for Fnatic Onic to let Demon Kite do his thing. Like, this is not an ideal
King Kong.
Ada King Kong. Oi, sikit lagi.
Oh, he is in trouble.
Basic.
That's a little basic attack, but it's gonna fall off. Able to escape, but as you were saying,
He's faster than a projectile.
he's faster. He should be, right? I mean, you're cabling. You've seen that show. They're pretty fast.
This 3D maneuver here, it's ridiculous. What I'm trying to say is Demon Kite has to go through so many layers. Has to go through a Tigreal, an Arlott, a Valentina that's turned into an Edith, and then the threat of a jump from Kelra. Like, he has to think of all of those things and allocate the Tempest of Blades in a better way now.
Really?
Kirk in trouble.
Renegade goes in with a
Kirk.
taunt. Not sure if this is the fight they're going to want. Final Slash not going to land as well. Renegade takes quite a few shots, and he'll disengage with a jump again. Meanwhile, King Kong takes the purple buff, waiting patiently to see. He's going to get spotted out though, so just takes the buff for now.
So far, I'm counting about 50-50. Renegade casting a DAG, a defensive Avatar of the Guardian, like that's mainly what he uses it for. But that might be what it needs. Doming's in trouble.
Doming's in trouble here.
Nice.
Too much to handle as that full force of FNOP comes on top.
Doming is down. This is not a drill. Doming died twice, yes, but in my head I can already see 3 or 4 more deaths in the very same way. Unless they figure something out, unless they find a way to give him space on the map. But that is easier said than done, especially if Fnatic ought to just pop all these holy shields, man.
Yeah, who do you send to protect Doming? Again, he even purified out of that. But you're just overloaded by so much that even so, you can't really escape that. So, you know, is Doming just is his only option to just sit in the base?
That seems to be the story here. You can purify stacks on the 1-1. You can purify from the many setups from Kirk and Brusco. But at the end of the day, King Kong just comes in. Purify what?
Yeah.
In the air, if Kelra does fly.
Oh,
Demon Knight. Whoa.
Whoosh.
Look at the damage coming out. Again, another defensive AOG going to be used. And this is getting a little dire here for Aurora, as it looks like the lights are really dimming in this game number 3 for them.
No buff.
No buff. 12 and a half minutes in. And Fnatic have scored the first Lord, yes. But they're taking their time with this one. They want to make sure that it's almost impossible for Aurora to contest, or they have a clear tank. And Demon Kite.
There we go again.
From the flank here.
They're going to use it. They're going to jump in. Super Prince as well. Demon Kite going in with Tempest of Blades. Will be able to find Super Prince. Could be looking for more. They get the knock up here through as Kirk gonna fall.
Overcoming.
And they still have Kelra, King Kong, and Brusco to face off against the Lord.
Well, I'll be damned. The first time in a while, Aurora actually
Where's he going?
3v5.
They're gonna jump in. Kelra! He is gone! And Aurora finds a little bit of hope, and the light shines a little bit brighter at this point in the game.
There's an ember of flickering, Aurora are back in this game. 4 for none, plus a Lord. Did Fnatic Onyx not respect the output of Aurora? Did they hedge on the fact that Demon Kite was not gonna catch King Kong?
Oh, I guess not, and with that too, they've been waiting to do this. Take the purple buff from King Kong, so they have a massive swing now in their favor here, Leo, for this Lord push in.
Usually, it's at this precipice, this crossroads, that Fnatic Onyx just somehow snap into killer mode, into end game. But now it's Aurora who's in that position. 1,000 gold ahead, the map turning red, and for the first time in a while, King Kong has to play defensive again. Aurora looking to clear up these lanes into hunting. I think they're looking for King Kong.
They're trying to find him right here. King Kong, is he going to be able to escape? He gets stopped for now. And they won't be able to catch him any further. But right now, Aurora playing to get these turrets down, to get some space to work with, because remember, Domang has had a hell of a time trying to push these side lanes in because of King Kong.
And now, I think Domang has gone through the tough part. I think Domang is in a better place right now. There's an SOD thrown in, threatening the skill. A little too dangerous. Aurora's gonna choke out these resources.
Together. Part of that too, why Domang feels a little bit more comfortable, as well as he did get that Wind of Nature. So even if King Kong shows up, at least he has an option to play into it.
That's right. Safe from King Kong, safe from Kelra. He only really has to worry about a rogue final slash from Kirk, or like Super Prince coming in from a weird angle. Those are the only real threats, the only natural predators to Doming's Moscow right now. The purple in jeopardy. Aurora choking out.
Tak kena pula. Avatar.
Going to be used, not going to be able to find the connection. Internal guard drop down to Kirk.
Aduh, Kirk.
As Domang will get that one. And again, Aurora will
Kalau
find
kena tu
another
mungkin
pickoff.
boleh.
And they force it down right now through the mid lane.
SOD!
SOD gonna be dropped down. They just want this mid turret. It's one hit away. It finally drops down, and that looks like what Aurora's gonna get.
Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Say the Auroras. Slowly but surely, there's a Lord spawning in 30 seconds. They'd rather play for that than force anything that may be a regrettable call. Checking out these items right now. Doming up by about 1,000 gold, so he's a fully built Moskov. On his way to being a barefoot Moskov.
Oh no.
Oh no, King Kong. Do they know? They don't hear this, no?
Yeah, they don't hear. They don't see the thunder. They're all right.
Oh,
but
now they do.
now they see that he's there. They'll make their way to the Lord here because that's the prize for Aurora. They have to secure this one. You know, FNOP is gonna want to fight, make them work for it. With a crown picked up by Renegade.
It was a 12-minute drought. It was a very difficult early to mid for Aurora. And now that they're in control, they gotta do this right. Brusco coming in. King Kong from the east, going for the flank. So is Kelra. They spot him.
Kelra zoned out. King
Yeah.
Kong.
Why?
Hits. Spear Destruction won't land. Demon Kite jumping back towards the Lord. They just want to be able to secure the objective. And DK will get it. And they'll get Kirk as well. And now FNOP once again backs against the wall on the defense.
The Northern Lights are now up 5,000 gold. 17 minutes in, King Kong
Aduh, tak dapat.
struggling to take his purple, fails. And Demon Kite now. Once again, I see the smile back on his face. Naisu, I am impressed with Aurora's micro mechanics. For 2 or 3 times now, they have overloaded the young buck Kirk. Did you see how even in the smallest of alleys in the jungle, they're just able to dodge his final slash?
They've been maneuvering it, and it's impressive because it's without a Raphael they had last game with the movement speed.
It's as if they still do.
Okay.
And there's the SOD and the Lord marching in mid. Here comes Demon Kite.
Okay.
To jump in, Kirk already used the final slash, comes to blaze as
AOG.
well. 2 Lords on
Implosion
the
that.
field, still going to be working through it. Implosion not going to be enough as well. Even with the crossbow of Tang, it's not enough as Rora finally gets on the board for the
menang.
series. Now 2-1.
And we have a ball game. Aurora taking their first here in this best of 7. And how perfect is that? It happened after the 13-minute mark. They held on, Joseph. They held on.
It was a long ride, and I feel like especially for Domeng, man, that finally he's like, all right, I can finally fire back at King Kong. Great response.
It's Championship Sunday here in the MPL Arena. Let's see what our analysts at the Infinix Game Combined think of Game 3.
You know what? I got me some doubts earlier on, but I didn't know we'd get Championship Sunday like this. We got a ball game.
Yeah, ball game indeed, and coming off of the back of Aurora being able to punish a Fnatic Onyx Philippines overheat. Strong punish, and Renegade coming in the clutch with clutch taunts. That 2-man taunt that he got, that was the turnaround.
Yeah, during that Lord. Prior to that, they were able to take down King Kong and Kelra, I believe, because King Kong wasn't there during that fight. But clutch to the hitman. It's hard to pull off a taunt CC onto highly mobile heroes for the side of Fnatic Onyx. But if anyone can do it, it's gonna be this man, Renegade.
It was funny because I could have sworn they got the early game there, especially with Super Prince going full on Edith mode, locked in the Starlium side. And there you go. These late game team fights are all what it's all about for Aurora.
That was a turnaround moment. The moment that Fnatic Onyx Philippines whiffed their initiation there with Aurora starting things off. And that two-man taunt by Renegade coming in the clutch to catch off the 1-1 and the Fanny. Those were the 2 main team fights that really turned things around for Aurora. And since they were playing from an uncomfortable position where it's harder for them to initiate, where they were playing back, it was harder for the 1-1.
And not just to commend your energy, there was a stellar performance also for Edward. There were a lot of times wherein Kirk's final slash was hitting, and whenever the flicker final slash was going to be casted, it was a go signal for Edward to go in with the Earth Shatter flicker combination. So it was a whole team effort for the side of Aurora, not to mention Demon Kite's huge plays, huge solo kills.
Honestly, up until the very end as well. Like they were like forcing it to the victory.
Yeah, after the first jungle rotation, Fnatic Onyx Philippines needed to take control of the game and dominate because they have abysmal wave clear. Kirk has a concussive blast. Brusco as well. They needed a little bit more utility to help themselves clear the waves. When it got to the point where it was just a full-on push, you saw it was so difficult for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to clear out all the minions.
Yeah, and this was coming from the fact that Fnatic had a good start. Who could forget? After Demon Kite picked off Keller for the first blood, there was an invade coming in from King Kong and Brusco. With the implosion play, they got 2 kills plus denying the orange buff. But despite all that, I think you said it during the lineup, that Fnatic Onyx lineup was kind of too greedy. So when it comes to the macro gameplay, I think they were focused more on kills instead of the objectives that Aurora was clearly dominating during the whole game.
And to be fair, Fnatic Onyx Philippines has won with those kills previously. Like, just to overload them with all the damage. Sometimes, the opponent gets a little dizzy, stunned up. That didn't happen that much here.
Yeah, a little. I feel like the Fnatic Onyx Philippines making bolder draft decisions. Aurora is getting to read them just a little bit more. Even though you saw the hesitation on their end to pick that lane, after they survived the onslaught, the Fnatic Onyx Philippines having a 5k gold lead, once they were starting to punish, it proved yet again the statement of many professional players in the Philippines that this meta is the meta where you cannot make mistakes. You commit an error and it's so punishing. Fnatic Onyx Philippines committed 2 big errors and Aurora punished them.
And not just errors, there were also missed chances for King Kong to actually have solo kills. I think there were 2 instances, even with Doming. So I know a lot of people have a lot to say for this game.
Well, 2 people who have a lot to say. My bro is there on the solo analyst, dual analyst. Frodo.
Timing has never been more crucial for Aurora MLB as they take game number 3. Magandang buhay, welcome to the analyst stand. My name is Antinara. I am joined here by my idol, Wolf, as we try to explain what happened in game number 3 between both of these teams. And as we see, it was Fnatic Onyx Philippines that took control of the earlier stages of the match. What was the turning point for you?
So that was the second Lord timing where we saw that the Fanny, which was King Kong, tried to poke the Moskov in the bottom lane. So for Fanny use, for all of those who are that familiar about the Fanny, when you are that deep, it's difficult for you to get into the Lord area. So when King Kong did that play against the Moskov, probably he could have taken down the Moskov, but then again it's Doming, so he survived. And the thing is, the punish was very instantaneous coming out from Aurora. They bursted down the Lord. They took 2 heroes with the combination of Edward and Brennan Jay's crowd control, and then they took the Lord. Eventually took the map afterwards.
Yeah, and when we see there, it was the combination of I think it was Renny J's taunt and Edward's Earth Shatter that made it possible for them to be able to look at the Lord. Which is why when we look at the crowd control time, there was a point in time wherein it was Edward that had the most highest crowd control here by the 16-minute mark.
Yeah, if you're going to be looking at that, even the Moscow had a lot of crowd control.
Yeah.
There was a time where he was landing the stuns, which is, by the way, very difficult. There was a time where we utilized the Moscow against the Fanny. But if you recall, around season 9, season 10, that is the pocket pick. Now, it is standard. However, if you're a Fanny user, because you're so used to facing the Moscow, you know how to outplay it. So Doming finding his rhythm when it comes to stunts in the latter portions of the game erased all of the early game problems that they've had.
Yeah, and we were talking about how timing has been crucial for Aurora MLBB, and you've been talking about timing all across the games that we had, Wolf. So this Wind of Nature pick up 13 minutes into the match, and then later on, the immortality from Doming ensured that he was revived.
Which was also the timing that the Fanny went to the bottom lane around the 14th minute. Maybe, we didn't really actually see what happened there, like the micro that happened between King Kong as well as Doming. But the fact that he has Wind of Nature at 30 minutes 44 seconds kind of meant that King Kong may have over-calculated the strength of the Fanny. We know for sure that he's a masterful Fanny player, but Doming surviving in that bottom lane meant the world for Aurora.
Yeah, and that was the crucial moment for Aurora MLB that later on enabled them to secure this win against
against Fnatic Onyx Philippines, there will be no sweeps for today. That was interesting to me. But then again, this has been Angenara and Wolf for game number 3. But for now, let's head on over back to our panel.
No sweeps indeed.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Big old reliable here. That Wind of Nature did save Doming.
Yeah.
A lot there. And again, King Kong, rare time that he overcalculated the fan.
That decision to go for the Wind of Nature instead of the Malefic Roar first was so crucial to that game.
That's right. You know what we haven't really mentioned that much? Look at these Minana boys. Look at where the Minana boys, the NXT boys are right now. It can't really help but look back sometimes and see how far they've come.
Yeah, the former members of Next Play EVOS, Minana EVOS, headlining in the grand final. Miles, Kirk, Brusco, Coach Hayes, Doming, and of course Red J had a long time stint with Next Play / EVOS.
So you know these guys are cut from the same cloth and now gonna represent the Philippines for M6. Well deserved in their journey, of course. Is of course call this truth that perseverance and commitment to your passion can bring you anywhere.
That's right. Idol Banu would be very, very proud.
Yeah, for sure. I just gotta say, like, they're cut from the same underdog cloth, but wait, I think we have a friend joining us?
Oh, we got
Really?
just in. We got a friend here, international, and we're gonna talk to this guy. You know who it is. You all love this guy. He happens to be there every M series. Gideon!
Gideon, what's up? And also to the English panel, that's Rockhard, that's Renmar, and that's Ingen over there who's not bald, by the way. Too bad. Okay, we're gonna be moving forward now. Gideon, man, it's so nice to see you. I just want to know, all right? I know the playoffs are still about to happen in your region. Who is your pick to represent Malaysia in the M6 World Championship?
SRG is going to be an easy favorite to lead into this time for M6. We're pretty confident with our representative. In terms of our second seed, I honestly have no clue. I wish I could give you a clearer answer, but our regular season has told us otherwise.
You know what? SRG is deservedly, right, your top pick. But what makes SRG like so good right now? I mean, we saw them in MSC, but right now, how are they?
As of right now, it feels like they're holding back, which is well, I don't know whether some people are going to feel like it's they are overachieving, or whether they really are worried about other teams outside in the world. Personally, for me, I think they haven't reached their full stride just yet, and I think no team has really pushed them into that corner as well.
So for the first time, Gideon, in 6 years, the World Championship will implement a Swiss format for the group stage. How do you think this will affect the competitiveness of the competition?
I think that realistically, this just means that a lot of organizations are going to have to invest more in their, especially their coaching staff at this point. I think it's a good and bad thing, right? Because you don't really know who your next opponent is going to be, so you're very dependent on your pre-preparation for these games. You're also really dependent on your coach and analysts to do their job. So as much as you're going to need them, they're also going to take the blame for a lot of it in this Swiss format.
Oh yeah, that's so true. Gideon, I just want to say it's an honor to talk to someone who should be nominated for a Best Actor award after what you showed in the group format reveal for the M6 World Championship. But gotta ask you, based on the MPLPH Grand Final so far, and I know you've been keeping tabs all throughout the season, Fnatic Onyx PH, Aurora MLBB, how do you like Selangor Red Giants' chances against those two teams?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like we've got slightly better odds against Aurora. I think that Fnatic right now looks kind of disgusting. I do think that generally people are going to be keeping a very close eye towards them. I think we have a chance. I just don't know what the percentile is. I just know that at the very least we'll do slightly better against Aurora. It's very small margins.
I see it. That is valid. Midnight, you have a question there. All right, this is not a question. My idol, my friend, my sensei. I don't want to put you in a spot, but I kind of have to. It's tradition, you know. Have you been watching, the art segments with Mara? The Face Off. The Face Off. Are you aware of the Face Off?
With the fans, yes.
Yes.
I am aware.
All right. Good. Now it's time for you to shine as a representative of Malaysia against all the world, specifically Philippines. Gideon, Ano ang palag mo?
Oh, this one's rough. This one's rough. Ah, man, I hate this part. I hate this part. Okay. I'll tell you what. I will say they've got the chemistry with them. They've got everything they need to be the best, of course. Everybody's going to doubt them, but at the end of the day, even if they have a Malaysian flag on that stage, I still believe the minds behind it, and a couple of players too, still Filipino blood.
He's right though, right?
Yeah,
he's right. Where's the line?
Gideon, I have a question, Gideon.
Okay.
Yes.
Gideon, am I welcome in Malaysia for M6? And if so, what food are you gonna let us try out there in Malaysia?
Oh boy, there's a lot of good ones. Okay, yes, you are absolutely invited. You are absolutely allowed to come along to Malaysia. We can house you, no problem. That shouldn't be an issue, for the tournament. In terms of food, it depends whether it's non-halal or halal stuff. We're a very diverse country.
Yeah.
We got plenty of options. Maybe if you are lucky, we could get you a good old lamb curry. The good old classic.
Love it.
Great,
That's
Gideon. It was nice speaking with you, and hopefully we see you soon again. Last year you were here. Hopefully next year we'll be there. This year. Yeah. So now, any final messages to everyone? And you can invite to Filipino fans to watch MPL Myanmar Malaysia playoffs.
Has been working really hard this year for M6. Good job to all the teams. Good luck to both Fanapan as well as Aurora. You guys are putting one hell of a show here today for everybody as well as the audience. So the Filipino fans, go easy on us. Keep it chill. Our chat is, still young. We would love your viewership, especially if you want to watch and Malaysian MLBB. Maybe get a little bit of a taste of something else, something different. We're entertaining for a good reason. And honestly, thank you so much for having me on board. My name is Gideon Q, and shout out to both the Filipino desk and as well as the English desk.
Yo, Gideon, it is so nice to have you here, man. I'm sure the English panel shared the same sentiments. We kind of missed the fact that the times where you were wearing like 10 jerseys and you were taking them off one by one. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that right now. But yeah, hopefully next time, man. Hopefully next time. We'll see you again. Also, you guys in the English panel, all right? Bye.
Bye. I miss Gideon. I want to see this. I want to hang out with that guy again.
Yeah, for a second I thought he was gonna do something absolutely crazy for his palag, like start taking off like all multiple jerseys.
Maybe the pants this time.
Yeah, have a cutout, a cram, or innocent. I don't know. Or the problem with the pants.
Right?
Did you just say the pants?
Yeah, he did the jerseys already. Do the pants next.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of teams have their own personal joggers, so
right?
sure. Yeah.
Joggers. There you go. So again, so fun to have Gideon Q always there in the M series, and again. Just so much action, so much to watch out for. Selangor Giants, similar to Onyx right now, guys, right?
Yeah. And for Gideon, even if they're representing Malaysia, the minds of some players are still Filipino blooded.
He admitted it. They're not shy about that. They're very open with that, right? So again, all of that just makes it so much more exciting for M6, especially since they will be hosting the whole tournament. Yeah. So right now, throwing it over to the MPL Arena, and of course they are looking for the smart gameplay pose, and the guy who won, one of the guys who won the previous game, game number 3, that's Randy J. Copy that, guys.
Hey!
This guy also has the right jersey for it. But again, maybe just a little bit more. The camera's looking for a little bit more.
Needs more fire. Needs
this
more
guy's got
like
fire.
this guy.
Look at this guy.
If the kid doesn't win, I'm gonna be mad.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but now of course this is Randy J's dad.
Has to be right. Come on. You're
the creator. Yeah, he doesn't need
creator.
There we go. There we go. Creator. Give it to Randy J's dad, y'all.
There. Look at that.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mr. Barcase, good job.
Let's win it. Right? Come on. Smart gameplay post. There you go. All right. Who better, right? And we're gonna add in the Index Salon Precious look as well. Why not give it to him as well?
Same.
He looks pretty hot. He's pretty fire. He's on fire, man. And look at that. Look, guys. Men can be hot.
Yeah, I know. And
what are you guys talking about?
Okay.
Why are you guys laughing?
Right now we're looking for the freshest face among the fans.
What? Is there anything wrong with what I said?
Rockard, take a minute. and just rewind what you said.
He looks pretty hot.
And what the screen was showing.
I will say that again. Renegade's dad's pretty hot.
And I agree with you. A lot are agreeing with you. And of course, if Renegade is hot, the creator must
Where
be
did
hot
he get it
also.
from?
Exactly.
Where did he get those genes from? Right?
The hole that you guys are just digging is getting deeper and deeper. I'm crying.
Where did he get the genes? There is nothing wrong with my statement. Alright? And Index agrees as well.
Oh, dude.
Bro!
The last time I cried like this on broadcast was in M2.
Bro, nothing can change my mind. You guys can snigger all you want.
Yeah, man.
Right now,
the man
we
is,
are going to... Yeah?
Dude, the good-looking dude.
Stop laughing.
I get you.
And the look Renmar gave me when you
You guys are so bad, you know? Anyway, we are getting to it. We're getting into the match. Rover side selection priority, by the way, is 57.69%. Very nice. And, of course, for Aurora, they got 64%. A big bump up from 50-something before the playoffs started.
Yeah. It has balanced it out a little bit, of course, with the performance of Aurora so far this playoffs. So it's not. I believe since we are already in the grand finals and we're at the point where we're already in the fourth game.
Yeah.
Plans are out the window. I agree with what
Oy,
Joe
Machon.
said. After game
Diam
3,
dia.
your plans gone. Zilch. It's all about adjustment. It's all about at this point.
Ibabali lang pala
We're
kita.
something that we use
Improvisation is it.
Gotta improvise now.
You gotta get more theatrical here.
Yeah, and look at that improvisation by Aurora banning out the Edith. A similar thing that they did in game number 2. And this is actually the same banning pattern that we see from Aurora from game number 2 with the Loyi, Fanny, Edith ban. And it's a similar banning pattern as well from Fnatic Onyx Philippines with the Chip Matilda shit.
I just really love that at least Aurora is sticking with the Loyi perma ban on their side.
Yeah.
I said this last night. I completely have to reinforce it. Keep that Loyi at bay.
Yeah, especially for Super Friends. And so far, Super Friends has been using two heroes. I believe it's Valentina and the Evil. What did Super Friends use for game number 3? It was
the Valentina.
The Valentina, yeah. So still sticking. And now Doming, his most winningest gold laner, has been selected for the side of Aurora. Again, if you didn't catch game number 3, one of the crucial things that Aurora did for that game win was the Wind of Nature play that Doming did in order to stop King Kong from wreaking havoc from that game.
I like this high loss pickup by Aurora, knowing that they're going to be playing into the Salmon Force of the Harith instead of having to face off against a combo of a high loss Gatot and then a Harith. They went ahead and take one of those pieces away. At the same time, sort of like cancels out what the Salmon Force can do. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, knowing that they're going to be fighting under ultimates, again, it's the Super Friends of Eve.
I personally love it.
I'm gonna stand with that. The Super Friends of Eve.
The Super Friends of Eve. You know what? This is a great pick. Not just because he played it to perfection in the past 2 games, but also because it cancels out the high-lows completely. I mean, if they want to go for an engagement, they better be ready to pay the price.
Yeah, especially if ever Fnatic Onyx does perform well in the early game and forces out the glorious pathway to be used defensively, the real-world manipulation will be coming in handy for Fnatic.
I think Fnatic Onyx Philippines needs to respect the Zask here. If it's not going to be a Valentina pickup by Aurora, it could be a Zask. The Zask high loss will mess up the formation around Fnatic Onyx Philippines and their Starfield off the Eve. So that would be great. I would still understand if they pick up a Valentina so that they can take away the real-world manipulation. And hey, that's not me. That's my cousin. No, we're not really cousins.
You.
What do you mean it?
I mean,
he looks like you.
I mean, the cover, you know, the hat.
Yeah.
The hat looks like you, bro.
Oh, the hat looks like me.
Yeah.
All right. Nah, but that's one of my idols. That's Fuego.
Hi, Fuego.
Fuego and Elgin are some of my favorite MLBB creators, by the way.
Yeah.
That's right. They're on site.
Live in the streaming
Hopefully
area.
they're doing a vertical stream.
Yeah.
I am getting our vertical streams on TikTok ready.
Okay, so last ban for Aurora. A while ago, they did go target for King Kong here. So right now, what else do you target for King Kong? I mean, you have the Fanny gone. You took away the Soyo. What's left? The Julian, the Hayabusa.
Funny thing is, the Hayabusa will struggle against this lineup of Aurora. Or it looks like it would, though we still don't see the rumor for Brusco.
Chonky.
Chonky, yeah. I think they could actually take out the... they usually put the Gato on the roam. They might consider taking out the Cho or the Tig from Brusco.
Tigreal.
Still respectable in this scenario. And
You called it. And this lineup is really chunky for a reason. Not just because of the high loss, but also because Suyo, you forget, in immortal form, gets 20% damage reduction.
Yeah.
So the Hayabusa is basically tickling him.
Zask Valentina perfect right now.
Alpha's great.
Yeah. For the EXP lane, I think this is actually an EXP lane. Oh no, we don't see the EXP lane matchup just yet. That's a problem.
Yeah.
They can still default and go to Rizla for the chunks.
For the chunks?
Yeah, for the chunks, bro.
You gotta go chunky, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're already up against an alpha.
Phoveus is still open though.
For Aurora. Oh yeah, you're right.
That is great,
and
actually.
That turns out the Cho pickup for Brusco, or that would actually make the Cho pickup much more difficult. Maybe Arlot's out there.
Arlot's fine. All right.
Retribution is at hand.
Still a valid. Okay.
It's the purple lineup. Hylos just didn't get the memo.
Yeah.
He didn't get dyed up. Look at that. Very powerful lineup here for Aurora. Lots of
I'm not the only one bound by these chains.
There's the Phoveus.
That was a purple guy we were looking for. It didn't appear here. But then again, Fanatic Onyx says, you know what, this guy's good. We're gonna use him.
What an adjustment by FNOB, man, to pick up the Phoveus that was eventually left open. Again, folks, Arlot in 5 games this season is winless against Phoveus.
Straight?
Type 2, alikan.
Arlot has never won against Phoveus this season.
This season, including...
Kalau guna microwave tu, alikan lah.
I mean, it's just mechanics. They just counter.
Tap.
It just counters, right? It's a counter. Straight up.
Tap
So I
to
wonder what
alikan.
they're gonna do about it. Especially for FNOP, who are really mechanically gifted as well. My goodness. Alright, this is gonna be a banger here. Throw it over to our casters, Leo and Naisu, to give us the action on the field.
Many gratitude, gentlemen. Nice one, Leo, at your service. Calling about game number 4. Something dawned on me.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
For a majority of Fnatic Onyx, this is their first best of 7 in their career. Oh yeah, consider that. And that loss in game 3, which looked like a win in, a portion of it, suddenly they have to deal with that reset.
I feel like that was, I don't know, in a way, like, it's a good check for them, like a reality check throughout this series in the best of 7, because, like you mentioned, this is also a mental test, for the lineup. I mean, on both sides, too. I know there's obviously some experience over here for Aurora individually, but essentially that's what a best of 7 is. I mean, we saw a glimpse of this yesterday in our first best of 7 for the lower finals.
That's right.
And you can really see how things adjust where you're in that first half of the series, and now, as you start to get towards these later games, you're going to see that adjust. But I love what Renmar has pointed out about that matchup alone between the Phoveus and the Arlot.
That's right. We'll see it now. For a couple of times this playoffs, it was alluded to, but eventually it would have switched out. But here, for sure, it's Edward versus Kirk.
They're going to go for this again. Revitalize might not be enough. And Renegade will go down in that first blood, going to the hands already here for Brusco.
A Hylos may be stout. A Hylos may be durable, but not against 3. Not early in the game, not under 2 minutes. And that should open up this turtle for Fnatic Onyx, putting them about a 500, 600 gold here before the turtle spawns. But you also got to consider, this is Asuyo. So again, the whole Sever plus Retribution combo, you gotta consider that.
Yeah, it's deadly. You know what? I'm just gonna throw this out there too. They want to play in the back, but they just want to go in mid.
Nice.
Actually, Infernal Pursuit gonna be dropped down. Queller fired off as well, but Renegade falls for the second time at the 2-minute mark here. Now, this is the clear sign for FNOP to take this turtle here, unless Edward tries to do something. Gonna take a couple shots once again. Kirk dunking on him, but ultimately securing this first turtle of the game.
Amazing how this 4-man rotation from Fnatic Onyx Philippines are able to just control this northern half of the map, the upper quarter, and that will allow for them to I don't know, orange Ube their way into an early game advantage. Because now look, they're sending all their dudes down to the bottom. It's Doming's turn for a little bit of attention. Let's talk about that matchup right now. Doming versus Kelra, the Moscow versus the Harith. This is a matchup that was actually switcheroo, right? It was the Harith on Doming more often, and then Kelra rocking that Moskov. That's got to be trippy. That's got to be a tempo swing for sure for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, and I think it's funny how this series alone, it's been. Oh, hold on, Kurt jumping in once again. Infernal Pursuit, but yeah. So going back to it, I think the gold laners themselves, man, here Leo, have been really, in a way, like low key, where they've dealt with a lot of pressure because of the way the junglers on both teams play. But then they also shine when they're supposed to, which is that mid to late game when we've seen these games get to that point. And I would honestly say that Doming and Kelra both have had great games when they finally get there. I mean, think about, hold on again. Where's Pathway? This is just going to cut him off.
It's an ult for an ult.
Think about what Doming did last game. How he adjusted after getting constantly killed from King Kong solo.
On that same hero.
Yeah.
On that Moskov. And he's taking that same momentum, that same experience and wisdom from that tempo break against Fnatic Onyx, from that first game they scored in the series. And they should be off to a good start, but so far, Fnatic Onyx are choking down on every single lane they have their eyes on. Again, for the first 2 minutes, it was top. Now it's down bottom, and Renegade is forced to play babysitter.
Yeah, you kind of have to at this point. Just with the way that FNOP's moving around the map, you don't want, again, the same course of action for Doming in the early game. You want to have him have a better time, I would say, farming up, getting to where he needs to be. Second turtle is up here, though. They'll go ahead and start this one up.
Fnatic scored the last one. Renegade dropping the course pathway into the back.
Already dropped down, still going for it. Spear Destruction gonna land. Renegade there amidst it all. Still, the turtle, though, goes in the hands of King Kong. Renegade falls again, and now looking for more here in the mid lane. UA will slide on through and get out. Good push, though, up top from Doming to get some extra gold.
All of the energy shields are popped in just in time, too. That's going to allow Aurora to keep that gold lead down despite losing out on both turtles. Edward!
That was a whole lot of damage. Good thing he had to burn the flicker. I mean, one hit, he would have been gone.
Mr. Consistent, ever vigilant, keeping himself alive but barely. That does allow for Doming to push in. I think that's why Edward was just really throwing himself and just saying, no, look at me, I'm here.
It's all part of the plan.
Psych, my boys pushed up top. So that is the first turret casualty for Aurora, which should open up the map, giving Doming the green light to switch up down bottom, but too little too late. Already traded for by Fnatic Onyx. Up top,
the answer, though. They're going to put some pressure on Renegade. Glorious Pathway drop down again, but they want King Kong this time. And UA will be the one to get that. Demon Kite wants to get that orange buff. Doesn't get it. Kelra will clean it up. Kirk, Super Fritz now on the counter play. There's the jump in from Brusco as well. Looking for more. Edward, the first to fall. UA going to be the next target. Has to flicker out. And it's FNOP looking to fight back, punch back on this side of the map. UA dropping down the RWM. Gets taken down under the turret with Kirk. An infernal pursuit between Tier 1 and Tier 2.
And this hole started in the Tier 2 up top for Fnatic Onyx, and they ran down Aurora. By hook or by crook, they were going to get something out of that exchange. And it eventually converted into a turret down mid. Final turtle spawning. Lower quarter, Doming's in trouble.
Doming, how are you going to get out of this?
No.
Kelra firing off. Brusco, oh, he goes over. Great use of the flicker to dodge the unbreakable taunt.
And the dash. He layered both. Amazing work by the next standard. He straight up changed the zip code. Hand this man a new passport. Oh, SOD.
No, he doesn't take that.
Not gonna happen.
Would have been amazing if somehow that spear also got the turtle. Talk about a moment.
Was along the way. But Quesada, Aurora happy with the exchange, happy with keeping Doming alive and keeping this gold lead to a manageable 2,000, 3,000 AOG.
Gonna jump in once again. Renegade, the target, using the revitalized, the glorious pathway won't be enough. Man, Renegade's having a hard time on this Hylos pick. He's just, I mean, most of the glorious pathways have been all defensive.
That is an understatement. his Hylos suffered a first blood death. He's been putting up glorious pathways to eventually just still die anyways.
It's not very glorious.
It's not very glorious, and in front of his dad too. Mr. Bacarse is here supporting his son, and I'm pretty sure he understands that his son is doing his best, but Renegade, he said in an interview, I'm gonna give it my all. In that grand finals tomorrow, I'm gonna give it my all. And if by giving his all, he has to die along the way, then so be it. I'd rather see Renegade at 0-4 than Doming at 0-4 too.
Final slash gonna be used. Demon Kite there to try to help them out, turn this tide around. Yue still holding on to the RWM, and it looks like they'll just back off. Not a fight that they want to take here. They know they're outgunned from Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
That's what that 4,000 gold lead gets you. And now, Keller's having his way with these turrets. Top lane tier 2 down. And that's the long lane completely managed by Fnatic Onyx. Bore down on. Look at this gold lead on the XP lane. Kirk up by about 1,500. That's huge.
It's a massive game.
How many stacks on that Thunderbelt?
Does this not pay true to the stat that Redmar's talking about?
You just can't win.
The R-Lot is winless against the Phoveus. The stats don't lie, and now the gold lead is showing just how much use and value a Phoveus can bring to this game, especially with a lead like that.
Almost half of the gold lead is on Kirk alone. And he's a frontliner. He's a peeler for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and that's going to allow them to bully Renegade out of position. Demon Kite struggling to score anything major here in this 10-minute game. Lord spawning here, lower quarter, it's a shuffle.
Shuffle once again. Still going to keep it together here. Super Prince looking for his positioning. Demon Kite just firing off the Queller, waiting for his moment. Spirit Destruction is going to come in. There's the glorious pathway of aggression. Keller goes in. They're caught in a bad position as Domain goes down. Once again, Kirk dunking on him. Renegade falls. Edward on the run. And with 2 members down of Aurora, this is a clear sign for the Lord.
It's a 3 for 4, and they're not taking that exchange. 3 members for Aurora, 4 for Onyx. Just the sheer numbers don't add up, and that's what's going to allow Fnatic Onyx to take this clean. And look at Demon Kite, just taking what he can on the map, training up for that orange. King Kong, a step ahead, does the same.
I'm wondering, Leo, if maybe with this game, maybe the way that we saw King Kong do this back in game 2, maybe Demon Kite can play the map. Maybe work enough around the map to try to keep them in the game here for Aurora. But I think part of that is, again, do you let Domeng push those side lanes? Do you let Demon Kite do it?
Here's the thing. You want both of them to get some level of farm. You want both of them to somehow affect the map. But you can't do 4 in 1. So you have a paradox. You have a little pickle, if you will.
Yeah.
So I would suggest you keep Domeng with the group. Let King Kong go hunt for Demon Kite, much like this, because Demon Kite can actually
go
duo.
1-1.
Yeah,
but they're gonna duo here.
Like
That's
Damn.
I don't gotta guess DK can't go 1v1.
I mean, he thought, and he learned the hard way. Stepped into the lair of the beast and found himself belly up.
Oh, this is trouble, because right now the focus here, the base of Aurora, without Demon Kite, they'll clear out the Lord. The jump's coming through from Brusco. The setup from Super Prince with the RWM, and the response from UA as well. Brusco finally going down. That might be what they look for again. King Kong taking a couple shots, working on that tier 2 in the mid. Right now, that's all they get. Looking to pop the holy shields. They do on the top and the mid. Lorcan on this bottom side. FNOC, though, getting what they can off that first Lord.
This gold lead is going to get out of hand. No more outer turrets for Aurora. So from about 5,000 expected in the next minute to go up to 6. Next Lord spawning here, lower quarter, same spot. 70 seconds. Okay, change of plans. Maybe it's got to be Domeng. Maybe you let Demon Kite kind of roam around with the group, and then have Domeng not exactly cross the river and just farm up.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, wow. Renegade's been a punching bag. You know, this is another way to say the hitman right here. He's taking the damage.
He's getting hit, man.
He's getting hit.
It's what he needs to do. And the fact that he's stopped at 0 and 5 means he's kind of put it under control. I mean, at the cost of their turrets.
Yeah.
But as the minutes pass by, all the more the reality of a comeback can happen. Yue, Demon Knight holding this bush, spotted by Brusco.
Brusco taking a couple shots from that Soul Sever too, and you know they're doing what you just mentioned. You know, let Domeng push some of those side lanes if he can, but still he has to take a foot of caution when he does it because of the fact that there's the initiation even from Brusco to cut him off.
That's right, and there's an AOG. So Fnatic Onyx, they're like an octopus right now. You know, like you know that an octopus is distracted because it's playing with this little Rubik's Cube over here.
So we evolved from Sonics. Oh, hold on, Kirk, still gonna be going. Kirk in trouble. They're cutting down Brusco in front of it all. Renegade cutting him off with the glorious pathway. And that's a defensive jump with the Avatar of the Guardian. Keeping them together. They're gonna reset.
Could it be?
Lord still worked on here. Is this a moment for Aurora to secure an objective?
Well, no more key ults for Aurora. And
Renegade
Renegade
in trouble. He was actually committing to it. And they're going to fight it out. Kelra wants to go. He's working on Edward. He'll get a double kill. And that was all once again started from Rora when maybe they didn't have to do that. Because now the Lord goes in the hands of Fnatic Onyx.
They had no ults. Fnatic Onyx technically were just down on TKOs, but they were chunky enough to force fights. And the fact that Kelra never left the scene, that changes the landscape, the face of this fight, and now Fnatic Onyx inside the base.
They're already inside the base. A jump through Yue, trying to buy some time, keep the turret alive. Yue goes down, they hold on to that base turret. They still have to worry about this Lord push though. So maybe that bought them a few minutes here or a minute at best, but they're gonna have to get ready. They're gonna have to buckle in for this massive push from FNOP with a massive lead on top of it.
They got to hunker down. And I got some bad news for all the Auroras watching all around the world. Aurora has a less than ideal clearing lineup. Their wave clear is on the lower scale. They only have Yue. Yue is the only one who can really clear these waves quick. Maybe Demon Knight if you consider it, but all of them have to kind of punch these waves manually.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way.
And they might even have to use like a final slash in a certain situation to help clear them or manage them the way they want.
That too.
Against this Lord push.
That too. Very important. So you gotta consider, do I use the ult for the fight to deter a push, or do I use it against the wave? Lord knocking on top lane. In comes Brusco.
Jump in from Brusco into the final slash. Double reward. Middle blaze drop down, and Edward already got out of the picture. Renegade gonna be next. Edward gets a double again. Looking for the triple on Yue. Goes in. Kirk cleans it up. Triple for Kelra, and Domeng tries his best, but it's not gonna be enough. As he goes down, it's a wipeout. Fnatic Onyx Philippines clears up, cleans up the game, and gets some match points.
All five get flatlined as they witness their base get broken down. 3-1. 3-1. Fnatic Onyx just one game away from taking home the title.
Again, it looks like this team, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, doesn't have many weak points. They're able to go ahead and just synergize so well from early to late game, and that's what's dealing what Aurora has to deal with here as they get ready for another game.
They're a freak of nature. Let's hear from our analysts of the Infinix Game Tambayan, talking about Game 4.
You know what? Sonics do feel like they do have it all covered. Very unlikely here. They're gonna lose out even more. What a beautiful performance here in game number 4.
Exactly, a huge team effort, and you could already see who's standing on the stage. The clear MVP. Is that King Kong?
That does look like it. Let's double check that later on.
Let's double check. Okay, now the MVP. No, it's Kelra. They all have the same look with the haircut, Rock.
That's right. That's Kelra, who is going to be the MVP here. Nigh unstoppable on that Harif. We're looking for him. And you know what? This Harif actually did so much, especially comboed with Super Friends on the real world. Doesn't even need to be a real world. Just slow him down. And it does feel like Kelra can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, speaking of Kelra, again, the immense positioning that he displayed all throughout the game. A lot of credit also goes to Kirk and Brusco for setting up Kelra because of the first kills actually that Brusco picked up onto Renegade. Mind you, Brusco is a roam Gatotkacha, picking up 2 kills. And of course, the swerve into the Phobius pick for Kirk worked wonders for them. All throughout the game, Kirk was very present. Even the panel said, even the desk casters, Leo said this, that Kirk was supposed to be the frontliner, but he became a peel for Fnatic Onyx during crucial moments, really disrupting the position of Aurora here. And even Yue had a hard time stealing the real world manipulation, and when those moments came wherein he casted the real world manipulation, he was literally out of position because of the threat of the dive coming in from Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, it must have been really painful for Leo to say that, you know what, the hitman got hit, man.
Yeah,
he came
hitman.
a punching bag there. And again, you can't really blame him too much.
It's his job.
Yeah, that's the job of a high loss, especially for that last one, where these guys are they're built to slow you down, stun you up, and whittle you down so hard. And there's very little that actually can save Renegade this time around. Again, so much power here that was exhibited by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Not much of a wiggle room left for Aurora.
Looking at the emblems of Kirk, he was really quite tanky, but again, he was still able to dish out a lot of damage. There even came a time that Renegade was really soaking up a lot of damage coming in, not just from Kelra and King Tong. The thing is, there were times wherein he was taken down just by the three of Brusco, Kirk, and Super Prince, and it was more than enough to take down the tankiest hero for the side of Aurora, making quick work of game number 4, 15 minutes, 40 seconds in.
Could have sworn Kirk could have been the MVP there as well.
Same
I
thoughts.
feel like, you know what, they probably could have picked up the Phobius instead, so that we can maybe just do better in terms of that last one. Because, yeah, the high loss really did suffer so much. Maybe they could have swapped out, a few heroes here and there, maybe made it a lot better for him to actually survive.
And this where in statistics, numbers come in. Numbers really don't lie. Renmar mentioned this a while ago.
Yeah.
Arlott versus Phobius matchup. 0-5 prior to this match. Now it's 0-6. And there was a clear lead when it comes to the XP laners. I believe it was 9 minutes. Kirk was already 2k ahead of Edward's
Yes.
Arlott. So it was really a dominating laning phase for Kirk.
It was also painful to watch that Moskov just try to scrap around the map for any source of gold that he can. And that's inherently the weakness of a Moskov lineup. You really have to wait for that big spike, which in this scenario didn't really arrive. And while they were waiting for the spike, Fnatic Onyx Philippines was taking all of these objectives,
Everything.
all of these Lord fights, the turn fights. It went to their favor. It was very hard to climb out of it.
And there was a moment wherein you thought Aurora's window was really quite opening, wherein they were able to force out a lot of ultimates for the side of Fnatic Onyx. Even the AOG was used defensively, but the problem was, but the problem was the slows coming in from Super Prince plus Kelra's dominance again. They were able to take down Renegade and eventually Edward. Then they got the second Lord. After that, you know that it was just time standing between Fnatic Onyx and winning game number 4.
Yeah, it was so simple for FNOP. All they needed to do was Void Crystal and maybe another layer of protection there with the real world. Then they got the advantage. It felt so easy for them to activate Kelra this time around. And when Kelra gets activated, you saw how deadly it could be.
Yeah, really, again, the gold standard performing at the highest level.
That's right. Throw it over to our analyst. I think Renmar is there as well. Take us through it.
Thank you so much, panels. Renmar here, still joined with Wolf for a very special live episode of the Ocho Tahatong podcast.
Oh, little thing for you there.
So I asked you this before we went into here, the burning question. Why pick the Arlon over the Phobius in the last 2 picks for Aurora?
Maybe they're afraid of the fact that they'll have Phobius and Hylos, 2 high HP heroes that kind of want to stand in front of the Alpha, a box 10 hero that also deals true damage, HP base, true and HP base damage. Probably why. They wanted Arlott's displacement, I guess.
Alright, yeah, that makes a lot of sense because once Phobius goes in there, will be susceptible to the Alpha, but then again, the burning stat is that the Phobius has completely dominated Arnold all throughout the season, 6-0. Looking at the goal difference, it was just tough. You think there could have been a scenario where the goal difference wouldn't have been this so dire?
It's difficult to say that, especially because draft-wise for Fnatic Onyx, their composition is tailored to win the early game. And if you saw how FNOC played it, they played it so perfectly that they kind of accelerated the game to a point where they're in the mid game, but Aura's in the early game. That's what I felt like. And also, it's difficult to deal the damage when you look at the composition of Aurora, because it is Valentina against Alpha. Even in the draft, I was saying that you don't pick up Valentina when going up against Alpha. Typically, you pick up Alpha after the Valentina.
Yeah.
This time, they pick Valentina after the Alpha, which kind of made it so that if you're looking at the early game, it was Suyu, there's Valentina, and then they have Arlan. They have a lot of stuns. They have Terrified, they have crowd control. They don't have the damage.
They don't have the damage, and they didn't have that stopper for the Phobias. Real quick, I just gotta ask you. You've gone up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. There was a past where you were a coach for Onyx Philippines, but that was way back. What's the best quality of Fnatic Onyx Philippines this season in your book?
Oh yeah, very quickly, and this will be very long, but I'll just sum it up very quickly. Their map reading is superb. It's unlike any other. If you face them in the battlefield, maybe you're not seeing them through the broadcast, but if you're playing up against them, you're gonna be so frustrated on how well they read the map.
Yeah, it feels like they have vision everywhere. But right now, it's time to see what else we have in store for you here. Again, Renmar here, but now we're gonna toss you over to Mara.
Pero syempre, bago ang lahat, baka naman, Fuego Gaming, welcome!
Hello po.
O, kamusta naman ang vibe dito sa MPL Arena?
Ito na sobrang solid ng mga nandito ngayon at sobrang energetic nila.
So you're
Sobrang energetic
streaming.
nila.
Nag-restream ka right now. What's happening here?
Nag-stream ako ngayon. Nagla-live ako ngayon sa live venue.
Oh,
Ganun.
imbitahan naman natin lahat ng mga
So
manonood.
sa mga nanonood dyan, ayan, pwede kayong manood sa iba't ibang mga streamers natin. Ako po, nakalive ako sa TikTok. Ayan, hello po sa inyo lahat.
You know, I love your analysis. I love your voice.
Thank you po,
So
thank
ano
you.
masasabi mo tungkol sa mga pick and bans na nakikita mo ngayon sa ating grand finals? Analyze this, Fuego.
May, nakakatuwa yung ginagawa ng Aurora ngayon kasi nung game 1 and game 2, sila yung nakakakuha ng early game. As in, sila yung dominant sa early game. Pero pagdating sa late game, dun sila nababawian ng Onyx. So, itong game 3, nakabawi naman, baliktad naman nangyari. Early game naman ng ang Onyx, nakabawi naman ng Aurora. Parang ganun yung mga nangyari ngayon. So, dito sa pinaka-last match na nangyari, isa sa mga naging magandang pick ng Onyx kaya sila nanalo sa game na yun ay yung Phobius na talagang nagbigay ng malaking space and maraming crowd control at damage sa kanilang team.
So kung magpe-predict tayo ngayon, prediction time, ano ang prediction mo? Score?
Score?
At sino?
Hirap eh. Promo yun lahat sila.
Pero kung predict is may facts tayo dito.
Feeling ko si nandyan ba si Chantal?
Nandito si Chantal,
Siya
yes.
ba yung nagkakas?
Siya yung nagkakas.
Pag si Ma'am Chantal yung nagkakas, umabot ng last
Game
round eh.
7.
Game 7 eh.
Oh, kaninong team?
Feeling ko ito ay 4-3.
4-3? Kanina.
Favor of... Sa ngayon, lamang yung Onyx kasi.
Okay, so feeling mo, Onyx.
Feeling.
Okay, ano naman ang masasabi mo sa ating mga grand finalists? Mensahe naman dyan.
Sobrang galing nyo. Good luck sa inyo sa ginagawa nyo. At syempre, alam ko sa M6, mas lalo pa nilang gagalingan at tataas ang bandera ng Pilipinas.
That's right, M6! At kung hindi nyo pa siya napapollow, baka naman. Now we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasa.
Baka naman means maybe. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know the right translation.
No, but
it just
that's
says
right.
maybe, right?
Maybe.
It just means maybe. And a big friend of MLBB, that's Fuego. He gives a lot of analysis, a lot of tutorials over on, I think, YouTube and TikTok. So do check him out. No joke, you learn a lot about MLBB if you watch him. So big shout outs to him and everyone watching and all the restreamers. You know what? MLBB would be nowhere near as big as it is without all of our restreamers who make this game what it is right now. The passion, we can feel it. The time that you spend watching and playing the game.
Yeah, our content creators, everyone really makes up adds a lot to our community. So we're all very grateful for you because Every time a new patch drops, I always watch your videos.
Yeah, and they're the reason why PH server is one of the hardest servers.
Oh, yeah.
In the whole world, and you guys are also part of the reason why ML is one of the biggest esports games. Again, 1.3 billion views.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I mean, if you want a shortcut, if you don't want to read the patch notes, they'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Even we use them. Sometimes it's so easy if someone's already working around the clock to research, and then you watch it. And look at this, global kills for game leaders. You got Kyrie, another guy clad in yellow.
Yeah.
Right up there. And alongside Max. And of course, King Kong is joining them as well. Beautiful stats here from globally recognized players.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, if Adoryu made it to the grand finals, he'd be in the stat line. But since he's not here, of course, the regular season MVP King Kong, who's just been an absolute killer. Again, revisiting the stats, preparing for this day, I was reminded that King Kong is undefeated as a Roger. 7-0 this season.
Oh, that was when? Until what week?
Until Roger started disappearing. Like
Week
around week
4,
4,
week
week 5.
5.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, these are very respectable numbers. King Kong, despite being relatively newer compared to these guys, are actually quite on the rise. Yeah. And Kyrie versus King Kong.
Oh, I hope we get to see it.
I wonder.
I want to see it. I mean, I know the competition in MPL Indonesia has really increased with the rise of RRQ, Team Liquid, ID, BTR as well. Fnatic Onyx didn't find their consistent footing until the end of the regular season, but yeah.
Yo, the KK duo, they got a message. I think they really want to see something on the other side of the world. That's why.
Kasi wala, gusto lang sila talunin. Hindi namin masyado iniisip yung pressure, and nung dinominate namin yung regular season, kumbaga etong playoffs na to bago to kumbaga parang walang score dito, kumbaga walang 13-1, walang labang, walang lahat pantay dito sa playoffs, kaya tingin ko walang pressure sa amin yung pagka-dominate namin.
That is the mindset of a true champion. There is no stats, no numbers. You and your opponent on the battlefield, that's all that matters.
Yeah, you treat them equally, you defeat them equally, you always give your best. And the KK connection, really looking forward to facing Onyx Indo.
Honestly, I think that the more people see just how dang good Fnatic Onyx Philippines is, they're really getting globally recognized, that it's a dream match now at this point. You want to see Super Friends go up against Sans. You want to see Kiboy go up against Brusco, Kyrie versus King Kong, CW versus Kelra.
You know what I want to see?
What?
King Kong versus Sekais.
Oh yeah, that's another one. That's another dream match.
That's a whole
Yeah,
completely different dream match. Who's the better fanny? Comment down below. Okay? And of course, be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. You can say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with Smart Prepaid eSIM. Now available for digital delivery through the Smart Online Store for only 99 pesos. So get your Smart SIM now. And of course, before anything else, let's take a look first at MPL fans who are giving their all-out support from all of the watch parties happening all around the Philippines. We got one on UP Town Center happening in Quezon City. They represent Luzon. We got one on Festive Walk Mall in Iloilo City, walking up for Visayas, and MMCM Plaza in Davao City representing Mindanao. There you go. Huge shout-outs to everyone, and we hope you're all enjoying the fun, the action, live and on site.
I love it. I love the Mindanao Watch Party. The Mindanao Watch Party looks lit, man.
Really lit. I mean, they have the complete set. What do you call that?
The clappers.
The clappers. They got clappers. They're so compact. I feel like there's so many people there.
Yeah. No, there were like an even bigger group of people standing behind the people sitting down.
Yeah, people waiting. So big shout out to all the Auroras as well, who supporting on KMC Armstrong Cafe in the Grand Finals watch party. I know you guys are probably busy like this right now.
Oh yeah.
Make sure you make yourself heard, okay? Because they need the support. The players up on the stage really need your support if you are one of the Auroras. All the incantations, all of the
incantations, the rituals,
the preparations, the rituals that you have, throw them all. Throw up that energy ball if you're kind of feels like if you're a Saiyan, if you're Goku, throw it up there so you can absorb all the energy around you and throw it over to the players there. Because right now, it's looking like Fnatic Onyx Philippines are on the road to 4-1.
Yeah, they just should not get greedy in this next draft. Don't pick an off-kilter Kelra pick early. If you're gonna pick it early, make sure it's the Harith, make sure it's the Moskov along those lines. If you're gonna pick something like the Beatrix or the 1-1, you pick it later in the phase.
That's pretty fair.
Yeah, but the problem is Fnatic Onyx selecting this time blue side once again. Aurora was able to beat. Was Aurora able to beat Fnatic Onyx on the blue side? For today?
Doing the math, I believe so. I'm gonna recheck that.
Because right now, obviously
Sides, it's been a while. So
the side selection is equalizing from 90. It's going down to 80%, 80.
Yeah, I think they were
89%.
Yeah, I know they were able to. Yeah.
Yeah, so
because it was Fnatic then Aurora. The Fnatic was blue side in game 3.
That's pretty big. That
Aurora
means
won.
they really did a bump. They bumped the number of FNOP.
Yeah, but again, that was the game where they drafted the 1-1 and Fanny super early on.
The greedy comp.
Yeah, and even though they were able to get a good early game, relatively so, despite Kelra getting picked off first, they eventually lost control because they got taunted by Renegade. They didn't have the right crowd control to weather a really heavy siege. So just don't get greedy, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. If you can end it now with the safest picks, with your best bets, do it. But make sure it's not greedy.
So, and greed is not good.
Greed is not good
in this scenario.
So if you're Fnatic, if you're Aurora, do you actually open out the Suyo or ban it out the force King Kong to use a different kind of jungler?
Ban it, bro.
Ban it.
Should have banned it.
Just ban Suyo. Because it's going to be auto pick for the side of Fnatic Onyx.
That's right. And if you're Aurora, there are very clear-cut bans are still on the table. Number one, you still want to ban out the Lo Yi. And you're going to have to add the burden of having to ban out the chip on the red side as well. Or maybe Aurora goes for something really nuts and leave the chip open.
No, you shouldn't. You cannot against a team that did very well with the chip and has great macro, as Coach Wolf mentioned earlier in the analyst segment. So you cannot give the chip. You cannot give the Loi as well. And this time, interestingly enough, they take out the Khalid in as the third ban. Edith has already been picked up by Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and this is such a Chad move because they gave the Suyo and the Harith to Aurora.
And you know what? I don't mind it because the Edith's win rate just speaks for itself. No matter where you throw it in FNOP, they're probably going to be able to play it well, whether on the XP, whether on the roam.
Yeah, and this is such a great drafting pattern. First off, by Fnatic Onyx Philippines, because you counter, again, the softest counter, close to hard counter to Suyo is the Alpha. But then at the same time, you ensure that there will be no Phobiuses picked up there by Aurora because they have the Alpha. You take away the Edith as well from Aurora, plus Eve on Super Friends, again, undefeated. But Aurora with a good response, picking up the Suyo and the Harith, taking the Harith away from Kelra. They'll be fighting under the manipulation, but they have the Rafaela to get away from it.
Man, Aurora standing by the Rafaela here.
The thing is, Fnatic Onyx was actually able to beat out a lineup of Aurora in game number 2 with the Suyo. This is wherein they placed up the Kelra Beatrix and the Brusco Franco. So if you're if you're Aurora, you have to watch out really for what are potential picks that can come from Brusco. Because right now I'm expecting Edith will go in the hands of Kirk.
Yeah, for sure that is an EXP lane Edith. In terms of the roam, again, they can go pick off into this one. However, they really want to play it safe. I think they are going to be considering Cho. Fantastic ban here, by the way, by Aurora to take away the Beatrix. If they still gave that Beatrix, that would have been GG championship for Fnatic Onyx.
Yeah, Vexana is the one that they're actually going to stop on the mid. So that's a very curious ban, which means they are probably trying to draft a lineup that wants to go together as much as possible. Stick together.
Good ban for the Vexana. Really messes up the team fighting that you want to do if you have an Eve with you.
So right now is the Valentine still open? Yeah. For Yue? I think they're just gonna resort to a Yue Valentina once again for the side of Aurora. Although the Faramis is still open that Yue can use.
Yeah, difficult right now. Looks like the lineup of Aurora. If they want to maximize control and pokes, they might actually even consider picking up the Aurora. But right now the mindset of Aurora might actually just be we need a real world manipulation too.
And the real world manipulation actually messed up so much of the team fighting for Aurora earlier, even though they had a real world of their own.
Yeah.
It feels like they just were on the downside.
Yeah, but the problem was with Yue, whenever he was casting a real world manipulation the previous game, he was always out of position because of the dives coming in from Fnatic Onyx. There was the Gatot Kacho, but in this case, Gatot Kacho was actually banned by Fnatic Onyx, so there's no Gatot.
Yeah, we have to remember Kirk has 14 victories with the Edith. If I'm not mistaken, that's only 16 or 17 games in total. So that's 3 to 4 losses, or 2 to 4 losses alone with that Edith. That is the signature of Kirk this season.
Edith is, again, also in the hands of Mr. Consistent Legend Zero here. There's just no other way around it. The Edith win rate is off the charts right now.
Tigreal Cho still open here for Brusco.
You know, if Aurora has it, just pick up a XP lane Barats if you can. Because they have
For
the
Aurora?
Charisma gone. Yeah, if Edward has it with him.
You have to process that a little bit. In the mid lane though,
Okay.
I don't know if you guys expected this. Cecilion.
This evens it out a little bit because it corrects the problem that Aurora has. They lacked a little bit of that long range, and the Aurora would have been lacking in terms of the damage. This has more damage, less control, but the control will still be there. Paired up with a Rafaela, good repositioning, and I think they're going to be packing a Purify with it. But this means this really needs to be a tank later for Edward.
Who's that big tanky boy you're thinking about though?
Again,
guys?
Barrett's.
Big tanky boy. Or XP.
Or maybe even a Bene tank. That could actually go for the backline, especially for the Eve.
Well, we'll see. It feels like a very
Here comes the Cho.
sharp sword, but the defense is not that high. And here's the picks. Cho and Clint for FNOF.
Really great drafting choices right now by Fnatic. Onyx PH. They need a strong -1.
What's left? Thursday is banned, right?
There's a Phoveus, but
Yes, Terizzo's banned out.
yeah.
Phoveus might actually suffer here.
Looking at the dashes, they have the Cho, the Clint, Phoveus against the Alpha, difficult. Might just be Barrett. Might just be Bennett. Grok XP, no.
Edward's laughing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
He's locking.
Glue.
He's locking in an old pick. There you go. There's the glue.
It checks all the boxes you were mentioning, Renmore. Someone tanky, someone who can disrupt the formation.
Yeah.
But then glue.
Not bad. You know what? Not bad. But you know that formation right now where Clint is hiding behind Eve in that wall? That's exactly what it's going to be like later. And the question is, can the
100%.
glue actually get there? And let me remind you, those glulets get melted fast by all of the pokes of the Edith, Alpha, and Eve.
No joke about it. I mean, it's nice to maybe smile about it, but everyone has been in that situation where a glue goes in and he can't get out.
Yeah.
Because he's getting melted.
Yeah, maybe that's where the Rafaela comes in for Renegade.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Does it heal glulets? We'll find out later. Throw it over to this very exciting and possible conclusion for this grand final.
The lights are flickering faint. Can Aurora hold strong for the Thunder God's Wrath, pushing for one more game?
To Mobile Legends.
This is game 5 in the grand finals. Leo and Naisu bringing you the action. I did not expect to see Sicilian tonight.
I did not either, you know, and I know we had a glimpse at it, and I don't know, man. This is sticking in my head. Are they actually called glulets?
Glulings.
Oh, glulings. So,
I think.
Today I learned, right? Whatever they're called, little glues. That's something that can be said. I didn't expect to see UA on the Sicilian either, but maybe there's a master plan here for Aurora to go ahead and utilize the tools they have. We're talking about sustainability, maneuverability, and also they can build up here. Uh-oh. All right, I had to double check.
We're fine. Action continues. Brusco on his signature Cho, aka Bruce Lee, the Bruiser, coming in looking for kicks, baiting out responses. I think that's what he wants to do. Our panel mentioned the possibility of the glulings, the glulets, from Edward just melting down on his attempt to penetrate through the lineup.
Yeah.
There is some truth to that, but I've seen worse. There are worse lineups that try and break through. Talk about lineups with the Faramis. Talk about lineups with a Valentina.
That's true.
Right? This is, you know, that Eve still has to choose where she puts her spells.
Yeah, you got to do that. This is also the first time that we haven't seen a Valentina at least come through, so there's that dynamic change as well. Part of this also is the fact that, you know, I don't know if Clint has done very well, like overall, throughout the playoffs alone, but Kelra confident enough to pick it up. You know, we heard the bands break down too from the panel, so maybe this was just the option.
The gold standard is singing 100%.
On the Clint.
He was the first one we doubted, and the first one to prove us wrong.
Man,
so
yeehaw.
here, this is yeehaw.
Yeehaw, Kelra.
Howdy. This is indeed the right pickup, especially since you want a mid-game scaling marksman that can definitely threaten you as Sicilian, which makes sense because the story of the series is Aurora in control constantly, and then they lose it in the late game. But they're gonna do it now.
They're gonna fight through it. Spirit Alpha already dropped down. Edward getting melted down, the glulets and all. And there's Bruce Klee coming in and gets Demon Kite. Gets the turtle as well. Man, they just got everything.
All right. Well, to get to a good late game and gain control of that, you gotta survive the early. And not with a lineup like this. Not with how aggressive Fnatic Onyx are. Look at this. The purple just disappears.
It's gone.
That's highway robbery.
That is at that point. And you know, it's the pacing that's being set here early on from FNOF. I'm wondering, like, how long do you need if you have this lineup from Aurora to be able to catch up if you fall behind, right? Because we're talking about a lineup that does need time to build up, especially with a Sicilian.
You mean right now?
In that mid lane, yeah, like right now they're trying to catch up.
What's the harsh reality right now? I'd say third turtle. If by third turtle you don't find a way to recover, then you gotta have a plan B. You gotta have a plan Z. Because look at this King Kong coming in.
Spirit Alpha again. Renegade just getting melted himself. And there it is. Purify gonna be used. Doming will live. He might look for a counterplay, but man, this is looking already dire. Almost at the 4-minute mark, that whole gold plating already taken care of by Kelra.
The Sheriff's got good time. A full minute, 10 seconds before the shield goes away, he demolishes it. And now, Demon Kite's not in a good way either.
Man, no wonder the Alpha is just such a top pick right now. It's so hard to deal with the fact that you can just get thrown in the air, and then obviously the true damage this early on, it hurts. How do you play against it?
You're making good times. Hurt just picked up the Thunder Bell about 20 seconds, 15 seconds ago. King Kong got his War Axe, and now he's gonna steal away the purple. Oh, the beast is eating good. And suddenly the map has shrunk. I don't think I've seen a map this small in under 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is, you know, when we've seen this before, it was when FNOF did get some of the fastest games, or the fastest game in the league so far, right? That was, what, 9:34, I think it was. They played like this. Now, Aurora can slow them down. I'm not saying it's going to be a game that fast again, but with the way things are going and the fact that this lineup needs that time to build up, they're falling so behind so quickly. It's a little concerning here, Leo.
It feels like you're fighting gravity.
Look at
It's
Briscoe.
like you're going down 9.8 m per second squared. That's the actual speed of gravity. And Fnatic Onyx are just pushing them down. Look, we haven't even seen a single real manipulation. And it feels like these fights are non-starters.
Yeah, it kind of is. It makes you wonder, like, for Demon Kite in this situation, when you have this Suyo, and we know it's Suyo as a hero, it's picked up all the time, it does so well, but when you fall behind like this against an Alpha, that's usually the pickup, you know, you're going to have to rely on your team to help you out, to go ahead and get the buffs that you need, or even the space to work with. But there's just so much pressure coming out from FNOF and the lineup that they have. I mean, Brusco is literally just standing in front of multiple members from Aurora.
I've counted 4. The most he's strung up is 4. Like, come on, get me. And there's no real catch to this Cho. I mean, what are you going to do? Try to hit him with a Sanguine Claws?
Yep.
Try to ride on him with the grab? You're not going to spend your ult as the Rafaela. Renegade can't afford to do that. So, with that said, Aurora have to just really sit back, relax, and some way, somehow hope that Fnatic Onyx don't pick up the pace. But that's asking a predator to not eat its prey.
Yeah, pretty much. You're asking a lot here at this point. And you're seeing it right here, right now. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, 5,000 gold ahead. Continuing to put pressure here on the mid lane, trying to get that tier 1 down. Look at the amount of damage already coming out from UA. He will survive, though. Still purple up, trying to secure it in. Turret finally going down. Kirk joining the fight. Flickers in. Going for Edward. And Calro will clean up the kill. Kirk does get traded though, 1-for-1, but the tier 2 going to be worked on here. And FNOP looking to take a tier 2 turret this early on in the game. As now the third turtle spawns up. Good push from Domeng though.
Wow.
Oh, they're going for the Holy Shield as well. They get that.
That's a massive resource that you need at what seemingly is 7-8 minutes into game 5. They can't just leave mid lane now.
You can't.
Not just is that a main artery for the map, it's also a weak spot for Aurora.
Big weak spot. And they also barely hold on to the tier 2 on the top lane as well. So talking about the amount of macro value that FNOP has gotten themselves up to this point, it's insane. It's so hard to deal against if you're Aurora here.
And I'm guessing that Aurora understand now. They're playing hide and seek. You can't play tag with a lineup like Fnatic Onyx. The best thing you can do is to farm up where they're not there. So they see that, there's a big presence up top. Let's take this turtle. I wonder if they know if King Kong's in this bush. Oh, here he is.
Spot him out.
Grab.
He might just go for it anyway. Demon Kite will get the turtle. Brusco now joining the fight alongside Calra and Super Prince. They set up the death box, and Calra fires on off. King Kong waiting for the rest of the team, and Edward is a sacrifice. Rora will get the turtle, but they lose 2 bodies.
Too much to ask. To get away with the turtle, to get away with a couple of kills. And I think Aurora just rolled themselves back. That was less progress than what they could have gotten if they just hunkered down. Oh, wow.
Look at Brusco.
He's making this toe look like a Uranus.
Yep. It's the new version of it. They try to hold down the mid turret the best they can. Full force still up here. They want to force the fight. Spear of Alpha on the defense. Even the split committed, and that's going to be nearly everything thrown just to defend.
Not just. They also committed the flicker. Mr. Consistent came in with the hopes of grabbing someone, anyone, to throw into the base to hopefully get a shutdown kill and maybe get some bounty to help them get to that mid-game power spike. But it's not just happening.
Again, Brusco jumping in the base, just trying to base something out. They're still working on this base turret. At this point, they still won't get it. Laura will hold on. And so really, it's just Fnatic Onyx looking for, if they can press the limit, the line so far, to get a turret before a Lord.
It looks like they could. 10 minutes in, 7,500 gold. Aurora are holding on for dear life. It would be a miracle if they're able to secure this orange, and they're buying time for Domeng. That's all they're hoping for. All right, they're able to push out Fnatic Onyx. They're able to push out the Beast out of stealing one more buff. Fnatic Onyx is setting up for the Lord.
The concerning thing to waiting for Domeng, and even UA to an extent, is once they get there, as let's say once the stacks are there for UA on the Sicilian, you already got enough magic resistance here. There's the force again from Kirk, gonna flip him over the head. Edward in trouble. They want to fight it back. RWM dropped down to Edward, trying to run away, but Brusco will find him again. Super Prince does go down. Kirk popping the Primal Wrath. And right now, FNOP going to be held at bay, but King Kong will get the Lord, securing the objective.
1-for-1. Edward did what he could. Edward tried to find more than what they got, but so far it's just Prince. And Prince was more than willing to be a sacrifice. Looking at the item game here, oh man, that's about 2,000 between Kelra and Domeng. And Domeng has to consider, do I build physical defense? Fnatic Onyx just hurt too much. I don't think he has it in his pocket. I don't think there's enough economy in this game for Aurora to give Domeng a defensive item. He needs more, they need more damage.
They need a whole lot more damage at this point. And Rora's gonna have to buckle in for this one, because this could be a victory. March in with this Lord. A mid-turret goes down. There's a flicker from Bruce. Go again. Gets the kickoff. Edward gonna be in trouble. Flickers out on the defensive. They go in with the claws, and Kirk could be in trouble. Real world manipulation gonna be dropped down, but they clear out the Lord. They're able to defend. Rora stays together and stays in the game.
The light still shining. Faint as it may be, A good old Boy Scout effort defense. They lose their mid lane inhibitor. Up next, down bottom. Few shots coming in from Kelra. And they clear the minions. Aurora still in this.
Is this what they need? Is this what they have to do? I mean, clear-wise, it looks like they can at least keep some of the clearing going. Even, let's say, the next Lord. What if it's forced from FNOP to just fight it out?
That's the problem. Counting their blessings, they have great wave clear. Amazing. Almost top of class. But if FNOP says it's go time and they fight, they best hope that they have more purifiers than they have. 3 ain't enough, especially since Renegade is still on cooldown. I'm not too sure they have 30 seconds to waste.
They might just lose all base turrets here. They still hold on to the top one for now. But FNOP, I think they're happy with the amount of damage they did off that first Lord push. Might look for more. Kirk holding on, has a flicker. They want to take this last base turret in. Kirk's going to have to fight it out. Brusco goes in with the kick. They're going to go in. Edward gets the grab, split. Kirk does fall down. Still breaking out of the fight. Renegade goes down in the exchange. King Kong up in the front, taking a couple shots. Conceal's going to keep him alive. With a 1-for-1 trade. Kirk for Renegade. And Roller stays in the game.
A close call. If some way, somehow, Yue shut down King Kong, would have been a lot of gold swing over to Aurora. They're able to kick out Fnatic on Philippines, keep this gold lead to a manageable 6,000, 7,000. I'm hoping that it claps back. Only if they got the key. Right now it's going to maintain an 8K gold lead, and still that's a massive amount of firepower you're missing out on. It's a miracle that Yue hasn't died. That's a testament to this young man's technical know-how and usage of space. And let's see, they're out of their base.
They might want to go ahead and fight this off.
I don't know if this is the right thing to do. They're contesting.
Yeah, they are contesting right now. Even down 8,000 gold. Is this really what Roro wants to do?
This is defiance.
Can they get an advantage here?
They're not taking this lying down. Lord here, approaching half health. Massive river bush control by Fnatic Onyx. Demon Kite taking the wide rush. Oh no!
Brusco jumping in again. Way of the Dragon right on target, right on the mark. Edward split. And Super Prince is going to be chased down. Domeng trying to find Kelra. Won't be able to get it as Kirk goes down. And they're turning the tides here. But King Kong will get taken out as a double. They got the Lord, but Roro won the fight.
Fnatic Onyx committed too much to taking the Lord. Aurora hit a power spike. Aurora laid everything down on the line. And they took 3 out on the way.
Oh, they want to take
alive.
a chance.
They are on the map. All 5 members pushing in.
It's Brusco and Kelra. Can they stay in the game after this turnaround? Kelra takes the claws. And Yue helps clean them up. A forced play from Rora. Still a couple seconds away. Brusco tries to buy enough time, but the minions are there, and Rora will be able to do it. They turn it around, and they stay in the series.
Not so fast. The lights may be dim, but they're not out just yet. Aurora MLBB, another one on the board. 3-2. We're going to game 6.
Oh, you can hear the Yue, man. But I don't know. That was just everybody staying calm, collected. It was pretty quiet here for a bit, but what a game.
Let's throw it over to the Infinite James Tambayan and break down exactly what happened. It was very quick. Battle circuit.
I am so glad my mic was off for that, because I was just saying no bleeping way that happened.
I wasn't even here.
You were getting ready.
Was there. I was yelling.
Ready.
Oh my goodness! Imagine Rockhart. High stakes. Grand finals. Match point for the opposing team. Make it or break it. Lineup for Aurora. The Sicilian of Yue.
3-2, boys. 3-2. Oh my goodness. Honestly, it felt like Fnatic Onyx Philippines could have ended it at 9 minutes.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Right? I was getting my social media ready. I was getting ready to go to Edward. The guys are really, they worked so hard, and now they're on the receiving end of like a really fierce Fnatic Onyx. But then they do this.
They do the unthinkable.
Unbelievable.
Man, at this point, even if, you know, Fnatic wins or Aurora bites the short end of the stick, the things that they've done for the playoffs alone, beating TLPH, beating Falcons AP Bren, extending the game, and of course, one of the catalysts for that to happen is none other than this guy, Yue.
You gotta shout the name. You gotta do it 3 times. Yue, Yue, Yue. And right now, it does feel like this lineup from FNOP was one that was created to destroy. But somehow, somewhere, they were able to pick a team fight outside of the real world manipulation to get the game back in their favor.
Yeah, imagine, I don't remember how many minutes, but the gold lead was just too immense. They're just really saying that stats are lying. The gold lead doesn't matter. It's all about perseverance, commitment, dedication to their craft, and this guy, Yue, at the helm of everything. Literally the glue guy for Aurora's all-star team. Renmar's gonna have a hard time explaining what just happened, but even before the game started, Renmar was actually saying he thinks it's gonna go to Game 6.
He did.
He did.
That's interesting. All right, so we're gonna have to wait for that, because right now, the gold lead was, I think, around at 8,000, 9,000.
You know, the gold lead wasn't high enough, Rockhard.
Did they need 20K to do that? Because right now, this season, obviously, Fnatic Onyx Philippines had a really good understanding of the win condition here of Aurora. They needed that Cecilio to ramp up over and over and over and over again, Bat's impact, to get to a point where it could hurt. But Fnatic Onyx said, you know what, if we finish it at 9 minutes, 10 minutes, the Sicilian doesn't hurt. But no, for some reason, Aurora, with just pure sheer will, held on for dear life, and they were able to score another one against FNOL.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why Cecilio and Yue had a good time, I believe prior to that game-ending clash, Yue was at 2-0-1, was because of the fact that Edward was doing his job, becoming the sandbag for the side of Aurora. Even if he dealt with a lot of deaths, it was okay. It was his job. They know their win condition. Focus up, group up on securing late game Cecilion, and it did wonders for them. 14 minutes, 33 seconds in. You just don't want to deal with a Cecilion late game.
Cecilion, it wasn't even super late game yet. I think they didn't use pure firepower to get into this. They just used the smarts, right? The smart mechanical movement, avoiding Super Prince, who by the way is a true MVP here for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. He hit all the real worlds except for the last one. Yeah. And in that last one where the Aurora members were outside, that was the Lord that, you know, they won. Aurora won.
You know, I honestly didn't see that because I was running all the way.
I know. I know that.
So shocked. That's how shocked. Even the Green Sun Hotel.
Green Sun Hotel was crazy. Crazy. They were going nuts. Everyone was running everywhere. And that's just how insane it is right now here in the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 14. Right now, there's, I believe, 100% win rate.
Cecilio, how many times was it picked?
Twice.
It was picked during the regular season, right?
It's just second time the Cecilion has been picked all season long.
And it won again, but
I
one
hope
thing
my
for
stats
sure,
are right.
One thing for sure is Kelra's Clint pick isn't 100% anymore.
That's the thing, right? The Clint for Kelra could have been, but you know, we'll have to wait and see if our analysts can think up some other adjectives for that game.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema by Aurora. You know, I was looking at that draft and going, Aurora, that glue's not gonna do much in the early game. That glue will struggle. Your lineup will struggle. You will lose the early. But apparently they had one idea going into this game. US, save us.
Yes, and Yue didn't save them. This quote-unquote Harry Potter lineup, and you can see the mountain. Let's call this one Mount Aurora.
Mount Aurora, yeah.
And we're able to climb.
Over there at, no, they climbed Mount Onyx.
They climbed Mount Onyx, then went down to their valley, which eventually found that they didn't get anything in their stages. Let's just say it that way. And to be fair, with Cecilion, if you play it correctly, yes, you can defend. But it will take a lot of patience, a lot of good mechanics, good understanding of the game. a lot of good, maybe morale boost from your teammates for you to pull that off.
Filipino MLBB is something else. And
Amen.
it wasn't just, as a Sicilian in this level, you needed to play a great game. He needed to play the perfect game.
Yes, and everybody from Aurora played the perfect game. This is the part where when you're really down, you just tell your teammates, yeah, you can win, but you have to play it perfectly. And that is what Aurora did. So you can see in the last clash, if you look at it again, they kicked the glue, which is in a way, it was Fnatic Onyx's mistake, but at the same time, there is a lot of thought that was put in there. But they needed the Eve to output the damage. However, Doming popped the Zaman Force to zone out the Eve together with the Bat's Impact, I think.
Yeah, the Bat Impact.
The Sicilian Ultimate to zone out Eve. So when eventually Super Friends popped his ultimate, it was way off. He didn't deal any damage because he wasn't in the box where the glue should have been there.
Yeah, Bat's Feast and Sanguine Claws to zone Bat Impact to deal that damage. And over there at the end, at the Siege, we saw that one Bat's Impact coming in from the Sicilian took down the Clint of Kelra straight to 50%. Hopefully we get to do another one of these because I really want to see a Game 7. Aurora and Fnatic Onyx Philippines are putting on a show. Panel, please explain to us what to expect for this next game.
I would just like to ask our viewers, everyone watching right now on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, all the stuff, all the comments. Press 1 if you want Game 7 for this one. Press 1. I'm gonna read all your comments later on, and also let us know why.
Of course, everyone wants Game 7. Rock.
Do you guys want Game 7? I don't think everyone wants Game 7.
Imagine
if you're a super fan, you don't want Game
exactly.
7.
Because match point Fnatic Onyx. I mean, imagine if you just tuned into the chat and there's all 1-1. You don't know what's happening.
Mr. Consistent, by the way, attending his 4th straight M Series appearance since M3. So this guy has been doing it year in, year out with different hairstyles, but the same chewed. Consistency is key for Edward.
Yeah, and someone consistent who we all know is one of the greatest analysts is here with us right now.
He's
again.
back.
Wolf is here on the couch?
Stop it. You know, you're making Renmar blush.
Yeah.
Right now, obviously, he posted this yesterday. He actually asked me, is it consistent 4 consecutive or consecutives? And I said, you don't add an S anymore.
Why?
He was riding his sock med while we were...
You mean Edward?
I passed him on the hall.
Oh, okay.
He personally asked me.
I thought you were setting up for a joke.
No, that's a very great flex. He proofread Edward's social media post.
Yes. It was so funny because I have to go to him after, right?
Yeah.
And he said, is it consecutive or consecutives? It's consecutive.
You know who's another consistent dude though?
What?
Other than Edward, this guy is consistent with slaying kings. He's not in RSG Philippines anymore, but he has a Kingslayer's blood in him. Aurora, his team, we're the ones who eliminated the reigning MPLPH champs team Liquid Philippines and the reigning world champions Falcons AP Bren.
In the same playoffs.
Same playoffs.
In the same playoffs, guys. So this guy has been going into Green Sun Hotel pressured because he's one series away from being eliminated, but continuing to strive for greatness again. Demon Kite.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and you know what also bothers me or really interesting about me?
About you?
That. Oh, his eyebrows actually look like horns. It has tips
yeah,
here.
I've pretty much told
Have
him.
you brought that
yeah,
up
I've
yet?
called him a Demon Kite Mishima in the past.
Because,
Yeah. If you know,
you know.
The man's
That's a
like a
different
lost
game.
Mishima relative.
That's a different game. Anyway, you're absolutely right. Thank you for bringing that up. So right now, I don't know if you guys expected we'd be here. We're setting up for game number 6 of Fnatic Onyx versus Aurora. Aurora are hanging on. I don't know. As a John Wick antagonist would say, by sheer blanking will. They're hanging on for dear life, and they're using picks that are only used. I think that was only used once, right? That Celion and
Super
also
Friends
one.
used it.
So unbelievable that they turned their own weapons against them. And, of course, to kind of just add a little bit more flavor here, this is Renegade and Demon Kite.
Yung SRG kasi di ko pa sila kakalaban sa international tournament. Tingin ko ang gusto ko makatapat sa M6, yung Onyx or yung SRG, silang dalawa lang kasi yung Onyx, natalo kami nung M5 kasi yung SRG hindi ko pa sila nakakalaban pero ang ganda ng mga pinakita nila sa mga tournaments nila. Kaya tingin ko sila yung pinaka-had lang or gusto ko makalaban.
Anjir, SRG juga ah.
You know, I don't blame him. Everyone wants to fight SRG right now. Gideon Q very eloquently said, it feels like SRG hasn't been given a proper opponent, you know, in their own MPL, right?
Yeah.
And it feels like Gideon Q feels like SRG needs some real hard mode opponents.
Yeah, I mean, like, even though Monster Vicious was able to end that MPL Malaysia streak for selling all Red Giants earlier in the season, however, they are still like, because they are the MSC champions, they're one of the big bosses in MLBB esports today.
But Gideon, you know, be careful what you wish for. 'Cause again, honestly, if I'm SRG or any other competing team for MC, I'm afraid of these two teams right now.
100%.
With what they've been showing, especially since you, again, if you just tuned in, Sicilian has been picked in the grand finals, and it was used against Fnatic Onyx to extend the series.
By the way, Coach Arcadia was here a few days ago. Just bringing that up. He was scouting. He was studying. I saw him. He was paneling, and I saw him really watching the games.
He's a double agent.
I knew what he was up to, and I love you, Coach. But hopefully we'll see you very, very soon.
Yeah. Now, heading into the next one, Fnatic Onyx Philippines cannot overheat. If you're going up against Aurora, you do not at all want to allow them to go into Game 7. That's all of the momentum already in their hands. For FNOB, they had that in their hands, but then they got greedy. They tried to end it. Kirk went behind enemy lines, didn't respect the glue, got taken out. And that became the theme. Them not respecting the reach of and the damage that the Sicilian already had, which is surprising to me because they played the Sicilian. Shouldn't they have been a little bit more familiar with facing off against that?
They know how to play this hero. Super Prince was the first guy who brought it up in Season 14.
Yeah, and you know, right now, Aurora has selected the blue side, but I'm actually curious because so far it seems like blue side's not looking good.
Yeah.
What's actually the win rate for today? I believe blue side has lost 3 times.
Quite mixed.
It's mixed. I think it's 50-50 coming into game.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. So that's something that, you know, Aurora has to overcome to bring it to a a Game 7. It's starting to become more difficult. But then again, Aurora has already made a very difficult game work out for them. So I guess you can't really put anything past the Auroras right now.
And the last game especially was like a signal from Aurora, like, okay, we can get outdrafted, we can absolutely get gob-stomped, lose the early game, make it look like we're gonna lose this grand finals. But if you don't respect one or two of our picks, then you're really gonna get messed up here. This has to be a signal from Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Guys, you're not champions yet.
Yeah.
You have to cool down and still respect the reach. Reel it back in. Because despite Aurora being a new organization, Falcons AP Bren in their interview yesterday after losing to them said, at the end of the day, they're still so experienced. You have World Championship playing experience there, World Championship winning experience, MSC Championship winning experience. So this is a veteran team that you're going up against, and you really need to respect. You cannot overheat anymore for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
At the end of the day, Edwards, four trips to M series.
Yeah.
Soon to be 4 trips to M series proves his veterancy, his excellence, and again, Aurora just keep on showing. We just can't say Fnatic Onyx, you know, is being a bit too over-aggressive, too overconfident. It's also Aurora's, you know, championship DNA, their willingness to do whatever they want. So we have to commend a lot of them. And of course, UA once again with the Sicilian pick. And I think Renmar, it's really going to go to Game 7.
You really think so?
Yeah. I mean, we really have to check the draft first, okay? But no, you're right. You're calling it. Or else
Fnatic's gonna win the championship.
Yeah. No,
That's exactly how you
more with your like head shaven.
That's how you do it.
Crazy ideas of what to do. You're learning. I like the character
Very
development
good.
you've showed these playoffs, Ingan.
All right,
It's called veterancy experience from you guys.
But you're not off the hook yet.
Okay.
So we're gonna get into the match draft very, very soon, and I want to know also what you guys think should be the big ticket bans. Show me the bans. Let's change it up a little bit. You guys watching, comment your top bans. What should be banned here? If you are first side Aurora or blue side Aurora, since you have more freedom to ban out, right? Compared to obviously red side, you have to ban Chip and sometimes
Louis
as well.
Suyu,
right?
I think for blue side bans, they can go Fanny, Edith, They have to take away the... No, it's gonna be... Aurora or FNOP taking out the Matilda.
Alright,
I'm looking at Edith and Fanny as bans.
Going over to the graph for game number 6 here, which again, a lot of us didn't really expect would come here. We could see a bit of a change up. Again, I keep hearing Suyu over and over again, especially here in the arena.
Whoa.
Suyu
See it.
See it.
I see it.
Okay, Edith.
Gatot Kacha.
Harith for Aurora.
Suyo got the Kacha for Fnatic Onyx
Look,
Philippines.
Louis, Fanny,
Eve.
Oh, yeah,
almost
there you go.
got your whole free picks.
Yeah, almost got it. Like, Ian was the one who called the Louis, called Fanny the Eve. I thought it'd be an Edith, but hey.
Yeah, Edith would have been a great one,
Yeah,
but they pick it up.
Of course, FNOP would take away the Matilda. Now, FNOP, Suyo, Gatot, Vexana. Okay. So Aurora actually gave the Suyo to Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Edith Harith Alpha. Damn. That's a darn good first 3 picks, Aurora.
I think they have a very solid control, especially in early to mid. Gatot Kacha, you can't really destroy. Suyu's gonna go crazy, and of course this Vexana is gonna stop any big death ball compositions from going wild as well.
You know, the thing I like about what Fnatic Onyx did is literally the Gatot Kacha is their flex pick, because so far all throughout this series alone, both Brusco and Kirk has used the Gatot Kacha. So in terms of winning the XP lane matchup, they can actually adjust to whatever Kirk prefers going up against Edith, considering the fact that Kirk knows how to play the Edith. This is one of his best hero, if not the best. So let's see how Fnatic Onyx swerves this kind of lineup. Because a while ago, if you recall, when they picked this Gatot Kacha, their last pick was actually a Phoveus that they swerved into. That Aurora definitely didn't expect. That's why they were able to take. I forgot what game was that. Is it game 3 or 4?
Game 3.
Yeah, game 3.
Well, could have been 4, yeah. 4.
That's right. And we are getting into the second ban phase here.
Tetekan. Astagfirullahalazim.
This? Rome for... Oh, wow, they're hammering down on the counter picks. Yeah, could be tough to Lunox here of Brusco.
Right, we got Hylos open, we got Moskov locked in for Kelra. We're gonna leave their roamer / XP laner for last year for Fnatic Onyx.
So
oh wow, okay.
I'm quite sure this Edith is an Edward pick. So right now for Aurora, the Tig,
mid Tig,
Rome
Tig and
Tig still open.
Tigger Cho,
Tig Cho,
and then Aurora.
You call it.
I'm thinking Renegade Tig here.
Yeah.
I'm calling it Renegade Tig.
2 options for each: Tig Cho, Aurora, Zask.
I love the Zask throw there. That actually does feel like it can kind of.
Oh!
Renicho.
Oh, you called it!
So Renicho and Aurora for you. And I know, if you did your homework, if you're FNOP, these are very common Aurora picks.
This is not looking good for Fnatic Onyx PH.
What's a good thing to pick here for last, though, for them?
Phoveus. Oh no, but it's the Alpha. They have to think, dude, are they willing to get the Phoveus? Or,
do they go utility here? For Rome and just switch Kirk up to the Gatot Kacha?
Something that won't be immediately cancelled out by Aurora. The Frigid Glacier, Pride of Ice.
What if they just end up going Tig? Oh no, but there'll be Purifies there. And big ticket ultimates gets lineups that have like a second life, like an Aurora, shouldn't
yeah,
be.
You're gonna get punished, right?
Ruby.
That's Ruby Rome.
Yeah, this is an answer to the Cho, answer to the Harith, but Ruby into the Edith doesn't have the most glowing record.
That's right. It's maximum disruption here. That's being presented by FNOP against Aurora with a very, very good swing pick.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about Ruby and Edith, right? How they fare against each other, whether what position. They're very 50-50 in their record this season, similar to this game. It's a tough call. 50-50 for me.
For me, Game 7.
You think? You
Yeah.
really think we have a game 7? I mean, it's not far. Again, toss a coin, maybe throw it over, and we'll see. Leo and Naisu give us game number 6 here in the Land of Dawn.
Defiant to the end, the light refuses to die. One game at a time. No other team has pushed the league's top seed like
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Taking them through the ringer. That's what Aurora's done, and it looked like it was almost done business the previous game.
Looked like a 4-1.
Looked like it at that point, but hey, that's not the case because now we're here in game 6, and you got to give it up to Aurora for what they did. They dug down, made it work, and now with this lineup, Leo, I like both of them. And I have to agree with Renmar. At this point, I'd say 50-50 because both of them have their strengths in the early game, and both of them have their strengths as the game scales up. Look at this, too. I mean, even in essence, this is Renegade picking up the Cho, which he loves to use. Should be able to get out. Kirk charging up the Unbreakable, but won't find anyone.
I'll tell you now, even before that whole skirmish, I'm actually feeling Rora's draft. Especially in that last pick, where it looks like Brusco and Coach Why Not discussed a little too long exactly what the roamer was going to do.
Yeah.
So, Coach, there's a Cho over there. There's an Aurora. What do I do?
What do I do?
Do I take? No, BJ. You got a Ruby. And I think it's a solid compromise until we see it pay off. So right now, I'm feeling more Aurora, and maybe we do go to game number 7. 30 seconds until the turtle spawns, lower quarter of the map. So far,
yeah.
Is it just me, or is it because of the back and forth nature of this bout that we've witnessed? But neither team crossing the river too much. Like neither swarming the opposing jungler.
It's a little more like in check, you know. It's except for that, Edward flickering on in. They want to block them down. They're gonna go for Brusco first. Fight still breaking out. Keeping that's the Soul Sever we've seen before. This time from King Kong, looking for more after that double. He's going to start up the turtle here. Renegade just given the vision. I don't think they can do anything about it. Take a shot from the Queller. Going to get zoned out from Super Prince, and that's the objective secured for FNOF.
Nah, you let King Kong eat. He wants the turtle, he gets the turtle, and Renegade just confirmed the inevitable. Demon Kite now in recovery mode, just going for his own orange, and then for sure, what happened there, what elapsed in the first turtle, that fight will dictate the pace of the next one. So, Fnatic on it, ahead now for sure. Looking at the gold, a good chunk of it on King Kong. He's now at 600, 700 up. And Brusco, he's just happy to serve. He's just happy to help.
The problem with that, too, there's the pull in. Renegade gonna flicker in, Way the Dragon.
Damn.
Right on Mark, right on Brusco. Flickers in, relying on the Eternal Guard, appeal for him, and Brusco will live. Going back to it, too, again with King Kong. Hold on, there's the jump. Looking for more. Edwards in trouble. King Kong picking up another kill. This is what I was saying. He only had a Fury Hammer, dude. But because the Soul Sever does so much damage, even without items, you get a little extra penetration through. It doesn't matter if you're an Edith.
His kit is what makes up for it. And look at that. Demon Kite can't even mirror the invade. And already Kirk is wailing away at the energy shield. 1,000 gold up. Fnatic Onyx. Just the hero itself. Some would argue that the Alpha is the perfect foil to these high damage bursty heroes.
Yeah.
But when King Kong gets into a flow like this,
man. Just like that. Look at the damage. That's big damn. You can't stop that.
That is the image of Big Damn. You look at Big Damn in the dictionary.
It looks like that. Here's more. Looking for more, and Renegade feels it too. What's going on here for Aurora?
That's Exhibit B.
That's Exhibit B.
And the turtle hasn't even spawned, so this definitely sets up Fnatic Onyx for more wins on the map. They're at 2,500 gold up already. 4 minutes in. Demon Kite just built his War Axe. Edwards in trouble. AOG!
AOG running the mark. Spear of Alfred to answer. Again, the Soul Sever. He's going to jump in under the turret. Kirk finally goes down. They're going to battle.
King Kong.
Down King Kong. Won't get away from the Hitman. Looking to turn the tide here, Aurora. They take a little bit of poke damage. Brusco and Super Prince here, but they might be able to take this turtle.
Huge bounty. Huge bounty on King Kong. And now suddenly Aurora in control. Second turtle
Look at
going over
Renegade.
the Northern Lights.
Renegade just doing work, keeping him at bay. Might be looking for more. Again with the kick, they go in. Demon Kite. Who's he going to be able to get? Again, he gets pulled this time by Brusco.
Okay. Masuk.
And Demon Kite left for the
King
wins,
Kong.
and Renegade tries to help out. King Kong's still alive. They lock down
good.
Kirk looking for more, but they'll disengage. This is now a battle in Game 6.
It's a fight. Aurora may have overstayed their welcome. Maybe 5 seconds too long. A few feet too deep into Fnatic Onyx jungle. And what did that get him? Well, to be fair, Demon Kite is closer now to King Kong. What is that, like 600 gold in between?
Yeah,
It definitely was much worse like 2 minutes ago.
He made some big moves, and they had to. Like, that whole thing, the way they responded down at the bottom lane, kind of started them getting back into position. So this is exactly what Aurora needed, because, you know, just a little bit ago, the lead was already ballooning past the 2K mark.
Yep, approaching 3. And with Doming here picking up the Starlium site, I'd reckon Renegade might want to start picking off random heroes hanging out up top and serving up a kill to Doming so that they can make some leeway there. King Kong coming out of the bush. I'm not so sure if Fnatic Onyx knows that there's 4 members of FNAP on the upper quarter of the map. They make a concealed play. Is this wise to try and kill Kirk? He's a chunky boy.
They might try to trade around here. Kirk just going to AOG on out. The turret, though, is going to be taken. Meanwhile, up top, Doming was forced out of lane, so it's going to be a trade across the map for the tier 1s.
All right. Bottom goes over to Fnatic. Top lane to Aurora. And now they set up for the final turtle. Upper quarter. Brusco and King Kong holding this bush. Renegade slowed down. I think Renegade has to start protecting himself and keeping that kick for when it actually matters.
I think he played the early portion really well. And now we'll see if he adjusts. He's looking to set up here in the mid lane again for the turtle. Edward goes down. There's the kick right on the mark. King Kong could be in trouble. Into the frigid glacier as well. From UA, but Kelra unleashed it on the backside. Looking for the pickoff. Everybody split up though as Kelra finally goes down. The 2-for-3 trade. But Rora will win the turtle battle as they secure the last one for the game.
What did I say? The next standard is now. And that gives Aurora the final turtle of game number 6. Suddenly Fnatic Onyx lead. Kaput. Nada. Zip. And they're pushing up top. Bottom lane is still in control.
Yep.
And suddenly Fnatic Onyx have to check bushes now more often. It's clear that Aurora are in the driver's seat. And I'm not going to say it's all Renegade, but he played a big role. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
He's played a massive role in this. And what you're noticing is he's angling those kicks right on the mark towards UA. A lot of times if he's kicking one, it makes FNOP respond, and then they get set up into a frigid glacier. Like, that is as choreographed as it gets. I mean, look at him right now. He's providing a ton of vision too.
He's fine.
Might actually go in for something, not committing to it. But this is what has to be handled here. FNOP has to be able to go ahead and contain what Renegade's trying to set up.
He forces out so much for so little. It's economically unfair for Fnatic Onyx to respond to Renegade, but that's what he does. That is what the Hitman does best. He did it yesterday against Falcons. He did it the other day against Blacklist International.
Yep.
8.5 minutes in, the Lord is spawning in the upper quarter, and they're making sure that the long lane is
He's
good.
gonna get pulled. I'm offended. They're tired of Renegade dancing in front of him now. King Kong jumping towards UA, looking to crash him down. They'll take out UA in exchange. Doming has to pop the Zaman Force, but they'll back off after losing at 2. Demon Kite still in the mid lane, trying to keep things together.
And seemingly, Renegade is the anchor being of Aurora. He goes, UA goes, and suddenly the offensive maneuvers of Aurora are like, all right, we're back in the back seat. We're back in the ropes. And because of that sudden response by Fnatic Onyx, they can't control the long lane anymore. The lane is pushed in.
Yeah.
Fnatic has 1,000 gold up. And they have to find a way to get Renegade back into that flow. They have to trick Fnatic Onyx into thinking, we can't do this. Not without killing Renegade.
I think this is where you really, again, have to be able to find the mark if you're Renegade. He's going to get spotted out of that bush, so won't be able to play from that angle like he did previously on that last turtle. So still, the stalemate right now for this Lord take.
And what makes this such a difficult job for the Hitman is Brusco. I think you keep your eyes on Brusco, and you already know where Renegade has to go. And they can't be in the same spot. If Brusco gets his way and gets a good hook in, that ruins Aurora's entry point. See, look how Brusco's keeping that pixel brush. That's key for Fnatic Onyx to keep this Lord dancing.
All he has to do is sit there too, you know? He's even got that flicker available, so it's a little bit, if he decides to, they want to go for it and go for that pull with the I'm offended flicker. They can. They can actually set it up, but they don't have to. They don't have to force it.
And the only one who can really afford a hook check is Domeng. Because Domeng has the Purify.
Yeah.
But if you purify that hook, you're missing out on so many other things you need to purify. The AOG, King Kong stun on a charged surge, Super Friends' ult. It's literally a bad idea. So that's why Brusco single-handedly is also keeping Fnatic Onyx in the game here, in the Lord Dance.
They'll still take the calm approach for it. Gonna go in. Actually, there's the pull into the Eternal Guard. The Spear of Alpha, though, from Kite will be able to find two. It's a double for him for now. And King Kong on the defense has to get out. This could be a Lord take for Aurora now after a great setup.
UL was just too much. He dropped bombs, ice bombs, blizzards on Fnatic Onyx, and that led to a Lord score. Couple of kills too. And I thought it was a good engage. I could have sworn Brusco was going to change the tide of battle. I thought Super Frizz was going to drop a good ult.
Yeah. This was, again, a showcase of the patience that Aurora has to play around with. Even if it's not Renegade starting those fights and starting them up, if they just respond the correct way with the tools they have, with this lineup against Brusco pulling them, then they can win those fights because it's so devastating. No matter where FNOP goes with this lineup, if they're bunched up, they get frozen and then a Spear of Alpha or vice versa. It's really difficult to escape that kind of setup. And so how do they approach that fight?
What's worse for Fnatic Onyx is they actually want to keep fighting. They actually want to keep playing footsies. But the fact that Aurora hide themselves so well makes it difficult for Kirk and Brusco to find a sure hit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Kirk's stacks on the Thunderbelt.
Oh, look at the junglers.
It's looking lethargic. I'm pretty sure that's at single digits right now.
Both junglers just handling up that far lane up top. Lord slowly making its way down the bottom. We're going to have to keep an eye here on King Kong. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to look to actually sandwich off Aurora? Lord finally being worked on here by FNOP. Looks like he'll just get the call to go back to base. They defend for now for Fnatic Onyx Philippines after that Lord.
Despite this being a small lead at 1,500, I think Aurora and Fnatic Onyx PH knows that that's more than the true story. Aurora are controlling the map, and that's allowing them to actually just make plays like this. Whoa!
They're gonna go in.
Damn.
They dive on in.
Able
to find two. Brusco and King Kong.
Damn. King Kong mati kan.
Down the front side.
Oke, aduh. Anjir, masuk.
Aurора's looking to cap this one out. They still have to wait for the
Damn.
minions, but Kelra will survive. Not enough minions to end the game, but Aurora, do they want to still go? It's all Kelra left alone here.
10 seconds.
The minions marching in, and Aurora sees Game 7 in sight, and they'll take us to it.
Nice.
Game 7's upon us for the grand final.
We're going all the way, folks. We're going all of the way. It's a new age in MLBB. It's a new age. And it's these two teams leading the charge, and this is how closely matched they are. Game 7 in the grand finals. Let's turn it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to analyze.
Let's go! Is there like any way we can just not analyze and just look at the screen?
I told you, Game 7
Game 7.
Can you help me get that? Can you help me get that? Can you help me get that? I'm gonna get this thing. I'm gonna get this thing. Show that off. Show that off. These two are putting on the greatest grand finals we've had in recent memory. We haven't had a Game 7 since Season 7.
Man, imagine last season was a sweep by TLPH. Now it's literally 50-50 Renmore.
I told you that draft, man.
Scrap the regular season results. This is something.
Toss a coin.
Toss a coin.
The boy who lived is not allowing Aurora to die. The boy who lived. You win. Game number 5, Sicilian. Game number 6, Aurora. And so clutch. These two. That is what the world is facing. These two.
The boy who lived, of course, compounded by the smiling demon right there on your screens. One of the most consistent alpha games we've seen all playoffs long.
And this man had a wide smile on his face because every time Kirk and Brusco entered, Demon Kite was watching out. Melt the frontliners of FNOP and they have nothing left.
And it was easy for Demon Kite to do this because he was reserving the Spear of Alpha for... Wait.
Look at that man.
Look at that. Exactly. It was easy for Demon Kite, to save the Spear of Alpha for those crucial initiations wherein Kirk and Brusco was going in because of the aggression of Renegade and of course Yue. We've seen that the Jeet Kune Do, not even the Way of the Dragon, just paired up with the Frigid Glacier. Like those moments.
Oh my goodness. All right.
I just don't understand it.
Sorry, brother Demon Kite. Love you, but this is Renegade's game.
Not for me, it's Yue.
If that, yeah, I mean Yue obviously, right? But if Renegade didn't play the way that he played today, and obviously Yue, I was already counting on Yue to be like this anyway.
Yeah. Now again, I was talking about this earlier, where that would this was a very 50-50 draft. That really just boiled down to who would execute it better, and you saw lapses across all positions. You saw lapses. You saw the nerves coming in from everyone.
The shakiness
of everyone. But again, the experience of Aurora this time around, the experience of Demon Kite, Yue in this high stakes scenarios, Renegade and Edward, they're setting things up for Domeng much clearer. While for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, I feel like they're feeling it. They're feeling the guys. We had this, but now it's down to a best of one.
The light is shining upon the... What do you call the fans of Aurora? Auroras. You the thing is, Valentina, synonymous to Yue, but this time I think it's the Aurora because literally yesterday, the game-winning play for Aurora against Falcons AP Brahma was the flicker in Frosty Breeze from Yue, and now the Frigid Glaciers 3 consecutive times, man. Yeah.
I love Bayos.
He's trying to say it like that. He's just trying to be really
I think
energetic.
Aurora's really, proving to us right now that I don't know what else they have to prove us. Both of these teams, they have nothing left to prove.
Yeah, that was, again, the most 50-50 draft I've seen the entire playoffs. Ruby, going into that one, has never lost against an Aurora, no matter what position Ruby was played. But that's just me. I know the others have more to say.
Got a lot more to say to you guys. Wolf is not done. Of course, the throwing is over with Midnight just for the announcements.
It's not an MPL Philippine Finals without a Game 7. Welcome back to the analyst stand. My name is Midnight. I'm still with Wolf. Wolf, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm happy. I'm hyped. You should ask the crowd though. MPL Arena, are you not entertained?
Alright. Since this is the last time we'll be doing this, I know FNOP wants to say something. Fnatic! Let's go, Fnatic! Alright, how about Auroras? Light within! Alright, we still got the energy here in the arena now to break down what happened in game number 6. Alright? Game number 6. Let's head on over to the gold graph that we have prepared for you. Now, it's quite obvious that Aurora, they did lose the early game. Fnatic Onyx, they were trailing by a lot. Again, by a lot.
I think at this point, Aurora members are mountain climbers. So now many times they climb mountains of gold in order for them to take it back. However, I still feel that it's the chemistry of Aurora that allowed them to be this way. For example, whenever Edward jumps, there's always the follow-up from the Alpha. And when the Alpha jumps, there's an eventual follow-up coming out from the Aurora, from Yue, which kind of makes me think, okay, maybe the members of Aurora know each other so much they probably finish each other's sentences.
Yes.
Because that's what we felt like in that game. The wombo combos from Aurora were perfectly executed.
Yeah, it's a back and forth battle between Aurora and FNOP. As you can see, both sides held the gold advantage. Even by the 11th minute, FNOP was still holding the gold advantage over Aurora. But what they didn't hold was a team fight advantage. As Wolf was mentioned, it's always the layering of spells, the jumps coming out from Aurora LBB, and of course the true damage coming out from Demonkind. It's quite evident in the damage dealt department. By minute 5, we start seeing the damage output of the Alpha alongside the jumps coming out from Aurora LBB.
And the fact that Demon Kite landed big ultimates in the latter portions of the game, which, by the way, is not easy to do, especially against a team like Fnatic Onyx, who knows how to read the map so perfectly well. They know how to position themselves around each other, and constantly being caught by the jumps coming out from either Edward or Demon Kite, allowing for Yue to deal the most damage in the end. That really speaks volumes on how much Aurora's chemistry between their players is.
Just look at the damage output coming out from Yue and Demon Kite. 9.7k on both players, mind you. Minute 5, minute 11, it's been Demon Kite and Yue. And come to minute 13, the last hour of this game, the Harren was able to put the final damage, the final nail in the coffin to get to game 7. Now here we are. I know at this point we throw every stats, every prediction out of the window. What matters here is who wins the final game, who will be crowned the champions of MPL Philippines Season 14. It's been nice having you, Wolf, here in the analyst stand. But for the last game and for the last time, we will be heading over to the panel for the last game of the season.
Can't believe it. One whole season accumulates to one of the most exciting, the closest grand finals we've had in a long time. Love the stat you brought up. We haven't seen a game 7 in years.
Since season 7.
Years, bro.
7's the lucky number for this whole day, literally.
Yeah.
MLBB being nominated for 7 awards. Now we're on a game 7. Last game 7 was literally season 7.
Yeah.
What else?
Chandel's casting. So
Chandel's casting.
Oh my god, it's Chantel and her curse, man.
And I'm sure the mirror curse is also kind of there somewhere. I don't know what he did.
There's so many watch parties going on, man.
Too many watch parties.
I don't know if Gideon's streaming. I don't know if Trex is up. If anyone is missing this, I don't know anymore.
What's up? What's up, you guys?
If I miss any other casters from all over the world,
we love you all.
Sorry, but we love y'all. I'm sure the people in MENA I'm pretty sure they're seeing this right now. The MPL MENA casters are seeing this.
That's right.
Yasu. Jonas.
Everybody all over the world. Yeah. All the way in Singapore. I know Deadeye's probably watching as well.
For sure.
JC,
share it, y'all. Let's break
everybody.
Let's break PCUs. Let's break peak concurrent
viewership. That's right.
Viewership.
All right, all together, guys. Everyone watching right now, help us out. We want this to really be the biggest one.
Yeah.
We want this to be the biggest MPL Philippines season. So go ahead, share it with your friends. I know we don't usually say that here. Share it with your friends. Send it to the group chats. First time in a long time, Game 7 in MPL Philippines.
And it's insane. The last time we had a Game 7 in the MPL Philippines, the 2 players who were involved in that are here. Edward and Kelra.
Oh my goodness. You can't write it any better.
Reincarnation of season 7. So guys,
absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
That's like
this beats Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes in WrestleMania 40-41. This beats Stone Cold versus The Rock in WrestleMania 19. Ali versus Frazier in the Thriller in Manila.
Michaels versus Taker.
The Lakers versus Boston Celtics, Game 7.
Paul versus KSI.
The greatest sports events of all time.
This beats Mikasa versus Aaron.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Beats everything, basically.
Beats everything, bro.
Yeah.
We're going into it. We have a VTR, by the way, from Kelra. Possibly the last message here.
Gusto ko makaharap talaga yung Onyx Indo. Kasi gusto ko gusto ko makita yung kung gano'n talaga sila kalakas pagdating sa stage. Gusto ko sila makita, lalong-lalo na si Kyrie and si Chewe. Tingin ko si Chewe, siguro lamang lang ako sa kanya konti. Ako siguro mananalo.
Alright, there you go. So we are in home stretch now, guys. Let's take a breather and just give our last thoughts because we have 4 minutes for the draft start.
That's a lot of time for last thoughts.
For me, okay, my last thought is whoever wins this game again, you have nothing else to prove. You guys have proven that the landscape has changed. Both of you guys have beaten titans, renowned champions, decorated coaches and teams. So right now, it's all about... I don't know. It's all about...
Dude, you were in a good
I know, but at this point, again, you guys, Aurora, Fnatic, whoever wins, the fans won, everyone won Game 7 in a lot of years. But now,
I'll say this now.
He's running out of energy.
The last time we had a Game 7 was the dawn of a new era, wasn't it?
Right.
Yes.
When VYs moved to Blacklist, when Execration then came out of nowhere.
Big change.
After Falcons, then after Brent Esports won the World Championship and even failed to make it into the next,
Essentially, it was from the start of the Philippine era.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, that time, the last time this happened.
Yeah, in this dawn of a new era, it's welcomed like, guys, it's been a long time since we've had a Game 7. 7 seasons in running. Let's put on a show. And there's so many stories going on behind it. The kings of the regular season, as it stands right now, Fnatic Onyx Philippines going 13-1, have to go up against a Kingslayer. You have Edward, the last two. Again, there it is.
Exactly, Renmar.
That's what I was talking about.
You called it. Man, you have
You're right.
Legit
Good memory.
You have a SSD in your brain. 2 terabytes with what you say.
Alright, so the
Hopefully
last
I get the call
time...
to M6. What's up, y'all?
We have to read it, of course. The last time the MPL PH Grand Finals went a full Game 7 series, good memory from Renmar, it was Season 7. 7-7-7 between Blacklist International and Execration, and Edward won that for the free!
At that point, my hairline was still here.
Still lower.
It was
Right.
lower.
Yeah, and
7 seasons later, it's like up here now.
And it was also when it was season 7. Edward and Keller was also 7 years old.
Okay, they weren't that young,
Okay,
dude.
that young.
They were young. They
Keller
were
was
that
maybe
young.
16, 15,
No, Keller was
14,
15.
15, right?
Yeah.
So that was a long time ago, and that was the beginning of like the Philippine era. Like I mentioned,
Yeah.
that was the beginning where teams were really taking the game super seriously, and the other countries are starting to notice as well, and we were making them notice.
Wait, guys, you mentioned that during that time it was the start of the Philippine era, right?
Yeah, after Bren won the M2.
So does that mean it's gonna be a new era this time?
I don't like what you're implying right now.
I know,
Mr.
right?
Ian.
I'm scared. I take it back. I take it back.
Let's focus on this championship first.
Okay, I'm so
Let's
sorry.
focus on this grand final.
Or maybe the viewers think so. Let us know if you think
Comment.
there might be some big changes happening in M6 because of what's happening here. Because right now it does feel like it's equalized, right? Onyx Philippines and Aurora are on equal footing. One whole game of MLBB to decide who's the strongest possibly in the world.
Gonna say, I wonder what the odds will be that in the 7th game of the grand finals, that Keller is back in again, that he ends up with a Lunox. In the Game 7 against Blacklist International versus Execration, he packed the Lunox and got the Savage. Hence the beginning of the Filipino Savage moniker. They lost that grand finals, but it looked like they could have made a comeback with it, with that Lunox. So I wonder, because with how the drafts are going right now, it seems like if I'm Fnatic Onyx, just go right out of the gate. You cannot allow Aurora to get a lineup that shines well in the early. You need a lineup that scales up fast and challenges their mid-game 8-minute, 7-minute power spike.
If that happens, that's long-term storytelling, man.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
That's long-term storytelling, and it's also very ironic that you're gonna pick the guy with brilliance against a team that loves lights.
Yeah, that too.
And use it to beat them.
You couldn't have written it any other way. I feel like this is, again, the greatest season we've had in recent memory.
Right.
And this is looking like it's gonna boil down to be our greatest grand finals
ever.
We're getting ready for it, guys. Here comes the draft for possibly one of the biggest games right here in MPL Philippines Season 14. And Fnatic Onyx on blue side. What about it?
Well, the Suyo is the question. If picks such as the Lo Yi, the Edith, will be taken away early or opened up for them, are they gonna change? I don't think they should go for a super drastic move in the draft. Chase the power, chase the Edith, or chase the Edith, Suyo, Phobius. Those have to be the first picks.
For me, just give Kirk really a hard time. Don't give Kirk the Edith.
I actually want to see a 5-man mage ban on Super Prince.
Whoa. Just ban out the whole squad.
I'm that dumb. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 7 goes into a draft.
What's your command?
And FNOP will take away the Harith from Domain. Great respect. Great respect as well with the Fanith. And they go for the Edith. So this could be a Suyo. You're not going to rush the Phobius just yet. If you're Aurora, I think they have to get the Suyo now. Suyo Gatot could be an option. Or steal the Eve from Super Friends.
At the same time, they still have a potential Valentina, so I think the Suyo Gatot would be a good option here for...
Yeah, so we were in agreement, yeah, Suyo Gatot.
Among the planes.
Oh, they steal the Eve!
Oh, that's the Eve!
Yeah, they steal the Eve! What a move, what a move by Aurora. And they go... They said Suyo later.
No, I think that Demon Kai doesn't want to go for Suyo. I think he wants to go for Alpha.
Oh,
right.
Gatot. Oh my goodness, Gatot Eve Alpha would be great. Suyo ends up with Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Oh. Alright. So at this point, it does feel like the Edith is going to be so pivotal. Again, you can kind of stretch it out to whoever. But I don't... It's starting to look like Aurora might slide into a bit of a composition that relies so much on the death box.
Yeah.
And that might be a double-edged sword.
If you get your mid right now, you just go Valen.
Time and tide wait for no
Beatrix so early on!
That's a big power play, FNOP. But this is what we said. They needed a pick that shines at the 7th and 8th minute mark that counters the power spike of Aurora. But the difficult thing about this is you still have the Ling available and the Alpha for Aurora. Alpha might actually have a harder time. The Ling will be able to decimate. But nope, they still fall with that.
I think Alpha's a good answer because then you mentioned it again. A good power spike from Fnatic Onyx would be the 8 minutes, the mid game for specifically Keller with the Beatrix. And what more to counter that with an Alpha pick?
Right.
8 minutes in, as soon as they get the third turtle, that's more than enough for Demon Kite. Eventually, they have a good chance of getting the Lord. But then again, you know the kit of Suyo when it comes to mutual objective, the Sever Retribution combination, it's gonna be hard for them. So they need something that could actually zone out King Kong in those crucial moments.
You know, weirdly enough with this lineup here, the problem is they're going to be going up against the Gauntlet Kacha, which will probably pack a Revitalize. Aurora can go high loss. If they go high loss and Gauntlet Kacha, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, one of their best picks that they can go for in the mid at this point will be the Sicilian. If they go up against a high loss and the Gauntlet Kacha, that turns off the idea of the Sicilian and they'll be forced to pick up something like maybe like a Vexana or the Valentina, of course, to steal away ultimates. But the fact that you're going up against the Eve, Gatot, Alpha, I would be terrified as a Valentina to play into that. You need a little bit more range.
Alright. Oh, what?
Good ban.
That's so deep.
Yeah.
That's a deep ban, bro.
Literally thinking about Lilia right now.
That's such a deep cut. They take away one of Super Friends' historically best heroes ever since his MPL Philippines Season 10 debut.
Especially against the death box.
Yeah.
Right? If everyone's grouping up together, Lilia would have been so great.
What is Domain gonna end up with here?
There's still
just a Claude.
Claude, Luna, Clint. But Tigreal, okay, Renegade secures his Tigreal.
Are they gonna do something surprising for the gold lane for Domain? Are they gonna pick up something like the Alice is just all too close? But right now, the front line, what are they trapped with? Grok? Surprise mid lane Matilda? No. Vexana Aurora is what my head is going to.
Is Minnow a good role for Fnatic?
Too soft.
You're softer, right?
Minnow will struggle here.
You're still the Cho though.
Yeah, the Cho, but difficult. They need to go tanker. It can't be pick-off style.
And again, they're gonna have to face against a lineup that is a big ball of. Oh my God! Is this lineup?
Vexana.
Is this the Estes lineup?
No, it's still the Cho.
Aurora,
Okay.
no way, right? No way. Oh, sorry, Tigro.
Yeah.
Now here for the gold lane. Who is it? Alice?
Alice or Claude?
Are we thinking Alice here?
Weirdly enough, this has a lot of frontline for a Bruno to shine. And Brody. You know, those kinds of heroes.
Did he get picked
you still
at
have
all?
like Melissa and Iksha available. It's such a wide pool.
Clint.
Okay, they go for the
It's the
backline
more
burst.
stable guy, closer to your front line, right? It's closer to your front line, so they can respond faster if someone goes through. So it's not that bad, but the range is a little less.
The lineup of Aurora can reach the backline of Fnatic Onyx Philippines easier. This puts a lot of pressure onto Kirk and to Brusco to make sure that they get the Eve, they get the Clint. They cannot pour everything onto the front line of Aurora.
There it is. You called it right there.
For me, if Aurora doesn't reach their mid-game power spike, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah.
Especially as Fnatic Onyx snowballs with King Kong, Suyu, and Kelra as well. But still, for me, 50-50 like what you mentioned a while ago.
All right, everybody, throw out and get your coins ready. Here we go for game number 7 of the Grand Finals.
It's been years since we've gone this far. It's been months since anyone has ever made
Welcome to
Onyx
Mobile
sweat this way.
Legends.
Aurora have made mortals of gods, unless they're both gods, one game away from winning the championship. Welcome to Game 7. It's
go.
Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Aurora MLBB.
Oh man, I had just realized that I have not been part of a 7-game series just yet since I started casting back in Season 8. And I'm so happy that we finally have it here with two amazing teams that have been defying odds all season.
Welcome to your first, Joseph, and this could also be the first for many here in this bout. Many athletes putting everything on the line. Brusco flickers away.
Again, look at that. Just how locked in both the teams are that even if you have to defensively flicker, Kirk was right there. The other thing that I'm excited to see and point out is as we get a glimpse right now from the gold lane, is it's a classic matchup, right? This isn't the Magic gold lane matchup we see a lot of times.
Both Marks people.
It's both Marks people. I love it.
It's what they need to do. And between them, they're both capable of playing these two marksmen, right? You've seen a Clint in Kelra and a Beatrix in Doming. Now Kirk gets pushed in deep. King Kong reciprocating the action, taking that small camp away. And Renegade just chasing. Renegade just clearing out. Brusco livid in Demon Kite's face.
I wonder how this feels too for Renegade, you know, just he got his hands finally on the Tigreal here, but Brusco is playing his signature hero on the other side. And you know that with that Tigreal, you have a couple options. Either you respond to when Brusco sets things up, or you can also be the guy on Tigreal and be a little aggressive. There's the flicker. Good dodge there coming out from Demon Kite. First turtle for the taking here. They're going to start it up.
AOG!
Getting in position. There's a jump, not connecting, but Demon Kite will get the turtle. King Kong goes down first. And now looking for more. They're on the hunt. Brusco should be able to get away, but Aurora comes out with a win in that one.
2 minutes in, first turtle down. Brusco protecting King Kong's orange buff. It's very rare that you see King Kong cornered like this. It's been a while since we've seen King Kong get deprived of his resources this early on. And Demon Kite commits Grand Theft Orange. 1,000 gold ahead now is Aurora. Joseph, I hate to say it, but is Fnatic Onyx running out of tank and the gas right now?
I think it's more so this, Leo. They haven't been tested like this. Like you said in your intro to the game, when was the last time Fnatic Onyx went through this kind of testament through a series, especially this long? That's where it really comes down to even the mental endurance of the players here.
Then this might be their true test. Look at King Kong slow rolling his theft of the orange, taking a small camp along the way. Edward Catches him. Still a little baby there. RWM.
Gonna be able to get out. Knock up through Kirk. Oh
Ah,
no, he's
no.
in trouble! King Kong gets punished again! And Demon Kite says, get out of my jungle!
They've cornered the beast and slain him twice now. Edward canceling the AOG. Getting inside Fnatic Onyx head. And now Demon Kite's gonna clean up house. They're about 2,000 gold up now. And the second turtle hasn't even spawned.
This is pretty crazy because for a player that is so integral and part of the success of FNOP.
That's the regular season MVP.
That's the regular season MVP. He is now falling behind in terms of trying to keep up with the pacing being set. And Demon Kite has adjusted throughout the series, got his hands on this alpha, and is just proving to be a nuisance. Sometimes he doesn't even get caught because he defensively uses the Sphere of Alpha.
And then re-engages. Turtles up, and just as quickly taken down. Aurora, 100% turtle take rate, 4 minutes in.
Oh, this is trouble right here for Fnatic Onyx. They're gonna have to go ahead and just kind of buckle up at this point. We know the statistic, 2 turtles back-to-back for a team, what they can do for the early game into the mid-game here. So they might try to, scrap up what they can. You can see the placements here for King Kong, where he's going. Even though we got punished last time, he doesn't care. He's still going to be in the jungle of DK.
And that's what led him to be such a successful jungler in the regular season. Continue playing the map. Continue finding resources until you can get there. And in this series alone, in this 7-game series, we've seen him do this with a Nolan.
Yep.
Now, with a Suyo, that's a whole nother story. Looking at the item game, about 1,500 between Kelra and Doming. Dear God.
Whoa.
Doming is on a gold mine. Where did he get all that money? Where is it from? Because everywhere else it's equal down the middle. Aurora successfully funneled everything to Doming.
That was nearly just the farming and all that turret gold.
The shielding, and I guess he was double laning.
I don't know, man. That's a smart cowboy right there.
That's a rich cowboy.
That's a rich cowboy right now, because they're gonna have to deal with that. He's also now on the top side, so they're just gonna leave him alone, let him do his thing. Doming farming up. Fnatic will push that bottom turret themselves. They can't get it fully just yet because they can't overextend, and that's another turret now in the hands here for Aurora.
Clean for Aurora. So far, top lane tier 1 taken down, bottom lane tier 1 taken down. The map is shrinking for Kelra. And King Kong just struggling to keep anything and everything in his own jungle. Luckily, his retribution is still on point, but that means all turtles, they're conceding over to Aurora.
Yeah, this is going to be the 3 for 3. I'd be surprised to see FNOP try to fight this, but they don't even get a chance. It's so quick to go down here. This is looking really good for Aurora right now. Nice, comfortable lead at 2.6, almost 3K up. Under the 7-minute mark, all 3 objectives in your favor, and they can play around the map now as they set their eyes on the tier 2 here in the top.
You mentioned earlier how Renegade's Tigreal can actually play both offensively and defensively. I don't see him playing defensively or reactively at all. If anything, his mere presence is sending shivers down Brusco's spine. Brusco can't even cross the river right now. That's not what you want to see in a show.
It's not what you want to see, man. And maybe, this is now up to King Kong to just play the map. He's going to have to do the best he can, but I'm even worried for him because if he's pushing somewhere else, there's so many tools to go ahead and try to catch him. And that's exactly what they're looking to do now. Renegade is still going to be used. King Kong will spawn him out with the Queller. But now, again, tier 2s are being pressured. We saw Fnatic Onyx do this even the previous game this early on. Mid lane, toss up from Kirk. Primal Wrath going to be used. Demon Kite won't land the Spear of Alpha. They still want to fight. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. They're going to try to fight. There's the kick coming out from Brusco. And Renegade goes in. The Demon Kite's taken out by Kelra. They're still hunting. Kelra. Domang falls. Kelra trying to buy time. UA and Edward chasing him down. Kelra. Will he be able to get the space he needs? Aurora loses 2.
The gold standard gets away with murder. Fnatic Onyx first win in this 8-minute game. 2 kills, 1 on DK, another on Doming. Those are the 2 perfect targets. Everyone else is just an accessory to Aurora's success right now. That is what Fnatic Onyx needed. How did they set that up? An amazing play. It started with Kirk playing footsies, faking it, Primal Wrath. All right, they engage, popping the rule manipulation. Next thing you know, Keller was in the back blasting him.
Oh, that's what you gotta watch out for. I mean, he even used that flicker, right? So they're not gonna have a couple of these battle spells now for this fight.
Not
So
for a
Aurora will go ahead and start things up. They know they have the advantage with the ultimates that they have. They still have to respect what F-Nop can do.
That's all of them in there. Lord now on a tenth of its health.
They're gonna go for it. There's the jump on in. Renegade gonna be in trouble. And David Kai gets the Lord. Spear of Alpha gonna be able to lock down King Kong and Brusco. Edward trying his best, but he falls next. The 2-for-2 trade. But Aurora gets the Lord.
Damn straight, Joseph. At the end of the day, Aurora win that trade.
Damn.
A roamer and an XP laner for a Lord. The opposing jungler and the roamer. The math checks out. Aurora maintaining composure, recovering from that 2 free kills that Fnatic Onyx scored about a minute ago. Looking at the items. Luckily, Kelra has been farming up. He didn't die in that exchange, so he's now just down about just under 1,000.
Yeah, he's still got some catching up to do.
I think there's a future here. I think if some way, somehow, the Sonics just pour everything on the gold standard, on the Filipino Savage, he can get over his trauma from losing to Edward 3 years ago. He can get over his trauma losing to Demon Kite 2 years ago. It's got to come here, now, culminating in this moment.
They're all gonna have to lock in here on the defense. Even if it's this first Lord here, they should be able to work through it. Another turret going down. Fnatic Onyx holding on to what they can. Holy Shield still actually up here on the top side as they clear out the minions and keep the shields alive for now.
Even in mid, key use of the magic flare. King Kong in no man's land. He's in the pixel brush. Oh, he gets spotted.
UA spots him out.
Luckily,
no tricks.
A quick tap of the surge will get him out of there. But if it was any other position, if it was in the big river brush, they could have flickered in and caught him.
I guess King Kong is in a, in a way, if he's got to take a little bit of a risk, make some plays and move around the map, he's going to do it.
He's going to have to act as a threat magnet. If he's not in the base and he's not where Aurora can see him, that means he's up to shenanigans. So Aurora have to clamp down on that. How much they give to stop that depends on Aurora, how much they're willing to. Because right now, that's all King Kong can do. He can't join fights. He can't front. He can deal some level of damage, but he's not as big a threat as Demon Kite. Demon Kite is a wall. Demon Kite is a house compared to King Kong.
I would say if they can dodge, like one of the biggest things obviously is the Avatar of the Guardian from Edward, but even the Spear of Alpha, man. The Spear of Alpha, if it catches multiple members from Fnatic Onyx, they're in trouble. And that's why they have to almost utilize, like even the Eternal Guard, if it's dropped down at the right mark to kind of help peel if they need to or initiate, that's what's gonna help them win the fights.
Oh wow, slow push up top. Couple of rogue minions left over by Fnatic Onyx. Popping that Holy Shield too. There is some hope. Sonics all around the world watching. Fans in the Philippines, fans in Indonesia, fans all around the globe. Watch closely. This Lord Dance might be the last. Purple getting secured here by King Kong first. Lord here, down to 10.
Are they going to get there in time?
Oh, you
Bruce
pushing.
jumping in the back. Demon Kite will get the Lord in the exchange. They're trying to run for it. They
Push.
cover down the fire. Brusco flickers on out. No one goes down, but Demon Kite finally is coming. Flickers forward and gets Kelra. A 1-for-1, but the objective here for Aurora.
It's the same situation. Deja vu. One might argue a 1-for-1, but Aurora walks away with a big one. The Lord, the enhanced Lord, marching through mid. No holy shields, and they have to defend the hard way.
They're going to be able to clear this out. Kelra will be back up in time. What does Aurora still want to look for? Or is that all they're going to get? Brusco.
Brusco
might try to make a play, goes in. Not going to be able to find the connection. Brusco's in trouble. UA again, turning things around. And now without Brusco, they might lose the base turrets next.
It was too risky an angle. Not enough of a distance to cover the catch a good side. And now Aurora sending a wave down bottom. Fnatic Onyx defending for their life. They need to hold out. They need to extend this 4-5 more minutes into the next Lord.
They keep it together. Base turrets still up. A little bit of a desperation trying to set things up. It didn't work out that time, Leo.
Brusco believes that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and he took his shot, and he is not throwing away his shot. He's young, he's scrappy, and just like everyone else in his team, he's hungry for this victory. Grand Theft Purple by Demon Kite, slowly but surely ballooning this lead up to 1,000, approaching 1,500, 14 minutes in. About a minute until the next Lord spawns, lower quarter. Luckily for Fnatic Onyx, that is the long lane for them, wherein it's the softer side of the inhibitor. So, you know what? Maybe Brusco should save those big ticket kicks for the Lord fight.
I agree, you know, and I think that last attempt, knowing that they could have just gone for it, maybe something happened, but if we saw a preview of the Lord fights like the last one, what do they have to change here? Because it didn't go that well for them.
Start it before the Lord begins. I think Fnatic Onyx have been relying on the turn a little too much, and Aurora have smarted up to it. Aurora said, enough is enough. You've turned on too many people in the regular season already.
They just press the gas.
They just press the gas. They lean into it. And Aurora are so good at the turn. They're so good at welcoming Fnatic Onyx into their own pit, into their own ring. And that's what this lineup was made to do. The Tigreal, the Eve, the Gatot, the Alpha. Dude, all Dominic needs to do is clean up all these criminals. all these rogues.
All these rogues. It's about to be high noon. Actually, it's past the high noon at this point. Game 7. Past 15 minutes. This Lord going to be crucial for either team. It's a half health. Brusco and Kirk
now a third.
going down the front. Kelra not going to find the Renner shot. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. They get that out. There's the implosion coming out from Brusco. Brusco could be in trouble. They're trying to get the zone, but King Kong's out of the picture. Again, Super Prince gets the Lord. Fnatic on the Philippines trying to withstand the fight. Edward jumps in the side. Brusco will kick him in the face. And Edward's still alive until Kirk takes him out. It's a battle in the mid lane.
Nice.
Kelra shows them the shot to the face. And they're on the run to the defense.
Push.
What a turnaround. Starting with the Monster Mage, the Lunatic Prince. Total anarchy in the Lord pit. He took advantage of that. He had eyes on the prize. And the Enhanced Lord walk for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Back to back with Ultra Instincts on Kelra. He had eyes on the perfect target. He knew King Kong was gone. So he protected himself, kept himself scarce, and then started shooting for the high heavens.
Edward and Domeng will be back up here to try to stay in this game. Lord still has to be worked on, and it looks like they're only going to get the base turrets. Talk about the poetry of securing that Lord with the Eternal Guard from Super Prince.
The back and forth, the ebb and flow, the beautiful and brutal exchange between these two world-class athlete teams. If you're not watching this right now, you're missing out. This is what you pay attention to if you want to see peak MLBB. And the only thing between them is an inhibitor and 2,000 gold. How? How is it that close? Yet still seemingly both teams engage as if their lives depended on it.
Leo, I'm not even complaining. We are here on the desk and I am entertained. I wouldn't want Game 7 to be any other way than how this has been for the past 18 minutes. And it brings us back to that. The Lord coming up in a minute. Are they going to try to make a play? Are they trying to get a numbers advantage? Because now the defensive items come into play with this.
Now they start juggling. Demon Kite just picked up his immortality. Demon Kite also has a winner crown, so he can jump in. Spear of Alpha, front, and then come back, deal extra true damage. Fnatic Onyx have to accept that fact that the box does not belong to them. They have to play outside the box. They have to bait the box. They have to live in the box to be able to understand how Aurora do it. And look at the damage dealt by Yue. It's just so sticky. A box, the real world manipulation, but Super Prince is a one-of-a-kind mage. Super Prince comes from the same DNA that Few, Sanji, Yue, Sans, they're all the same breed.
They are, man, and they come in clutch when it's needed most. And that is a huge factor for both these ends, both these teams here.
Lord has already spawned, upper corner. This is an evolved Lord. Dare I say, whoever scores this might as well take home the championship. River Control going over to Aurora first to the scene. They do take the Little Wanderer. Renegade still has his flicker, still has his immortality. So there's a lot of engage on Aurora. How does Fnatic Onyx juggle all of those factors?
Can really be either team here that decides to start things up. King Kong will make his way to the fight. Or is he going to try to push and play something else here?
Lord might get soft reset here.
Where's King Kong going?
There it is. King Kong taking the long way around. Flanking from the east. Domin can't see. Demon Kite either. Renegade pushing them back in. Lord down to a 10th.
It's down to a 10th. He might be too late. Lord already secured the jump in from Edward. They might call the fight. King Kong, is he going to go for Domeng? Takes off a couple shots. He gets the Wind of Nature out, but he'll disengage. The timing wasn't right for FNOC.
Fnatic took a second too long. They had the set up. King Kong couldn't get there safely and fast enough to be able to get the pincer. Aurora scoring the Lord. No casualties either side. Not even a flicker spent by Aurora. There was one on Kirk in trying to jockey for position. Looking at the items, both marksmen refuse to go barefoot. Both marksmen understand that rotations are the name of the game. It's the map. And what's King Kong doing? What was this? Joseph, is he back? Is he going for the back door?
He looks like he might be. He's actually just going to handle that wave. He was using retreat.
He sees it. They see it. He has to go home. He has to go home.
He's going to go home. They're going to defend here. Lord's going to be worked on. Eternal Guard already dropped down. There's the box once again. The AOG is going to be used. They're clearing out the minions. Edward trying to get out and spear out for coming from Demon Kite. Kirk gets the killing spree and Edward goes down too. And the explosion comes through. And they turn it around. 4 members of Royal are down. And Domeng will try to go to base. But FNOP, after a decisive team fight victory, will prep up to march in. And Domeng, he can't even get back to base in time.
It's all on him.
It's all on him. From a dominating regular season to
nice.
Grand Finals, the Sonics will not be dimmed by the likes of Aurora. They stand unbreakable.
And new LPL Philippines champions, Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
I said it before and I will say it again, Leo. They are too damn good.
They are a force of nature, seemingly unstoppable. Since the season started here tonight, they were made human, but they were also made immortal. Tonight, they claim their kingdom. Kelra is now crowned.
Kelra finally got the coveted championship he's been after for so long.
Golden.
Super Prince.
Golden. Kirk. Golden.
Brusco.
Golden.
King Kong.
Golden.
And let's not forget Kelra.
The Filipino savage. The gold standard. Through the leadership of Coach Hayes and Coach Why Not. Spider Miles ever the supportive teammate. And their management led to this moment.
April, what a season. What a grand finals we had here, man. So good, so competitive. Even on the other side, you gotta see it, you gotta love it.
They are the heralds of the new age of MLBB. They are the new standard bearers of the Philippine play style. These two took us to Game 7. Aurora MOVB, a threat on the world stage. No one can take that away from them.
Oh, man. Again, Aurora, they were doubted throughout the regular season, and look how far they came. The only team to bring a team like this, Fnatic Philippines, the distance to make them sweat. You gotta give a round of applause to them because boy, oh boy, I can't wait to see them in M6.
Tonight, the light did not die. The light will shine bright once more in Kuala Lumpur for M6. And now, Fnatic Philippines will get their moment. It's been an honor to be at your service. Naisu and Leo bringing you the action, and on behalf of all of the English talents, Rockhart, Renmar Santa Cruz, and Ingan, we hope you had enjoyed.
The Philippines Season 14 champions, Fnatic Onyx Philippines! Fnatic Onyx Philippines, step forward and claim the trophy that's rightfully yours. In 3, 2, 1, congratulations! Fnatic Onyx Philippines! The Sonics are standing tall and proud. This title and trophy was destined to be theirs. To present the awards, please welcome to the stage Mr. Marlon Marcelo, Executive Director from the Philippine Esports Organization. He will award the Sonics, who faced every match with positive winning mindset.